Oh, Jesus. That fucking timer dinged at me, and I was like, cool, let's start this up. Guess what? Forgot my fucking water bottle again. Why can't I never remember, out of everything I have to do to start a stream, to have the water bottle there? Why is that the one thing I never remember? Cozy stream because it's raining? How do you know it's raining? It's actually legit raining outside. What the fuck? Brax, are you outside my apartment? Brax, are you stalking me? Are you in the bush? Looking through my windows. It's raining here too. Oh, it was a coincidence. Alright. Well, hello. And to whom it may concern. I still don't have any kind of stream intro to run for whenever I'm not doing a gaming stream. I really gotta do something about that someday. When I've got time. I'm really exhausted. I'm actually... This is a very late start, but I was going to do it regardless of anything. But wow, I'm tired from today. Physically. I'm not like tired like I want to go to bed or anything. I'm just tired physically because I've been doing stuff all fucking day around the house. I've vacuumed, mopped, scrubbed walls and doors. I've cleaned basins and toilets. I've cleaned the balcony table. I've done the laundry, changed the bedding. This whole fucking house got a once over, and it took a long time. Like lunchtime till now. Lunchtime till now. Wow. That's almost a full like 12 hours around the clock of just like working. My hands are pruny. My hands are pruny from cleaning. That was a good shower though. When you like do a lot of housework and then you finally finish it all and have like a nice hot shower. Oh, that's a good shower. Anyway, hi Bumdeck, hi Genie. Genie, I saw your first in the chat, and I'm like, that is the firstest first that's ever firsted. Crazy early first. What do you mean? Wait, what? Oh, you wrote first in the chat at like 10:58. Your thing lapsed? Oh, did the chat like reset itself so you can't see it? No, on mine it's still there. I can still see it right at the top. That was like almost an hour early. About 40 minutes early. I'm surprised Genie is first. Well, it's mainly because I'm so late tonight. When I do normal gaming streams, I tend to start closer to 6 p.m. my time, which is not good Genie time. Genie's probably still asleep at that point. When it gets closer to midnight is usually when we see Genie between the period where she wakes up and where she goes to work. That's like the sweet spot. And Genie woke up early and was tired after Barbenheimer. I think a lot of people are pretty tired after Barbenheimer. Hang on a sec. Okay. Oh, now I get to relax. Holy shit. Also, this is nice. I'm enjoying this. I also had a couple of meatballs. That was nice too. And a piece of chocolate. So I'm really in a mood right now. Satisfied from a hard day's work mood, and also good coffee, good food, good shower. It's all good. And we got SDCC stuff. I'm a bit sad about this year's SDCC, but it's for good reasons, you know what I mean? Like last year around this time, I did like full proper San Diego Comic-Con streams where we like watched the actual panels like for hours. Like we watched, I think that was like a 12-hour stream, wasn't it? Where I just like watched the actual panels from like from Marvel and DC and a bunch of other things that I can't remember. I think they were all leaked footage things from inside the hall. But a lot of that type of stuff isn't happening in the same way this year. Because of the strikes. So it's like, I'm sad we can't do a normal, more full-on Comic-Con stream, but it's like the reasons it's happening is for a good cause, you know? Like the strikes are important, so as consumers, we can't just sit here and whine about content when people are trying to actually fix their livelihoods. We saw Barbie 3 hours after Oppenheimer. Oh, so you had a nice break. Went out, have lunch or dinner or something. Does it does the storyline in Oppenheimer go far enough to the point where they do the Hiroshima stuff, or is it really just up to the point where he successfully invents the thing and confirms that it works during the test detonation? I'm curious what the scope of the story is, like how much time it covers. Oh, it does. It does cover Hiroshima and the political fallout. Okay, I hadn't heard anything about that, and it occurred to me randomly the other day that like if he was just going to invent it, say the famous "I've become death, destroyer of worlds," and that was going to be the end of it, or if we were going to actually keep going and see some shit. Hiroshima, Nagasaki. Ooh. Ooh, devastating. Okay, cool. I imagine that must be rough. That's probably a rough part of the movie. Oh God, yes. But yeah, since it's already been like lobbed up to me, um, I'll jump into those Mortal Kombat ones first because I'm pretty keen. What do we got? Official Umgadi trailer, which I guess is the new story trailer, and then Combat Pack roster reveal trailer. Those are the two main ones I had pre-saved. It's Fat Man and Little Boy. Yes, Mortal Kombat. Yes, let's Mortal Kombat. Let me just get these bookmarks pulled out. Yeah, buddy. Stupid ass watch list. All right. Okay, cool. You can't wait to see some waifus? Mortal Kombat waifus? Unfortunately for you, my dear Brax, in the world of Mortal Kombat, the women are, how should we put it? More dominant. I have a feeling that if you were, oh shit, just pressed something. If you were to come face to face with Katana or Melina or Jade or any of the lot of them, I feel like we would end up the waifu. Not the other way around. I have to grind out 17,000 XP, 8 XP at a time. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ. Let me just fix my mic. But you know, when it comes to Mortal Kombat, though, the women in that series are so beautiful. I don't mind being the waifu. Step on my neck, mommy, kind of shit. That's why I'm letting them smash me. There you go. I don't think I need my chair to be so. Yeah, I have the posture set up that straight when I'm gaming. I can afford at least one notch of recline when it's a Sunday. That's how I let my hair down. I do one extra notch of recline on my seat. Okay. Whoop. What is the... Oh, shit. This is still set to Avengers volume, which might be really loud. Okay. Let's just make sure I have the audio set correctly. Doom test? Doom test successful. Cool. Okay. Which one's this? Umgadi trailer. Yeah, I want the story one first. Oh. What you got, MK?
Umgadi are warrior priestesses.
Oh, that's what Umgadi is.
Born daughters of Outworld.
I'm glad they explained that off the bat.
They are trained to defend the royal family.
I will prevail, Earthrealmer. This fight is more important to me than you can ever know.
Amazing. She's hot.
Li Mei used to lead the Umgadi. It was
Whoa.
on her watch that the princess's father was murdered.
Surrender if you wish to remain unharmed.
Let us pass, Tanya.
So she's a new
The Empress and her
character.
family are in
Not
danger.
Tanya.
Are you so easily taken in by lies? Let's see if you still fight.
And Tanya's
like
back?
Bugatti.
My edge hasn't dulled.
I forgot Tanya existed.
Once again, you prove
Holy
incapable
shit.
of protecting the royal house. Are you unwell, princess?
I am fine, Tanya.
Is that Melina?
For you to hold the throne, we must keep your secret.
With Liu Kang's help, maybe they'll find
Oh
a
shit.
If he could have helped, he would have done so by now.
I thought she was born that way.
Target. It disfigures, then debilitates. In time, it will turn us all into bloodthirsty monsters. Death is our only release.
It's very hard to talk without lips. There's more character reveals in this trailer than I was expecting. Fuck, that punch combo was sick. Who just came in? Was that Kano? Couldn't tell. Damn. The man dead.
Priestesses, in my heart, I am still Umgadi. I will always honor my vows.
Jesus. Yes. Animality? What the fuck? Wait. Who the fuck is that? Read the character bios here. They made an actual story, not just world-ending mumbo-jumbo nonsense. I mean, it's always had story. It's just, I guess, different levels of, you know, complexity or nuance. I mean, it seems like it's taking itself a lot more seriously now. Well, not when they're fighting, because, you know, it's a bit over the top. So that guy, that, when it was next to her then, was Darius? Unnecessary. Oh my god. What? What? That's why I had to preface what I said before about it taking itself seriously. That stuff is not very serious, but the storyline is actually taking itself very seriously. Turns intestines into a fuse, yeah. I mean, the intestines are probably full of gas. Maybe you can ignite it. I don't know. Science. Character bio. Oh god. Terms of use. Sub-Zero, Liu Kang, Scorpion, Katana. Johnny Cage. Looking a little bit skinny. Kenshi, Kung Lao, Melina, Raiden, Rain, Smoke. Oh god. Cameo fighters? Yeah. Oh, you didn't see it before because it was small on your phone. Oh, the intestine fuse thing. So, where's the other bios? I was about to ask the same thing. Hang on. Let me refresh it in case it stopped loading. Fuck, it stops its smoke for some reason. It's got a cameo fighter section. Doesn't say who they are. It just tells you what cameos are. Oh well. Game info. Oh, that is this page. MK Collective. Oh fuck, that's the actual. Okay. Never mind. Who's she? Instagram? Yeah. Who's she? How did people get the buys for Lee Mei, Tanya, and Baraka? Oh, I've got no idea. Oh, she's a brand ambassador for Mortal Kombat. She does nothing but dress as Mortal Kombat characters on her Instagram, and that's her job. What a sick job. Yes. Yes, please. Can I be a Mortal Kombat brand ambassador for Johnny Cage? Can I be the Johnny Cage cosplayer? I'll turn my entire Instagram into a Mortal Kombat advertising page. I don't give a shit. Ah. She's pretty. Anyway, sorry I got distracted. Yeah, I don't remember Lee Mei. That's why I was saying, is she new when she appeared in that trailer? Because that doesn't... I know Mortal Kombat. Like, I've played most of the games as they've come out over the years, and I don't remember her from anything. I do remember Tanya, but she didn't look like that. Like, obviously, everyone's gone under a redesign, so I think Tanya looks a bit better than I remember her looking. She was in Deadly Alliance. Everyone was in Armageddon. So it was Deadly Alliance when they introduced this Lee Mei. I didn't spell her name correctly. Oh, yep, there she is. Holy shit. What? No, I don't want to... Actually, maybe I do want a YouTube video. Change my mind. The titties, though. Not bad. She's got the middle cleavage, the center cleavage. I've got Deadly Alliance on the first Xbox, and I've played it. I just don't remember her at all. I probably never even bothered to play as her, because at the time I might have only given a shit about the characters that I know about, and all the new characters I was like, meh. With the exception of maybe Kenshi. Because I remember when they introduced characters like Bo Raicho and stuff as well, I really didn't care. I don't know, if a franchise has been around for long enough, sometimes they introduce new people really late, and it's very difficult to get on board because you've been living with the set characters with the franchise since you were a kid, and now it's like there's some fat guy, and you're like, all right, whatever. Drunken boxer, okay. Where's Scorpion?
Round one.
Where's Johnny? Where's Melina? Not the best attitude to have. I mean, new stuff is great, but look at her go. I like her purple. God, wow. The breast jiggle physics in this are more advanced than I was expecting for this era of console. They are wiggling. Actually, no, that's a really stupid thing to say, because I had Dead or Alive 2 on the Dreamcast, and that game was even more advanced than this. And that would have come out before this, so ignore me. Good recoil. Yeah. Anyway, her fighting style is kind of funky, because this game is old, and the animation is rigid. She looks great in the new one, though. Holy shit, her fighting was awesome in the trailer. I was loving that. I like her. Maybe they haven't added the bios to this webpage yet, because this is probably all already here for the last, like, month or two. I'm sure we're going to see this updated in the next day or two or something. Ah, cool. I wasn't expecting to see Tanya back. I totally forgot that chick existed. But she looks great too. Where's the other trailer? Combat roster pack. Here it is.
The battle between good and evil is eternal.
Yes, it is. Oh fuck. Omni-Man looking better than he's and he looks in his actual show. Peacemaker. Wait, is that? Alright, there is... Alright. Homelander I did hear about. Wow. Wow. That wasn't... Oh, here we go. I was actually going to ask this question and they answered it for me. Omni-Man, Quan Chi, Peacemaker, Ermac, Homelander, Takeda. Ermac. Okay. That's what I was confused about. I'm guessing Ermac is second from the left with the green eyes. I was about to ask who the hell that dude was, because that does not look like old Ermac. Quan Chi I can recognize from a fucking mile away. Goddamn Quan Chi. Although I'm not sure about these shoulder pads, because I'm not gonna lie, when he first appeared, I thought he was wearing black winged earrings. Those look like earrings, and I was about to say he looks fabulous. If you've got shoulder pads, don't have them come up to your ears. Or go the full Dracula. Go the full collar. You know what I mean? Massive collar. Like, lean into it. Thing is, Homelander and Peacemaker, they're already in live action, so they look pretty much like they look in real life, just 3D-ified. But Omni-Man is a good pull, because we've only ever seen him animated. So seeing him this close to true to life is actually quite neat. I think that's probably the most interesting part of this trailer. Those aren't shoulder pads? Well, coming off his chest, like up through his shoulders. I know they start down here on the chest. They're like technically part of the pecs, and they go up like that on the shoulders and then up like this. I still think they look like earrings though. Like, they made me want to laugh when I first saw them. Takeda hasn't been around for a while either, has he? I can't remember the last time Takeda was a thing. That would have been like Deadly Alliance or Deception era as well, right? That would be pre-current console generations. Like, I don't think it would be 9 or 10. It was 10? Really? Fuck, I've played 10. That's the most recent one I've played. Why don't... For some reason I thought Takeda was older than that. The one combat kid that didn't show up in 11. Oh. I think I just kind of ignored him in 10. So I couldn't remember which one he originated from. I assumed it was older. Oh god, we're gonna have to put up with so much Omni-Man versus Homelander shit on the internet. Everyone's gonna be talking about it. Everyone's gonna be pitting them against each other when the game comes out. It's gonna be all about Omni-Man versus Homelander. I mean, you know, go nuts, I guess. Do you think it's weird that they're doing it this way, marketing-wise? Because in the past, they used to drip feed out reveals of their DLC characters closer to when they come out. So we'd be guessing for ages until each one lands, and they get their own like individual trailer just before they drop. And now they're just kind of like dumping the entire DLC reveal all in one trailer before the game even exists. Which is not, I don't have a problem with that. I just think it's like, it's interesting that it's the opposite tactic to where they did the previous games. MK11 did it too. Like, I remember when people were still crossing their fingers for Ash from Evil Dead. Everyone was convinced it was going to be Ash, but every time they dropped a character, it was like, nope, now it's RoboCop. And then next week it's Rambo. And then the next week it's somebody from Mortal Kombat canon that we haven't seen since like Deadly Alliance or something. And that was fun as well. I'm not sure which one I prefer. Do I prefer them just dropping them all at once like this so we know? Or do I prefer them drip feeding it so we can all go crazy on the internet with speculation? and then we get the little presents in on YouTube every time one's about to come out. Like one day, just boom, Rambo trailer, and we're like, oh shit, Rambo, what the fuck? I guess there's something to be said for both. It's like the difference between Netflix's binge model versus traditional TV episode dropping, like what Disney does. Like, do you prefer the entire show to drop at once and binge it? Or do you prefer an episode a week so you can let the culture simmer around the content with like a week of speculation and debate over what you just saw? Hard to say. Okay. Wait, did anything else come out of I do still have that leaked vid. We didn't actually get that officially, did we, in HD? Do I have to drop on the leaked? Okay, it's not been taken down yet. So that's good. I guess I'll just watch it. I was wondering if they'd actually put out an HD of this video. What are they? Leaked Mortal Kombat 1 Raiko and Mitara reveal. So I'm guessing this was behind closed doors for just the event goers. It's gonna look a bit shitty.
Everything now makes sense. My Ugadi contacts had said the general soldiers had been encroaching, but still, I can't fathom it. General
She's
Shao
really well
had
animated
treason?
facially. She looks real.
Seed planted by Shang Tsung. He played to the general's vanity, inflamed his prejudices to convince him that he alone could save our world.
He may be unstoppable. The Ugadi don't have numbers, and my constables aren't trained for war.
Know that I, too, will aid in the Empress's defense.
Why don't
Driver,
NetherRealm make a CG animated film? We've got some 2D animated films
I may need that aid
over the
right
last
now.
year or two. We should get a film like this, just all like go all out.
Okay.
There's Mitaro.
Gately May. He isn't welcome in Outworld.
I won't support the general, Reiko, nor his plot to usurp the throne.
Then you won't live to see the new regime.
Oh shit!
Okay.
Mitaro just went all in. Insta murder.
They have us surrounded.
I am Earthrealm's protector, Li Mei. I am no stranger to combat.
Then let's get out
Can't
there.
Liu Kang just walk out there and insta fry everyone's skulls? Oh, yes. This is what I'm saying. They've even got the combat in the cutscene. They could just make a whole movie like this.
Join us. Nothing can stimulate.
Ah, boo. It just cut off there. Oh well. That was cool. We could barely see it. It was a bit blown out lighting wise. So where's that guy from? The dude Mitaro was with. Reiko. That name's not ringing a bell either. I'm forgetting a lot from old Mortal Kombat, so I'm not sure who's new and who's... Is that also Deadly Alliance? Is Deadly Alliance the one that had that infamous viral cutscene where Sonya... Is it Sonya and Jax are on the cliff? And that dude gets kicked off the edge of the cliff that betrays them? Oh, MK4. So it was before that, and then he skipped Deadly Alliance. And then he's probably in Armageddon, right? Because everybody's in that. No, I think the viral cutscene that I'm talking about, I think that meme is older. I think that meme is older than that. I remember the graphics looking pretty shit. Deception was first. I need to find out. Hang on. I need to know where this meme was from. Fuck, what do I type? Little combat Sonya Cliff. It had that really funny scream of the dude that gets kicked off the end. There we go. Mortal Kombat 4. Jax's ending. I think it's Kano that gets launched off the cliff. So this was the same one that Reiko appears in. There's one more. Oh, cool. Is that it? Nice. I'll go to that next. Sorry, we have to watch this, though, because this is absolute gold. I haven't seen this in ages.
It's over, Jarek. Shinnok is dead. The good guys won. You're coming back with
Okay, it's not
me.
Kano, it's Jarek.
Never, Sonya. I agreed to help defeat Shinnok, not turn myself into the special forces.
Jesus,
The
this
Black
voice
Dragon
acting.
live
Ooh.
The Black Dragon died with Kano. You're the last one, Jarek.
Never!
Come in, Major Briggs. This is Lieutenant Sonya Blade. What?
Well, Sonya's dead. I don't remember that happening.
Come in. Sonya, this is Jax. Are you there? Going somewhere, Jarek? Jax! I thought you were going to. Thought I was
The laugh.
what, dead? Like my partner you just tossed off the cliff? I'm sorry, Jax. Please, don't
Do the scream again.
Wait, I promise. Too late, Jarek. You can't drop me. You have to uphold the law. You have to arrest me. Wait. This is brutality. You can't do it. Wrong, Jarek.
Brutality.
This is not a brutality. This is a fatality.
Holy shit. Oh my god, it's the perfect clip, man. Everything about that's amazing. Oh, the character models, the animation, the voice acting, the writing. Oh, fuck. I can't believe they just used the same, like, canned in-game scream every time that guy falls off the cliff. He sounds like Liu Kang and Raiden when they're doing special moves. Looks like a Machinima creation. Oh my god, it does. What an error that was. I'm sorry, what is this? Thumbnail of Tanya with the big titties? Mortal Kombat 4 Tanya gameplay. Ah, it's just a thumbnail. The gameplay is going to look like shit. I'm going to like this video so I don't lose it again. I want to be able to find this easily. I'm going to watch this before I go to bed. It's perfect. Alright. What's this vid? Oh, another leak. Natara cutscene. So we got no more official ones. It was just those two. And then the rest are leaks, basically.
The only way in is over the walls. We must find a less guarded section before attempting an ascent. Finally, we face a worthy foe.
Smoke's voice acting is intense.
Will bring us glory. Glory? We fought for duty. Does our father's ghost possess you? All I hear is his voice. We must honor his vision, Bihan. Vision is what he lacked. He was blind to our superiority. We settle for defending Earthrealm.
I mean, all their voice acting is kind of intense.
Our clan doesn't govern. It serves. That is our past. It won't be our future.
I love the fact that Mortal Kombat never actually changed. Like, hang on. Like, this is way better than what we just watched, right? But by today's standards, this is still like super cheesy and like super overly serious, intense as far as voice acting is concerned. So it's almost like as over the top by a higher quality of today's standard as the old one was. That is hilarious. Wait, can't Scorpion just portal to the top? Like, using the get over here harpoon, fair enough, but can't he make those little fire portals and just like go straight up there? Oh, come on, man. They keep on cliffhangering all these leaked footage things. Leak is loose in this case, but this is shown to people that wasn't just press, but you had to attend Comic-Con. Yeah, yeah. Smoke Lowenthal. He's not a Spectre. I mean, the previous Mortal Kombats do play a little fast and loose with what the limitations of the powers are. And they are taking the storyline a lot more seriously now, so... I mean, I guess you can't just have anyone be able to do anything. I mean, technically, when you're in a fight as Scorpion, you can exit stage left and come out stage right and punch the guy in the back of the head. Just do that, but for climbing up a wall. Bihan sounds pure evil and there's no hiding it. I love it. Smoke casually floating while his brothers climb is hilarious. People love the cheesiness of Mortal Kombat, man. Everyone's on the same page, I think. Have a good laugh, but sadly have to go. It's midnight. That's fair. Same here. It's 12:18. Kaji Tang voices Bihan well. He does. They're all giving 150%. Every single ninja voice actor. It's awesome. That's all of it right though. Just those 2 leaks and those 2 official videos. That's all we've got of Mortal Kombat so far. I'm guessing. Alright. Before I go back to SDCC, have you guys heard of this Small Soldiers thing? I haven't watched it yet, but I've seen people talking about it. It's like a very professionally made like fan. What do you call it? It's like a fan proof of concept for a potential like gritty Small Soldiers reboot. Because I think a lot of people who were kids when that came out are now old enough to take up the reins and bring it back. At least in fan form. Hang on, what's this got so far? 1.6 million views on a channel that has only got 50k subscribers. That's how much this went off. Hey there, YouTube community. We are happy to announce the proof of concept trailer for our next big project at Comadron Studios. Get ready to dive into the extraordinary world of Small Soldiers, epic toy battle brought to life in Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, see, that's one of the things people are making a big deal out of. It's like a full CG, professionally made short film. Just 5 minutes, but short film proof of concept made completely in Unreal Engine 5. With some embellishments from other programs, obviously, for the effects. I've seen screenshots from it and it was impressive. The quality of the CG. I mean, with things like this, you always hope that, like, the people who own the rights or who made the original stuff actually, like, see it. And, like, hire these fans to actually be a part of, like, making a new, new thing in the franchise. I always feel that way every time I see someone's fan thing on YouTube. Like, you just want the right people to see it, and then people to get opportunities out of it. That just looks real, but Unreal Engine 5 is like pulling some weight right now. Like, Unreal Engine's got to the point where you can make CG that looks like a film as opposed to just looks like a video game cutscene. She reminds me a bit of the soldier chick from Wreck-It Ralph. The one voiced by Jane Lynch. I want to know whether her little toy gun is going to fire if she actually pulls the trigger. Oh, you saw it too? I don't think she would have been based on that. I think it's just a coincidence that they look as similar as they do. Like, the Wreck-It Ralph version was more like a combination of Jane Lynch herself and Master Chief. Whereas this feels a little bit more anime inspired. Or at least something like the Cyberpunk anime. Oh, it's little foam darts. That's adorable. What the fuck? Do you see that thing's wings turn into more minions? Stuck in the toy store. Like that would actually do anything though. Little foam darts, little Nerf darts. What is this storyline though? That was interesting. The villain was acting like he loved her or something. And he's given up on her. Intriguing. What? Yeah. I was half expecting that to like do a little voice sample, like Buzz Lightyear. Buzz Lightyear to the rescue. What the hell? Down goes barricade. Ninja? Sweet.
Small soldiers. War for the Necron.
You don't remember the skull? What skull? Powered by Unreal Engine 5. Sure was. Very short credits for something so well made. Emblem on her chest and other toys is from the movie. Oh, I saw that movie when I was a teenager. I don't remember very much from it except for what some of the toys look like. Like the buzz cut lead dude. That looked like a G.I. Joe. You know what's the most impressive shot in this? I reckon it's right here. Hang on. This close-up of her. You can see the little, like, human hairs that have been picked up from, like, her environment. Like, just regular, like, dander that's, like, stuck to the toy. Especially this one up here. Hang on, let me zoom it in. See that one top left? Top of her head? And if you shift it frame by frame, you can see as she moves her head, the light catches the hair follicle differently. That is detail, man. The little bits of fucking hair off the ground and stuff on the toy. That's so amazing. I feel like if they brought back small soldiers, though, this is not what we'd get. I don't think we'd get something like this. This is expecting too much, maybe. But I love it. Oh, good stuff. Okay. What happens if I type in SDCC into YouTube search? see what comes up. Blip. Todd McFarlane reveals Ultimate Movie Batman 6-pack. No, I don't want to listen to you people talk. I want to see what they look like. Oh, sweet. Okay. So every Batman movie? Yes. Batman 1. There's Justice League. There's The Batman with Robert Pattinson. There's the one from Batman 3, Batman Forever. There's Dark Knight. Batman and Robin. They all come in the one box? That is cool. Okay, that's all I need to see. That's all I need to see. I don't need to watch a video of them talking about it. Pretty rad. What else we got? Marvel Legends figurines. Star Wars Outlaws behind the scenes clip. That's interesting. Kevin Smith live from San Diego Comic-Con. Walking Dead. Blue. Kalki. What is Kalki? Popular today. Oh, that's not even SDCC. Tyrone Magnus for some reason? Watching SDCC trailers? Okay. Don't know why that came up so high on the fucking search list. Marvel Spider-Man 2 official story trailer? Harley Quinn season 4, 2 days ago. Turns out he's a black conservative. Yeah, I've seen a few things about Tyrone. I don't like really watch his stuff though. I've seen stuff of his in the past just by accident, like randomly. Like I'll be eating dinner and I'll randomly click on a try not to laugh challenge thing just to look at some memes while I eat, and it'll be like his own, like him trying not to laugh to a try not to laugh challenge, and I'll just leave it on and be like whatever. I mean, those are a non-event because that's just him laughing at funny memes. But I've seen like other stuff of him having opinions about certain things. You watched his Little Mermaid thing, it was super cringe. Yeah, you know what? Tyrone Magnus is a weird one though, because there are some YouTube or pop culture commentators on YouTube or Twitch or whatever that are a straight hardline right wing kind of thing, right? You know exactly what they're about. They're always about the same shit. Like it's just a straight write off. But like from a couple of things of Tyrone's that I've seen, he like flip flops in a weird way. Like 1 minute he'll be ragging on something in the same way any right-winger would do, hating on what he reckons is woke. Like either it's a Little Mermaid or it's a Captain Marvel or what have you. But then other moments with something else that's basically the same shit that other right-wingers are also doing the woke thing with, he will do the opposite. So I don't really know what to make of Tyrone for the most part, because he's kind of all over the place. I've definitely seen takes of his where I was like, nah, don't agree. I think that's bullshit, and I think it's the same as any other Ben Shapiro wannabe on YouTube. Like, hate it, click off. But then I've seen other things where he like was actually very fair about like one or two things, and I was just like, okay, that's surprising. I don't know what the deal is. I think my main issue with Tyrone, regardless of what the hell's going on with his personality or opinions, I think my main thing about him is he does fall for the anti-woke agenda shit. Like, he talks about woke like he does believe that wokeness is a thing, and that he does try to avoid it, and he does dislike it. And that's the main thing that whenever that comes up, I'm just like, don't give a fuck. Like, that's an immediate no from me. Like, I don't want to hear that shit. Like, it's so fucking stupid. Like, don't base your entire opinion or reaction to something on this fake fucking right-wing movement that is just like a massive it's just a massive shadow conspiracy for people just acting like shitheads. Like, that's all it is, man. That's what's infuriating about it. It's just like, let's invent this thing that lets us be bad people, but gives us a seemingly justifiable excuse to do it. And it's like, why are so many people falling for that? Why have we let them create this niche of hatred? Like, how the fuck does that happen? The word woke used to be connected to positive shit. Ever since like the Matrix and stuff, when the idea of being woke or waking up to like the truth, to what the man's all really about, and becoming your true self in the real world in Zion, and taking back the power back within the patriarchal system, aka the Matrix, like that shit used to be cool. That used to be like that used to be the positive shit. How the hell did that get turned around? Who flipped that? Who flipped the script on that? I know this stuff happens so slowly over time in pop culture that you can't really pinpoint one thing, but I'm just shocked we got there. Like, if you made the Matrix now, it wouldn't be the same massive, what would you call it? It was a phenomenon. It was like a massive phenomenon and a massive shift in science fiction filmmaking. If you made it now, it would just be another, like, woke Hollywood science fiction thing trying to say things about modern society, and everyone would write it off. According to a poll, over 70% of people view woke as a positive thing, so they haven't completely tainted it. I mean, yeah, you're right. Like, part of the thing we always have to keep in mind is vocal minority. Like, it might seem like woke has been completely co-opted and it's all about that shit, but it usually is a factor of, like, it's a small amount of the worst people that are screaming the loudest, and their platform, their megaphone is the internet, and it's Twitter and it's YouTube. So if we are the kind of people who live on Twitter and YouTube because we are Twitchers or we're YouTubers or we're, you know, terminally online people who are sitting in front of computers, that's what we're going to be hearing a lot. So to us, it would seem like that's what's happened to the world. But when you go into the actual world and just talk to like a normie on the street, they probably don't know what the fuck you're talking about. They probably haven't even heard the word woke. It's like what Mattel, the head of Mattel and the head of Netflix said about Kevin Smith's Master of the Universe Revelations. It's like, they're like, oh, yeah, how do you feel about like the massive backlash? And they were like, well, from our point of view, there really isn't a backlash because the actual people on the street, the normal people, the not terminally online nerds of Twitter, which make up like 1 billion of our viewers, don't give a shit and are watching it at massive numbers, and the show's a success. Do we care about the 20 to 50,000 people on Twitter and YouTube that are loudly raking it across the coals for being woke? No, because like they're a tiny splash in the pond. They're nothing compared to the actual real life audience that makes up their real numbers. So like the Netflix guy was like laughing at the whole thing. He was like, it ain't even a thing. Like we look at like the shit going on the Twitter, the discourse and all that, and we just like, they're just like, huh, cute. And they go back to their actual jobs. Like all that negativity is probably just a little bit of extra promotion for them, and that's about it. They made a Matrix lately. Yeah, no, what's it called? What was it called again? The Matrix Resurrection? I never actually watched it. I missed it, unfortunately. I wasn't going to the movies much for a while. But I remember that getting not quite the... like that type of thing didn't really happen to Resurrections. That kind of got a pretty normal basting from actual critics and stuff. Like everyone seems to believe that movie just wasn't good. And I read plenty of opinions on why it wasn't good, and it sounded like fairly legit criticism. Like I can't give my opinion because I haven't seen it, but it made sense, the stuff that I read. I was like, okay, that doesn't sound good, but I won't chime in since I don't have a leg to stand on there. How the fuck did we end up talking about this? Oh, we were talking about fucking Tyrone for some reason. I'm sure he's one of the rich YouTubers, right? Because I believe he's got an absolute metric ass ton of subscribers and viewers on a fairly regular basis. He's one of those dudes that basically sits down casually in a t-shirt, turns on a video, says a couple of things, and then makes like 50 grand in a day. Wow. Damn, man. Let's... Fuck it. Let's watch the Star Wars Outlaws behind-the-scenes clip. I'm not huge on behind-the-scenes clips, but, you know, if this is what Comic-Con's got, I wouldn't mind seeing more of this game.
Working on a Star Wars game is a dream come true.
I've had all of the toys, and it's wild to go from making these little stories on the carpet to actually build a narrative in the Star Wars galaxy.
I want to see
Massive Entertainment
an interview
is
with the
perfect
voice
choice
actress.
to build an open world
I wanna hear
Star
more
Wars
from her.
game because it is inherent to their DNA as a studio to deliver on incredible open world experiences.
Massive Entertainment are master storytellers for open world games. This is going to be a fresh experience for Star Wars fans everywhere.
Immediately, I had that in my head, all the possibilities of where do we want to go, what
What?
can we
Wait.
bring. Immediately, I had that in my head.
Benedict Podlesnig. Benedict Podlesnig. What a name. Also, Benedict with a K. He's got that Mortal Kombat spelling. We're staying on theme tonight.
Had all the possibilities of where do we want to go, what can we bring to Star Wars that has not been seen before.
Do they get to see new footage?
Lucasfilm Games suggested that the perfect era to set Outlaws would be between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi.
What's
Okay.
great about that point on the timeline is this is a moment where the civil war between the Empire and the Rebellion is at its height. And this
And,
creates
Han Solo
an
was still in
environment
Carbonite,
across
right?
the galaxy where outlaws can thrive.
Yeah, there he is. Holy shit, I
That's
called
the
that.
world that Kay is
They
stepping
showed it the
into,
second I mentioned
and
it.
she sees the opportunity just like anybody else.
He sounds Scandinavian. With a name like that, I knew he had to be
We will see some
something
really
like
cool
Scandinavian.
syndicates, both from existing lore and newly created for the game.
When you
Matt
play
Martin.
Star Wars Outlaws, you get a chance to discover what the underworld is like and live through those experiences.
The stakes are definitely very high for
Yes.
Kay's journey through the underworld, but she learns, she adapts, she sneaks around.
She's
and
very
she finds
attractive.
herself in very important spaces with very powerful people.
She's pretty. And she has a nice voice.
Building the world of Star Wars Outlaws.
I love her voice.
First thing we had to do was think of places where outlaws thrive. These hubs of scum and villainy.
The most exciting thing is being able to go back to iconic
Martha
locations that
Jonkers.
people know and love, but then diving into
I don't
the
mean to
Lucasfilm
laugh, but-
archives and really bringing them alive.
Jonkers
in
is a
new
fun
but
name.
very genuine way.
It's not just about recreating Tatooine as you know it. Going back to the classic sources of spaghetti westerns, we try to recreate an authentic mood and feel as we build new points of interest to follow the already established history.
It's like a
And
Tomb
there
Raider
is
level.
a new location that we collaborated with Massive Entertainment on called Toshara. And this has been built from the ground up with the scoundrel fantasy at its beating heart.
Hang on!
Our goal is that you feel like you're stepping into Star Wars. And that means going back to those Macquarie concepts, going back to Joe Johnston's storyboards, Phil Tippett's creature designs,
Neat.
and creating a lived-in galaxy.
I love it when they have the actual physical
We're trying to create
designs
a
as
world that feels
statues.
alive
Like they make them out of
and
clay and
bustling
stuff.
with opportunity that
Helps
also
them
is
with
very
they
grounded.
when they character model.
And we're getting inspiration from the African savannah. But we still want to add the alien element. And that is what makes it feel like Star Wars.
We want to give Toshara some elements that make it really stand out in the Star Wars galaxy.
Looks like
So
Africa.
there are windswept plains, veins of amberine, and there's a vibrant city called Mirogana.
The areas of
that's
Africa
built
that
into
I'm
a
from
huge rock that's
are
been carved
heavy
out
with
by
that
the wind
brown
that's
grass.
ever present on Toshara.
A lot of dead brown grass.
One thing that we need to always
Swedish.
keep in mind is there's always a connection between the biome and what grows there, what lives there, like the flora, fauna, and the culture of the people who inhabit
We're a
the
little bit
place.
off with the
From How the
Scandinavian.
plants pollinate, or how vegetation and local resources are used in local clothing and buildings, to even how the locals have adopted wind into their way of life. We have created everything with an authentic approach So players will experience all these places like someone who actually is there.
We made it, Nix.
Aw.
Working with Massive, we were able to really build out an authentic
Hey, it's
Star
Matt
Wars
Martin.
world where you can travel,
He looks like
explore,
Starkiller's
and
little
discover
brother.
in a way that we really haven't been able to experience in modern Star Wars gaming.
This footage is all from the trailers we've already seen, unfortunately.
The high-stakes scoundrel lifestyle
I don't think we're gonna see
and
anything
the open
new.
world promise allowed us to create a game within Star Wars that had never been done before. Not just exploring cities, but also getting onto your speeder and race across stunning
Sweden is
wilderness.
part of the Scandinavian region.
Then
Yeah,
jump
but like we
into
weren't
your ship,
really
the Trailblazer.
we weren't
and go
accurate
on
enough
an
to actually hit
incredible
Sweden.
adventure.
We were a bit
We've
vague.
only
We were a bit
scratched
broad.
the surface of what Star Wars Outlaws has to offer. There is so much more that you will get to embody and use and play when you become K-Vest.
Players are gonna love Star Wars Outlaws. It's gonna be exciting. It's very adventurous, and that's what makes it Star Wars. So I'm very excited to share that.
I wonder if she's a gamer.
Where do we go next?
Anywhere we want.
Star Wars Outlaws.
Like,
coming
whether you're a
2024.
gamer or not, it would be fun to play your own character in a game if you got to voice act something. I feel like even non-gamers would still play it if they got a chance to do a project like this. But nowadays, you can't really tell who's a gamer and who isn't. It's kind of like those Margie Robbie interview clips that I put on the Discord recently. The one where she admits that she's a Harry Potter fan and that she played Hogwarts Legacy. That kind of surprised me because I hadn't ever heard of Margot Robbie ever like being into games or playing any games or anything like that. That's never actually come up before in any of the interviews or stuff we've ever heard of about from Margot Robbie. So I was like kind of surprised by that. But that's kind of adorable thinking, imagining Margot Robbie sitting around the house just playing Harry Potter in between her massive multi-million-dollar Hollywood films. Laura Bailey would need to play a lot of games. I'm sure she's over it by now, the number of games she's in. I do hope that this girl that plays Kay in this new Star Wars game, I hope she gets a chance to actually appear in live action in the Disney Plus shows. Because that's been happening a lot lately. Like the CGI characters from the old Clone Wars cartoons have started to appear in live action in the Disney Plus shows. Like Mandalorian and stuff. Apparently that's likely. Yeah, I saw people holding out hope that they'd also see Kyle Kestis. Because that actor also looks like his in-game character as well. So both Kay and him could technically show up in any of those live-action shows as long as Disney wants it to happen. I still can't believe we haven't seen Starkiller, man. Like, Force Unleashed was such a great series. The sequel, not so much, story-wise. But that actor looks exactly like Starkiller. The dude who voice acts... I can't remember his name now off the top of my head, but... Like, he's already an on-screen actor. Like, he isn't just a voice actor. He's been on camera plenty. So, like, it would be so easy for them to throw him in a Star Wars show or movie and just get some Starkiller action going. He might appear in a future season of The Mandalorian. I'm curious as to how they do it, though. Because with shows like The Clone Wars, it's actually, like, in canon. Like, the stuff that happened in those animated shows are canon to the live-action shows. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the Force Unleashed games would be. Although you could still bring him in as Starkiller, but just in a different way and use him as in a different fashion than what the game did. Like, they could do the Force Unleashed storyline in the space of a Mandalorian show, or maybe even its own show, as if the games didn't exist and they were doing it for the first time in live action, just like that. Like, that's a possibility. But, I mean, they could do either way, so we just have to wait and see. I'd be fine with either, to be honest. Because, you know, people tend to, especially the general public, they approach games in a different way they approach TV shows. So, I mean, you've got a bit more leeway there to just pretend the game didn't actually exist and just to do the game storyline fresh. We were talking about Cal. Oh, the rumor was about him appearing in Mandalorian. Yeah. No, I heard that as well. But I'm just still holding out hope that they can do something with the Starkiller character, because they've got the actor there. He's getting a bit old now, so I mean, if you're going to do something, do it. I would love to make a live, like, personally, like, if they, this is a hypothetical, if they ever came to me and said, hey, Sean, do you want to write and direct a live-action Star Wars spin-off project? Anything you want? I would try adapting a screenplay of the first Force Unleashed. I wouldn't do it 100% exactly like the game. There'd be some differences just to make it a more cohesive single 2-hour story, but I think that's what I would probably enjoy the most as a filmmaker to approach. And part of my reason for being interested in that is I think the Sith have always had a bad rap in the Star Wars franchise. I've never been a fan of Star Wars' approach to good and evil. It's very black and white. It's very Jedi white, Sith black. And the extended universe stuff did play with that a little bit. Like, but the fans are kind of a little bit at odds about that stuff. Like, I've seen people talk about, like, oh, there's gray Jedi in the extended stuff. Like, there's gray Jedi in the books, there's gray Jedi in the Knights of the Republic Xbox game. But then, like, other massive fans write that off completely. Like, there are a lot of people who think gray Jedi are complete bullshit. There's no such thing as a gray Jedi to a lot of fans. They just don't accept that stuff. We've been here over an hour already. Wow. I mean, it's easy when you're just sitting around talking shit. That was not as exciting as I'd hoped. The Star Wars Outlaw stuff. I was really hoping we'd see new shit during that behind the scenes. What's Walking Dead Betrayal? A Project Winter game. There's a new Walking Dead game coming out of Comic-Con. And it looks like a phone game. What the hell?
Okay, we need to round up supplies so that we can send them back to the settlement.
Oh, it's multiplayer.
We're running out of time, though, and a herd is coming.
For the makers of Project Winter. Oh, wait, I know what Project Winter is. Okay.
Look out for anyone acting.
Yeah, I know what this is now.
We're pretty low on food. We should probably get back to the safe zone.
That's actually kind of interesting.
Okay, that was tough. Good job, everyone.
So is this an expansion to Project Winter, or a whole new thing?
That was too easy.
They'll never know what hit them.
Still the same traitorous bullshit, I see.
Now it's time to really get this party started.
Oh, we gotta go, man. They're way too many walkers here.
You guys like surprises?
What are you doing now? They're really getting into it. Alright. That's cute, I guess. I knew about Project Winter. I remember watching video reviews and stuff of that. It's a social deception game where you and, like, I think like 8 to 16 other players all are in this, like, lodge in the snowy mountains. And you have to do all these objectives over the course of multiple survival days to keep yourselves alive, like food, chopping wood for fire, all that kind of stuff, but also completing objectives to, like, fix your generators or whatever to call out for helicopter rescue. You win the game if the helicopter picks up the survivors. The problem is either one or a couple, either 1, 2, or 3 of the survivors, depending on how many there are of you total, are traitors in the Among Us fashion, and their entire job is to make sure that nobody gets off the mountain. So the whole time everyone's trying to survive and trying to pull together and complete objectives, somebody in your group is trying to sabotage your efforts to get out. It's a pretty cool concept, and apparently it's not bad if you have a good group. And now I guess they're just doing a Walking Dead variation of it. So I'm guessing they're successful enough with the fans that are into it to be able to afford to make spin-offs like this. I think it might have been on Game Pass at one point as well during early access. Like, came and went, basically. Unless it's still up there and I've just never looked. Yeah, people in the comments are loving on Project Winter, so they're pretty positive about this trailer. Project Winter Zombie Edition. Yeah, that's one thing that's going to change the experience. The fact that there's zombies everywhere is very different from normal Project Winter, where aside from the other players that may or may not be Among Us traders, the only other things you deal with is like the occasional wolf or bear in the snowy mountains, which are few and far between. So that's kind of interesting. Walking Dead TV shows? Bleh. Don't know about that. Is everybody over The Walking Dead already? I'm assuming. We're all done with that shit. I don't know anyone... Me personally, I don't know anyone that actually still... gives a shit about Walking Dead TV shows. But they keep making spin-offs. Like, there's now multiple spin-offs. The Marvels got a Comic-Con trailer? Oh. Oh. Okay, wait. Oh, boy. 2 days ago. What was this one? 2 days ago. Yep. Hang on. Let me grab it from Marvel's page so we can actually give them the view. Not just give IGN all the fucking views from poaching every goddamn trailer, putting on their own website. The teaser was pretty fucking rock solid, dude. Not gonna lie. High hopes.
Carol Danvers, prodigal child of the Milky Way.
What if this is before or after Secret Invasion?
How goes it out there?
You know, cold, no air.
Beastie Boys is still on the track.
Space.
I can hear it coming in.
Captain Marvel.
Yes.
The Annihilator. You took everything from me.
Fucking love it.
And now I'm returning the favor.
Do it. Drop the Beastie Boys. Stop teasing us.
What is happening to me? She's entangled our light-based powers. So we switch places whenever we use them.
Strong theory.
You can absorb light. I can see it. And Kamala... Who's Kamala? Hi. She can turn light into physical matter, which I have never heard of. I could totally...
It's pretty rad.
No!
She's not the brightest tool in the shed, though.
She's targeting every planet we call home. I would never choose to bring anybody into this. You are not the only thing standing between this and the universe.
Some angry looking Kree. Babies!
Higher.
Shit.
Further. Faster.
Yes.
Who's a good kitty?
Don't trust the... Yeah. The Flurkin? Is that what yeah, Flurkin.
Can you... I got it.
Be careful with the Flurkin. Remember what happened to your eye? Oh my god, are all the kittens also Flurkins? Is that a whole litter of Flurkins? Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm too about the Flurkins, man. Where the Flurkins at? Where the kittens? There was a whole bunch of anti-gravity kittens. That's how you sell a movie. That's how you sell your fucking movie. There they are. Oh my god. Oh baby Flurkin. So cute. How many are there? Jesus Christ. How many baby kittens can a Flurkin give birth to? That's a lot of boys. Wait, he meow. There, he's mowing. That one looks a little fake at the back there. The white one. I want every frame of this. The one on the left hanging off the thing. Wait, I'm blocking it. I need to move my ugly head. Look at that, baby. Hanging on the poodah. Okay, I'm putting myself back. Oh, excuse me. Putting myself back. That was cool. I mean, it's not very different from the teaser trailer. Like, they're rolling Beastie Boys again. Intergalactic. And it kind of tells you the same little segment of plot that the teaser did. So it's just like a couple of new shots and a new way of editing to the song, and that's about it. But I think that's all we need. I guess the rest is spoilers. And CG Brie Larson. Fuck, she looks good. God damn. I'm getting the same tingles as Layla in Moon Knight. When she gets the wings, when the hippopotamus god enslaves her, and she becomes like an Egyptian superhero, and the gold wings comes out of her arms. What a moment. I really hope this movie, or its writing at least, does something for Brie Larson. Because a lot of people that wanted to hate on Captain Marvel, they really jumped on the bandwagon of hating on Brie Larson specifically. Like, people just don't seem to like her for some reason. Like, they see her as a very... Oh, fuck, what would you even call it? They think she seems like a nasty, miserable person in real life. That seems to be the prevailing attitude towards Brie Larson. Like, for some reason, people have labeled her as this woman with a personality that's difficult and, you know, super serious and bitchy or something. And I guess the fact that her character in the movie was a fairly serious, straightforward character, they were able to project onto that and say, look, she's super serious and bitchy and difficult. You know, let's put all these misogynist labels on her because we feel like this is an example of the personality we're talking about. And it's like, they have an opportunity here to write her character a little bit lighter and a bit more easygoing in a way maybe to curtail people think she's a curmudgeon. I don't agree, but at the same time, it's like, I mean, what do you do to battle that? I don't know. In all her interviews for Avengers and her movie, she looked like a total bitch. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, for some reason, Brie Larson seems to have, like, the resting bitch face problem, where people too easily write her off as someone who looks like an asshole. And it's like, well, that might not be the case, though, because when I'm not emoting, when I'm just sort of sitting there, just thinking to myself and, like, staring blankly into space, I've got resting bitch face. People think I look mean when I'm, like, not doing anything. You know what I mean? She didn't smile at all. Her eyes are unemotive. Yeah, see, like, exactly. And that might not be because she's a bitch or unemotive. That might just be her version of resting bitch face. Like, she might be, like, a lovely person to get along with in real life, and it's just the way she looks, the way she comes across. She is a lot more likable in this one. She seems like she might be from the stuff they've shown in the trailer, but like in a way that they're purposely trying to write her to be a bit more lighthearted to try to get people over that stuff. She was fucking talking. Oh, so what if she's fucking talking? You can talk and still come off as a resting bitch face person. Like, you can look at someone and feel like, why are they mean mugging me when they don't even realize they're doing it? They're just talking normally and they don't realize that they're coming off as seemingly aggressive or antisocial. I don't agree with some of the examples that people use either. Like, sometimes people put specific interviews up where they're like, oh, look at her being a bitch to Chris Hemsworth in this interview, or look at them not getting along. And it's like, I watched the clip and I'm like, bro, they're just fucking playing around in a junket interview. They're like lightheartedly roasting each other. They're both playing along with the bit. Like, I don't see any actual, like, legitimate drama here. I feel like we're projecting too much. But you know, like I can't say what Brie Larson's actually like in real life, but I also don't. I prefer not to project too much onto people I don't know, just from like little things I see on the internet, unless they straight up come out and say something nasty and it's like a unequivocal, you know, thing. She used to have a terrible attitude. In what? Just in general. I mean, I don't know much about her past aside from having seen her in some older movies, and she was always a good actor. So, not entirely sure what era of Brie you're talking about. You know what my favorite role of hers was, and it's not even her one of her serious, dramatic, impressive ones. I love her as Envy in Scott Pilgrim. She's so good as Envy in Scott Pilgrim. The character is awesome. When promoting the first movie. Yeah, see that's what I find a bit iffy though. Is I've seen too many examples of her doing press for the first movie where people were saying, look at what she said, or look at how she's acting, and it wasn't enough evidence for me. Like I could assume the same thing you're assuming, but it's not concrete enough, and I feel like I would just be projecting if I did that. I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt in that case. But whatever. Hopefully it's a good movie because the trailers have been sick. The teaser was sick. This trailer was sick. What's in my notifications? Charlie for some reason. Well, that was cool. I like that. Okay. Anything else cool? I'm just randomly looking at SDC stuff. There's a teaser trailer for season 2 of Invincible. One day ago. That's definitely from SDCC, right? Hope the villain's not dull. Isn't it the daughter of the dude from Guides of the Galaxy, Ronan? Is that correct? I saw a rumor of that. I wasn't sure if that was accurate or not. She's definitely Kree. And there's definitely a bunch of other Kree in the movie as well, as villains. I could always look it up, I guess.
For some of you, it probably seemed like this day would never come. Maybe you're even wondering if you're ready for this. For what comes next?
Graduating?
You have no idea.
College?
What I'm capable of.
Yeah, Steven Yeun.
I didn't know who he was.
I like him. As an actor.
I don't fight friends because I would win.
Seth Rogen.
Never apologize for saving lives.
There's only one way this kid goes back out there, and that's on a very short leash.
I also like Walter
I'm
Goggins
just
a
happy
lot.
helping people.
You know people try to kill us every single day, right?
I don't care how old he is. He needs to go down now.
Maybe if you train.
They're
more,
really
you can
highlighting
train
the voice
less.
actors
We
in
can
this
get
trailer.
back to saving lives.
Kevin Michael Richardson.
Make him pay for what he did to you.
Sterling Clay Brown. Chloe Bennett.
He who slayed my husband.
Ben Schwartz.
Human superhero.
I wish he was dead too. but
That
not
was
for
him
your
just then,
sake.
Ben Schwartz, because he sounded like Sonic the
Ask
Hedgehog.
questions later.
Viltrumite against Viltrumite. That has not happened since the Great Purge.
Purge. With the Mad Echo.
You should have died at birth.
Oh, fuck. Omni-Man, chill. Why gotta be like that? Asshole. Cool. I mean, nothing too exciting as far as trailers go, but it is nice that they're focusing so hard on the voice actors in an animated show trailer like they did. Peter Cullen. That's right. I didn't point that out when I saw it. I was too in awe. Josh Keaton, too. He has a Twitch channel. It's crazy how many voice actors have Twitch channels. I swear every, second voice actor we talk about has a Twitch channel. What was the other Invincible thing I saw? There was something else. Invincible Guarding the Globe. Is that a game? Oh, it is a game. From Ubisoft. Whoa, hang on. A Ubisoft game? That means it's legit, right? Like a AAA game. And Skybound. I know Skybound. Okay. This is giving me the Naruto Rise of the Ninja vibes. The Ubisoft game that was made about Naruto. I played that whole thing. It was pretty good. Wow, this is crisp. Wow, this is crisp. I like the cell shaded graphics. It almost looks better than the cartoon. The guy's so much like the Hulk. Hulk vs. Hulk. Hulk smash. Why is there no voice acting in this trailer? And why are there clones of everybody? What the fuck's going on? Ah, show gameplay. Oh, get fucked! Really? Come on, man. Son of a bitch. I got bamboozled. Wow, that was the worst one. I know that's happened a couple of times, like on my stream. This may be the 4th or 5th time this has happened. That was the worst one. Holy shit, did I get ambushed by that. I'm actually mad. I'm actually fucking pissed. Jesus Christ, I can't believe they didn't lead with... It looks so... Why does it look... Hang on, let me calm down. Why does it look so good? That trailer, the graphics, those in-game cel-shaded graphics looked very good, like something that could be on a PlayStation 5 or a Series X. What was the point of the graphics they created for that trailer if the game turned out to be a top-down phone game? What was all that? A waste of money? That looked so cool up until the last 3 seconds when they went, psych! Fuck you! Do you have an iPhone? Play our piece of shit. No, I hate you now. I don't even like the show anymore. Fuck your show. In fact, if I had a copy of the comic book, I'd burn it. Stupid ass shit. That is so frustrating. The next time I get bamboozled by a smartphone game that pretends to be something more than it is until the ambush at the end, I'm just gonna fucking delete my Twitch channel and sell my computer. Would have become a fisherman or something. I don't know. To hell with all this. Something good. Can we see something cool to make up for that? How about Spider-Man 2's official story trailer? That's cool. That'll be awesome, right? Can I see it direct from Sony, though? Not IGN. Yes. Alright. Okay, yep. Here it is on the Sony YouTube channel. Watch the end of this actually reveal that it's actually a phone game.
A lot's happened in the last 10 years.
They've abandoned the
You're gonna be
PS5
sitting here now.
for iPhones and
I got a
Androids.
second chance. And I'm gonna take advantage of that. But I need you with me, Pete. You're gonna
Who?
heal the world.
Why does Peter look so different? That doesn't even look like the Peter redesign they did in the PS5 remaster. Did they change him again?
Guys, this is my best friend Harry.
Hey, good to meet you.
That's Harry Osborn?
Good job, huh? Still gonna have time for tutoring? We'll figure it out.
I don't know.
I didn't know there were.
I don't like
bears in
Peter
these
or
woods.
Harry.
Hey MJ, I have another
The
name
game
for
looks
you.
good though. MJ looks good. Craven looks good. Miles looks good.
He's here on some kind of hunt.
You know if you need me, I'm just a call away. Lee, you don't know what you took from me.
All Miles
Whoa.
talks about is how to be a better Spider-Man.
Who was that?
How to help you.
What the hell's going on with Pete?
He's not himself. Go help him.
This was our dream.
This trailer's kind of epic, not gonna lie.
I'm not going to lose him.
The music is selling this.
We're going to heal the world.
Hey! Is that our first view of full Venom? Like in-game graphics wise? Cool, man. Hopefully we get to play as him in that form and it's not just another boss once the suit leaves Peter. Hmm. Oh, a link. That was good. I like that. I don't understand the fact that... I don't know why they changed Peter again. What is with Insomniac and not being able to decide on how Peter should look? This is this third look in 3 different games. MJ has had a slight upgrade, but she's more or less the same. I think her hair's just longer. That's not a big deal, but I don't know. I think it keeps getting worse. Like, I like Peter less and less with every single iteration they make. And Harry Osborn looks like a dweeb. Anyway. Everything else is dope, though. Holy shit. Craven? Craven looks amazing. Oh my god, it's Brie Larson shit. Why is everyone so on her ass? Body language expert. I'm fascinated by psychology and the Brie Larson disaster. This is too good. Psycho pretended to be a hero. Finally, someone managed to summarize Brie Larson's perfectly in just one sentence. If Chris Hemsworth doesn't like you, there's obviously something wrong with you. I've watched the body language expert analyze political figures and it's so interesting and revealing. The best line is, a psycho pretending to be a hero. Oh, everyone seems to be on that. Hmm. Oh, was it 2 women? I'll watch the video. I'm just reading the comments first. So fucking hilarious. I love Body Language Ghost. Is that the name of her channel? Mecha Random. Nope. Where have I heard the name Mecha Random before? That channel rings a bell. Let me check my notes real quick. Where is quick notes? Notes, keeping track. You'll never believe what I just found. Hang on. I gotta open up my OneNote for a second. This is a list that I call my YouTube blacklist. It's a list I keep in Microsoft OneNote to remind myself the names of YouTube channels that I refuse to give clicks to. Mecha Random 42 is right in the middle. I don't know why that rang a bell. I was like, where have I seen that name before? And my spidey sense tingled. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I was like, oh, don't tell me. Don't tell me she's on that list, because I don't know what that name is, but I feel like that's where I saw it. Why? I don't remember. This list is something I've built over time, so I don't actually remember why most of these people are on here. Who else is on here? The Quartering, Mannix, Clownfish TV, Geeks Plus Gamers, That Umbrella Guy, Heel vs. Babyface, Nerdrotic, Mecha Random 42, Yellow Flash 2, Manga Cayman, Synthetic Man, That Star Wars Girl, Critical Drinker, Ryan Cannell, and Emergency Awesome, which has a space because that's for a different reason than the rest. Oh, because Emergency Awesome is clickbait. That's why. Everyone else, I think, is toxic in some way. And then Emergency Awesome was added as an extra because it's so clickbaity that it pisses me off. It actually like releases thumbnails with like fake news, and then you watch it and it's like not even that. So he kind of made me mad for that. Now, why did I add Mecha Random? Let's find out. Let's look at the channel.
You're here.
I just scrolled down, I see why. Oh, did you look at the videos as well? Woke feminist Barbie, not inclusive of conservative men. Barbenheimer phenomenon proves Hollywood has no clue. Why Hollywood is terrible, secrets revealed. Live action He-Man doomed. You know what? I have a feeling I would have added her around the time that Masters of the Universe Revelations was out. I bet you she made a bunch of videos with thumbnails ragging on it. Oh yeah, I'll go back to the video in a sec. Ragging on indie, that's fair. Superhero fatigue or superheroes suck. They're crying racism again. Rings of Power Season 2. Ooh. Samuel L. Jackson acting like a bee for Brie. They banging? Question mark. Okay. Pronouns are dumb. Demi Lovato drops the they them. Toxically masculine in a good way. Strange New Worlds is back. Get woke, go broke. Call of Duty. So she does drop the woke thumbnail stuff a lot, it seems, as well. That would have definitely got her on my list. I do hate that. She seems to make a lot of videos about Indiana Jones 5. Netflix Cleopatra, worst Rotten Tomatoes score ever. Race bait gets more clicks than truth. Guardians of the Galaxy 3 Adam Warlock freak show. She might be one of those pop culture commentators that tries to bait in the incel crowd. Toxic content bait. Like, whether she believes some of the stuff or not, she's definitely trying to get the shitty people in for the clicks. Because she makes very similar thumbnails sometimes to, like, quartering type people. Velma, worse than She-Hulk. Yeah, she bashed on She-Hulk as well. She might be a pick-me chick. You know, the ones that basically skew their opinions to be like the right-wing toxic dudes because they want them to like her. I mean, she wants them to like her.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back.
I'll skip that
Brie
part.
Larson, Don Cheadle, and Chris Hemsworth. This whole day was just a disaster for them, probably on set. There's another one. I'm surprised.
Oh,
it
this
didn't
is from
get
4
more
years ago.
traction. It was the BuzzFeed quiz. Go check out. I made a video on it. Go check it out. It's one of my better ones, I think, because I took notes and I timed it. Crazy, just more crazy interaction with these three.
I remember this video.
Oh my god, this is great.
I remember this video because I remember
So, this
Don
is a body
Cheadle's
language
jacket
expert.
and his cap.
I'm just gonna let her do her thing.
He's got some
What
swag.
is it like joining this group, this universe?
I love that. Just go to the next one.
Just go to the next one.
That's funny. You see moments of
disgust from both of them. Like, like it's an open secret that they don't like each other, which can be funny at times.
Yes.
Not necessarily hostile.
Intimidating at first.
I gotta touch on that. So she says it can be funny at first and not exactly hostile. Yes, if you have like the right people who have the right charisma and the right image.
You're the body language expert, not
Mostly
you.
because this is where it all began for me, was on this film. We filmed this before Captain Marvel. So I was figuring out this character, but very much in the dark, 'cause there was no script to read. There wasn't even, it wasn't all flushed out yet with the Captain Marvel solo film either. So it was just kind of
I love how they're
finding
paying
our way,
attention
but it
to
was a good group of people to figure it out with, right guys?
Yeah.
Oh,
Isn't
don't
it
touch
fun
it.
being there for all my extra takes?
Trained you up. Apprenticeship.
I don't feel
No,
like
she
I actually
took over.
learned.
The open secret. One thing about open secrets is that people who are in that open secret of we don't like you and I don't like you, or vice versa, they're very comfortable in saying the that they don't like. She elbows. I don't know their names. Yeah, I know. It's bad.
We don't ever get to see the body language expert, do we? She just does voiceover over the clip.
Chris Hemsworth.
The open secret. You see it in his face.
He's got his one leg crossed away from her.
Oh.
They're listening.
I only know 3 of those, and I agree with you on all 3.
Comes out of her mouth. There's no.
I mean, they're all about the same on that list.
They're analyzing. What
Most
comes
of those,
out
except for
her
one,
mouth.
were all added for the same reason.
Like us.
Is that gonna fit?
Is there like initiation?
It's like just like us.
Are you just accepting?
YouTube doesn't have easy ways to like block channels, so you never have to see them. So I like to keep a reminder of what channels to
But
avoid.
And it's good because we actually get to kind of play with that. We do anyway, for sure, in the scene itself when she kind of shows up. So it was nice, but she kind of fit right in. She paid her dues on time.
I have to go in and be like, the way he says, and she fit right in. Their job, them.
Waiting for my membership card that hasn't been received.
$25, yeah. That'll come. The card comes.
And then you're in. You're in. Once you get your card, it's not about dues, and everything is in.
Exactly.
Chris, you know we did a thing with your
poor interviewer. He doesn't know what's up.
Stand-in, and he sent a little message that is. In
Chris Hemsworth is a very attractive man,
I
dude.
think I missed some of this.
When it cut to that close-up of him, I was like, oh, hello,
I
man.
want to see him hold a handstand.
That's a handsome dude.
Let's be generous. I want to see Chris hold a handstand.
What is with her stink face when she's just watching?
What? I can't even do it. Why would Bobby set me up like that? I'm against the wall or what?
I don't know. Bobby just said he was like, I want to see Chris do that.
Well,
See, that's the kind of thing that annoys me that people do, is like what she was just doing there, where she's just looking at something and she's all like, why does she have to pull a stink face? And it's like, motherfucker, I have resting bitch face. And it's like, I know what it's like, people to think you're an asshole or some kind of meanie they don't want to talk to because you look like you'd be a dick. Just because, like, your face looks grumpy and serious and scowly when you're not emoting.
So
What?
He's proper.
Nice.
Whatever you call that skill.
Stunt.
Handstandy man.
Circus.
She's also lifting herself. You see her stunt. She's trying to be taller than these 2 gentlemen who are actually.
Oh, I hate women who do that. She's trying to be taller.
All right, this is actually pissing me off a little bit. I'm actually not liking Redhead or the body language expert talking. I don't trust human beings, man. I know she's a body language expert, but I don't trust human beings in general, nor do I like most of them, so she might be an expert in that particular field, but I don't particularly trust most of the things she says because, okay, cool, you're a body language expert, but why should I give a shit that you claim to be an expert in body language? There are experts in theology that'll tell me all about God, but that's all some fucking bullshit too. Because here's the thing. Everything she says about Brie Larson could be true. And their interactions and the feelings between Don Cheadle, Chris Hemsworth, and her, those all could be, like, true. But they could also not be true. And no matter how much you want to project onto them or listen to a body language expert say that that's actually what's going on, it doesn't make it true or not true. It's still nothing. You know what I mean? Like, until I actually interact with Brie Larson in person and actually get my own vibe for how she treats me or what my interactions with her are like, I'm not going to go that far. Like, I fucking hate Paul W.S. Anderson and Zack Snyder because I hate their films and stuff, but I'm never going to be one of those people who goes on Twitter or whatever and talk about them like I want them to die or this scum of the earth. They could be the nicest dudes ever. I just can't stand their creative output. I can't stand their product, and I don't enjoy consuming it, or I don't enjoy the fandom surrounding it. And that gives me vitriol for everything about them. But I have to remind myself that I don't know these people, nor does that reflect on who they are as a person. I could bump into Zack Snyder in public and he'd be the coolest dude ever, and I would want him to be my best friend. I'm not going to watch Batman v Superman. But you know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, okay, it's two things. Either I have to interact with someone like Brie Larson in person and get my own vibe for what they're like, or she has to actually do or say something that is unequivocally bullshit. Like, you know, fucking Ted Cruz talking about the Barbie movie, brainwashing your daughters because of the fucking China propaganda that he thinks is in there. Like, when he does that, I'm like, okay, I know everything I need to know about you as a person from what you're trying to peddle there. If I find out in the news that you've been accused and found guilty of domestic abuse, or you've been Me Too'd and it was found, you were found guilty of it, there's actual evidence and eyewitness, blah blah blah, then it's like, cool. I don't need to meet you. I know everything I need to know about you to have an opinion. But yeah, it's either that or I'd actually have to meet them and, you know, be treated a certain way in person. Zack Snyder was at least raised as a Christian Scientist? What the fuck? A Christian Scientist? Those are an interesting combination of words. I don't think I like those two words together. That bristles the hairs on my arms. For some reason, that invoked Scientology in my brain. When you take a religion and you try to combine science with it, and you try to put those two cubes together, it creates this like Scientology vibe in my brain that just doesn't make sense. I'm just like, no, there's some culty thing going on here that I'm not about. Oh, Marvel, Spider-Man's still on my screen. Get out of here. But yeah, I mean, this stuff is hard sometimes to track. It's like Tom Cruise is a good example. Tom Cruise seems like a totally cool dude. Has never had anything bad said about him in terms of his behavior and his treatment of people. His acting, he's a good actor. His films are generally pretty good. The Scientology stuff is a massive red flag and a massive eyebrow raise that it's hard to reconcile with the other stuff. Zack Snyder's origin story dates back to a small family in Greenwich, Connecticut. Snyder was raised by a pair of parents who weren't just devoted to their respective jobs and kids. They were members of the Christian Science Church, a theological sect dating back to 1879. Notable traits compared to a traditional branch of Christianity is a belief that sickness can only be cured through prayer. Wait. Christian Science Church. Let me get this straight. Most notable trait compared to traditional branches of Christianity is a belief that sickness can only be cured through prayer. So they're a science-based church that believe that prayer can cure sickness. So they're fucking morons. So they're not science at all. Oh, it added a read more. Can we leave this bullshit, please, and come back to art? Yeah. In a sec. I'm just fascinated by that. I'm actually kind of shocked that you can call yourself a science something, but then say that sickness can be cured through prayer. That's not scientific at all. So where does the science come into it? Where's the science part of this church? Weird. Oh, there's a new Dune. Oh, that's right. We watched that last week. Cool. Harlequin season 4. Groovy. Actually, might do that one. I'm gonna look that up a bit later. And let me write this down. I'm gonna keep that link that you sent, but also write down Christian Science Church. Paste. Wait, fuck. Copy. Paste. Yeah, I'm gonna read about that more later. That's bizarre to me. There's an episode of House that touches on it. House. I wish I watched that show. I've seen so many good viral clips from House over the years. I'm gonna check out Harlequin. You can't go wrong with Harlequin. You love House? Everyone that's ever talked to me about House loves it. That's why I feel bad I never watched the show.
Hi, my favorite little merry band of misfits. It's me, Harley Quinn, and you can stop salivating because season 4 is here. So strap in for more sex, more drama, more Bane, and more Harl Ivy. Like a lot more, because you weirdos are kind of obsessed with us. Anyways, love ya, bye!
You had me at more sex.
Hey, babe, you forgot your lunch.
I'm at the LOD with your lunch!
Jesus.
Cute.
So damn cute!
Good luck with your first date.
It's a bird, it's a plane, it's motherfucking Harley Quinn!
Is Robin in a wheelchair?
Jeez, sorry for trying to get a vibe going.
There's my new CEO. Girl power.
CEO?
And all that stuff.
Lex hired a skirt.
Ew.
Lean in, disrupt, and things of that nature. I'm heading to the moon.
Hope the rocket isn't shaped like a giant penis. Shit.
I hope the clouds don't have a gag reflex.
I love the fact that the cabling looks like cubes.
You're a good guy now.
That's just that one step too far.
We're heroes. We update records and stay fit.
So boring! Yes, a crime! To solve!
No one gets in the way of me owning the game.
Hey babe, I'm working right now.
Yeah,
Cool outfit.
Charlie. If we're gonna make our new jobs work, we need to establish some boundaries.
What are you wearing?
A lanyard with a bunch of maps and QR codes?
Yes! Oh, call me when you're in the bathtub. I want to hear more about this fucking lanyard.
Harley, Jesus.
It's just too hard to integrate my new job into my old life.
What is her new job?
Party like we used
Whoa.
to. Jugs out.
Whoa.
Mugs out, steal a car just to crash it into an even nicer car.
Ooh, you got that edge still. No killing!
That's on you guys for not telling me.
Oh, for dick's sake. What's that sound?
I'm pumping my calves. Women don't understand the pressures put on men's bodies.
Holy shit.
Sticky!
Fucking gross.
That was a great trailer. They showed more than I thought they would. He's just in the chair in front of the terminal. Yeah, I thought that might be the case. When I first saw him, I thought that was a wheelchair, and I thought maybe he got Barbara Gordon for a second. Do you think in the show it still has the sensor bar when she gets her tits out, or do you think that's censored just for the trailer? I feel like the show might still put the bar there as a joke. Like the bar is part of the joke. But also the show is high enough rated that they could show titties and wouldn't matter. Hard to say. That was cool. You only watched the first episode or two? Of the whole thing? Like season 1? When does this come out? July 27th. Oh, it's 3 days. That's out in 3 days. Wow, that's quick. Okay, cool. Yeah, I haven't seen enough of that show. I've only seen some stuff from it before, like here and there. I would like to sit down and actually properly watch through it, like every episode from the beginning. But everything I've ever seen from that show is hilarious. I've never seen something that fell flat. It's all the goods. What the fuck? Rick and Morty, the anime, first look, Adult Swim. There's a Rick and Morty anime spin-off? Since... I didn't know they were doing that. What the fuck? Really? How legit is this? Okay, it's got the music. The music's on point. Who is that? Executive producers, people's names that are not the guy that they're not allowed to speak about. I bet we won't see his name anywhere in this. I don't know who the new girl's supposed to be. It seems like the animation style keeps changing. Maybe they got multiple studios doing it. What the fuck? Okay, they still got the asterisk pupils. They at least get that on book. Kind of a banger. Probably also very copyright. It is Baby Metal-esque, but I don't know if it is actually Baby Metal, because... I mean, I've seen them live, and...
こんにちは。
Oh, hello.
リック&モーティ日本版監督の佐野です。
Hello. Doesn't know what to say.
日本版監督であると同時に本家アメリカ版リック&モーティの大ファンでもあります。今回ですね、世界中にリック&モーティのファンがたくさんいると思うんですけど、その中から僕が新しいリック&モーティのストーリーを作れるということで、大変光栄に思っています。
I wonder if this is a one-off special.
光栄であると同時に、
or if it's an actual season of episodes.
大変プレッシャーでもあります。今回の10本のシリーズはですね、
Oh, it's 10 episodes, okay.
リック&モ
It's
ー
a
テ
10
ィ
episode
を見て
season.
好きな部分を、こう消化してギュッとエキスだけ取り出してそれに日本版独自のエッセンスを
Extract its essence with a unique Japanese twist.
基本的にはリックとモーティたちのですね、時空を超えたドタバタ、時空を股にかけたというか、時空に翻弄されながら冒険をする物語をまずは楽しんでいただきたいと思います。で、10本見終わった後にですね、そこはかとなく
I feel like he wasn't entirely prepared to be presenting to camera.
それが僕が思ってるリック&モーティに対する思いだと思います。その辺を楽しんでぜひご覧ください。
He's a bit chill. Okay, except for that part.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Okay. What studio is this with? Does it say in the description? Takasho Seno, director, telecom animation film produced by Solar Entertainment. Vocalists Zero C from Code of Zero. Never heard of them. Okay. Telecom animation film. What do they do? Oh, heaps. Whoa. Lupin. Ulysses 31. I know that. New Adventures of Zorro. Inspector Gadget. Sherlock Hound. Heathcliff. What? That stuff's old. Real Ghostbusters. Blinkins. Wow. They go back to 1977. And they do Ghibli stuff. Blue Thermal, Mary and the Witch's Power. Okay, they've got a massive list of clout. All right, never mind. Legit. All right, well, that was kind of cool. I wonder if that's actually the entire intro to the show, because that seemed long. Imagine that at the start of every single episode. That's eating up some runtime. Jesus. Okay. Where did my... Oh, I closed it. Never mind. Let's get a new thing. How about... IGN seem to be collecting everything. Here. Here we go. Sounds like they're the Funimation of Japan. Yeah, they've got their fingers in many, many pies. This is IGN's San Diego Comic-Con 2023 playlist. There should be some interesting stuff in here. High on Life's new DLC has very gross body horror. Well, I assumed. I don't want any clips where it's just IGN people sitting around a table talking about stuff they saw at Comic-Con, because that's dull. No more BTS either. Vinland Saga creator's first visit to the US. There's the Invincible teaser trailer we watched. WrestleMania. Jamie Lee Curtis wrote a horror graphic novel. That's cool. What's it called? Hang on, let me just check this. Jamie Lee Curtis and co-writer Russell Goldman wrote a horror graphic novel called Mother Nature. Is that the footage of it?
Ladies and gentlemen, Jamie Lee.
Well, that's neat. I just wanted to see what the name of it was. Houses on Peacock? Oh, like the whole show? Oh, wow. Peacock's got some decent shit. I used to make fun of Peacock for trying to join the streaming game. Okay, huge Dragon Ball interactive experience. That's a on-the-ground thing. Wolverine, Black Panther, and Wonder Woman. Superhero games that are going to rule. That's going to be 50 minutes of IGN commentators behind a table. So, no, not clicking on that. Marvel Snap. Devs reveal how the cards are made. Nope. There's the Mortal Kombat trailers. I've already passed that. Kevin Smith selling an IGN a boat. What the fuck? Premium collectible booth. Spider-Man 2. Street Fighter 6. Rashid DLC reactions. Oh, was there like a new DLC coming for Street Fighter? Rashid. Afghani looking guy. Jordan Peele called Talk to Me's directors after being inspired by the movie. Oh, he means Raka Raka. Those two young guys from Raka Raka made that. So they've gone up the ladder of Hollywood to the point where they're now talking to Jordan Peele. That's crazy. I remember watching their stuff when they were just YouTubers doing stupid stunts, jumping off the roof of their house. He's the first DLC character. And he was the first in Street Fighter 4. I don't know much about Rashid, but I don't follow Street Fighter very closely. Not as much as Dead or Alive or Mortal Kombat, at least. One Punch Man World gameplay reveal and dev interview. One Punch Man has got an open world game? No, don't talk. Hang on.
Really chosen to take on the publishing because we understand the anime audience. We have such a broad reach with the anime community in the West. But for those of you who don't know, I mean, Perfect World is an amazing studio based out of China. They're one of the premier studios there. They've done a lot of different games, and they're really well known for these cross-platform action-based games. And so, you know, a big part of our relationship, our collaboration, is just this natural groove that we have when working together. They understand us, we understand them.
It's a bloody brawler.
We trust them. And so that mutual trust has really built a foundation for a pretty solid relationship, and we think that will show through once we launch the game.
Yeah, I'm excited for it.
Wait a
How's
minute.
it been for you?
He's taking more than one punch to kill some of these dudes.
And it's been a pleasure working with them, and I'm sure the fans will enjoy what they produce.
I mean, from what I've seen, it looks phenomenal. Now, we all know the story. Manga fans and anime fans know the story of One Punch Man, which is a story of a superhero who can defeat his enemies with a single punch. So how does One Punch Man World balance fulfilling that power fantasy while still providing
because I'm not seeing it on screen
gameplay for its fans?
So that's a wonderful question. A lot of fans are wondering about it as well. Well, see, the game One Punch Man World is based on the anime, and that means that all the iconic moments from the show are sprinkled all throughout the gameplay.
Wasn't the question.
One notable one is when Saitama is going to sleep, and he has a dream sequence where he finally meets a worthy adversary in the Subterranean King, and the players have a chance to play through that battle and experience Saitama directly.
So yeah, you mentioned the anime storyline.
Yeah, but
I'm
what
also
about the
kinda
rest of the
curious,
time when
will it
he's
feature like any new
actually a
narrative?
One Punch Man?
I mean, I think, you know, we want to do a combination of both, right? So when we're trying to bring these games out to our fans, there's a big part of the game where we want our fans to relive key iconic moments of the anime series through the game, and we hope to do that through bringing in pivotal moments from the first season. But there is a lot of elements where we want to give fans and players a new perspective on the same
This
events,
cyborg guy was also
or
really cool
potentially
One
add
Punch
new
Man
elements
design.
to the game. I think Kyung has a lot to add here.
Right. So a lot of characters that sometimes don't get the spotlight in the show, or could use a little bit of fleshing out, now they have a chance where side missions and character trials are in the game, where players
See, the
will
side
get to
mission thing, that
experience
makes more
new
sense to me.
tidbits of story that are
Because if you're playing as the other
between
heroes, then it
the
makes sense
major
why
beats of the anime.
you'd actually have to
Yeah,
fight
like
for real.
You mentioned
and
like
actually
these
punch
other
and kick
characters.
stuff.
One of my favorites is Moomin Rider, like one of my all-time favorites in One Punch Man. So we know Saitama's going to be in there, Genos as well. What can you tell us about the other playable characters?
Sure. The roster is vast. The series has a lot of colorful and fun, interesting
He actually has the bicycle.
characters, including Atomic Samurai, Silver Fang, you know, the like. And one of my personal favorites, Lightning Max, he is somebody that a lot of players will get to play with from the start. And this character is really fast and has a high skill ceiling. The developers baked in a lot of
Vaccine
cool
Man?
abilities for
What
each
the fuck?
individual character. And we hope the players will enjoy
I didn't know there
them
was a
as much
bad
as I
guy
did.
in One Punch Man called Vaccine Man.
With One Punch
What
Man,
the hell?
the world, it's a very unique location.
Doesn't that make him a
what
good
areas
guy?
Can we expect to kind of explore?
Like, if I
and
lick
what can we
Vaccine
do
Man,
there?
will it increase my body's
So the
immunities?
world of One Punch Man really likes to emulate the world inside the anime. So we have cities like A City, Z City, where Saitama
Open
lives,
world, dope.
and it has a lot of other facilities like an
And you can play arcade
or a
games?
convenience store that we
So
see
cool.
Saitama running to and getting his sales
I
from.
want them to answer my
And
question, though.
there's lots
Like,
of
how
little
do you play as One
mini
Punch
games that
Man?
people can play inside those arcades and other cool locations to check
Without
out.
being able to, like,
This is a
One Punch kill
multiplayer,
everything.
cross-platform game, so it's on PC, iOS, and Android. Can y'all? I want you to talk to us about that. How is that going to work exactly?
iOS and Android.
Yeah, as
Don't
many
tell me.
fans can see from the footage, would reach a lot
Don't
of
tell me
folks.
this is
Means that, you know,
designed to work on
broad
phones
particular
as
party
well. Have I been bamboozled again?
As well to team up.
Mechanics of combat for us.
So, and it's war.
Okay.
As well. Thank you so much for joining.
They didn't answer my question at all. I feel like he asked the question, basically, and they kind of dodged it. They kind of dodged it by talking about that dream sequence where Saitama gets to fight someone for real, for a change. But, like, we saw him in a real fight on a highway where he had to multiple punch and kick dudes to kill them, which is not what he's meant to be about. So I don't really understand. Might be a fail. Anne Rice's Interview with the Vampire Season 2 teaser trailer. Cool. Cool. I want to see. Is there audio? Yeah.
Okay, so where did we leave off?
Bali was an awakening for Louis.
The whole world was ready to return, to remake their lives.
Bali
Creepy.
was a hunger.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Little girl vampires are always creepy, man.
to the Théâtre des Vampires.
Everything you're about to see is real.
Louis and Claudia, welcome to our coven.
It's a very low-key trailer.
Who's that handsome man on the wall?
Our co-founder, Lestat de Leoncourt.
Lestat. I heard there's a lot of oh shit. I heard there's quite a lot of homosexual undertones to that new Interview with the Vampire, which makes sense for the characters in the time period. But also like the black connection, considering it's that time period when like slaves are still a thing, and he's meant to be more upper class. There's a lot more going on with this than even the movie had going on. So I'm kind of keen to see it. I should watch season 1, but I just don't know when I'm going to find the time for stuff like that. I'm missing out on so much stuff I want to see. TMNT inspirations. The Daryl Dixon Show has an official trailer through Comic-Con. Should I do it? Yeah, alright. I don't really care about Walking Dead that much, but Daryl is the best character, so I'm kind of curious to see what his show looks like.
If I don't make it back, I want him to know I tried.
Where does this take place? Cinematography looks better than I remember Walking Dead looking. And they've got Daloon on the soundtrack.
I come from a place called the Commonwealth.
I wonder if that's copyright free. Is that why everyone uses it? Florida Loon? I think it's called.
Bunch of bad decisions. How'd you end up here?
A bunch of good decisions. We've been waiting for you. I'm Laurent. You're the messenger to deliver Laurent.
Américain.
Trouvez-le, tuez-le.
I like that they've put him in an entirely new location.
I know you can get him there safely. He's ready.
Ready for what?
Just drop Daryl in a whole different country somehow.
To lead the revival of humanity.
Odd song choice though. Classic, but why for this?
Things happen. Things are changing, you know.
Maybe with us saying that way. Broken until the world ended.
Whoa.
If I don't make it back,
Zombie apocalypse drag queen.
I want him to know I tried.
I'm not gonna lie, this looks
I'm still trying.
This looks better than Walking Dead. Like vanilla Walking Dead. That's kind of classy. Although the best use of that song, why would you do that? The best use of that Fleur de Lune song is still in the Godzilla King of Monsters trailer. That went off. That song is amazing in that trailer. They used it perfectly. I'm gonna hang on to that to show someone later that used to like Walking Dead. Because I think that kind of hits. That one kind of hit. Wasn't expecting that to be decent, but here we are. What's Bad City? High on Life is coming to PlayStation? Oh, it was a 1-year exclusive, was it? I thought that was like a actual Xbox exclusive, like fully. Available now on PlayStation 4 and 5. Check out the launch trailer for the sci-fi shooter game to see its colorful alien world and more. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. I did not know that. I thought this was actually a legit Xbox exclusive. I didn't know it was a 1-year deal. But then again, a lot of the time Sony and Microsoft don't tell you when it's a limited exclusive deal, because they want to make sure that you play it on their console in the first year that it's out. This is a weird trailer though. This is just like random footage from the game over a song that doesn't fit. Just to basically say, look, it's on PlayStation. Go nuts. Get your wallet out. That was weird. I don't know. Not really interesting trailer, but they just need to put something out to show people that you can buy the game now. I don't think they really tried. Oh, it went to that Bad City movie. Wait, what is this? Bad City official exclusive trailer, Hitoshi Akane. Long plagued by poverty and crime, Keiko City has been torn apart by rampant corruption and growing violence between Yakuza and Korean crime bosses. When a mafia-connected businessman runs for mayor, begins systematically limiting his opponents, a former police captain in prison for a brutal murder is released for a final desperate effort to reclaim the city. Sophomore directing effort from Kensuke Tsunemura. Okay. Cool. I'll give it a try, I guess. It's kind of cool. Damn.
光と影の違いだけなんじゃねえかってそう思うときなんで
This is cool.
暴力に蝕まれたこの開口種を終わったよ次期市長選に立候補したいと思います毒には毒を持って制すだろう
皆さん4人は今日から私の管理下
They need a criminal to catch criminals? Is that the deal?
Yatsuが出所しましたよ。今、うちの奴らに当たらせてます。
Oh, they're doing their own old boy on a balcony.
お前には奴らが悪で俺たちが
正義なんてもんは存在しないんだよ今の司法にね
どうだかな
This is kind of awesome. I love the look of that old guy, the main character. He's such a badass. There's a bunch of gangster martial arts. And then brutal murdering. It's named like something that started out as a manga. Like the name reminds me of those raw, gritty mangas that get turned into R-rated Japanese or Korean action movies. That was cool. I'm gonna keep that as well. Hang on, let's put that on the other screen. Hang on to that one. That was neat. That was a surprise. What else? Conjuring TV series. Ew. Sick of that shit. I'm sick of ghost possession movies. Oh, they're all the same, man. Not feeling it. Expanse Telltale series. Archangel bonus episode reveal. Transformers Earthspark Expedition. Gameplay trailer. There's a Transformers game? What game is this? Is this a phone game? These graphics look phone gaming. Don't you bamboozle me. Wait. Inspired by the original animated series. Xbox One, Series X, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Nintendo Switch, and PC. Wow, this is not even a phone game. Are you sure? I mean, I know this is also on the previous gen consoles, so it's not exactly complicated, but this looks like it would work on an iPhone. And why is Bumblebee's car so flat? It looks like a fucking surfboard. A banana surfboard. Fight somebody. Or escort mission the SUV. Don't show off your game with an escort mission. That's never a good idea. Yeah, can I skip? There's some blasting. I mean, that could be fun, but not gonna lie, it's kind of underwhelming. I can't shake the phone game vibe. Mech Cadets exclusive clip. What are Mech Cadets? Is that a show?
Jeez,
Animated show.
You almost gave me a heart attack. Did you see that? What's going on?
I don't know. Let's wake the others.
Is that it? Oh, it's a Netflix CG animated show for kids, I guess. Oh, I don't know what that was. I don't know why would you release that as a clip? Nothing happens. Monster appears and then nothing. It just ends anticlimactically. Looks like a tower defense game. Wait, what? Oh, we moved to the next trailer. Gord. Prince of the Underworld trailer. Alright, fine.
T for teen.
What do you mean looks like a tower defense trailer? At least it's a game. Oh, I do remember Gord. Wait a minute.
No wonder our king chose you.
We've seen trailers for this on
You're more than worthy of this.
On other Sunday streams. Like last year, I think. Like ages ago.
Wild folk may attack us at any time. We should prepare a nearby gourd.
It's like a village builder where things attack at night.
This one is mine.
But it's like folklore fantasy creatures.
You anger the forest and the horrors. You anger us.
I do remember a trailer for this, but the first trailer we saw ages ago was just basically a gameplay trailer. This has got a lot of story stuff.
No one can match the wrath of Svarog and the might of Shmi, the prince of the underworld.
Everyone, ready your weapons and fight.
Okay. I don't know what they mean by looks like a tower defense trailer. It looks like a typical isometric strategy game.
Not happy to see me, sister.
Cool. Creepy cool. And Team 17 are good. They're the Worms company. They make Worms. And a lot of other stuff, but yeah, they've been hitting for a while. They've been making a lot more games than just Worms. I think that's the end. Is that all that's interesting so far from SDC? We watched that and that. That was the Bamboozle phone game for Invincible that made me want to rip my own head off. What is Roboson's Transformers Grimlock robot? Is this a real Grimlock robot you could buy for, like, your shelf? Oh my god, if it transforms? Like, automatically?
Not bad for Autobots. Now watch Grimlock.
Okay, it is. Holy
Introducing
shit.
the world's first auto-converting dual-form bipedal robot, Grimlock. 7
this
years
for
in the
real?
making, Robocent is proud to announce
Damn.
the next authentic G1 Transformers character from screen to reality.
Oh, that's cool.
Meet Grimlock. Wonder how this happened.
He talks as well.
Grimlock is powered by 85 microchips and 6-axis IMU,
Wow.
controlling 34 high-precision servo motors.
It almost
Enabling
looks
fluid
like we're
actions
watching
and
CG.
smooth switching from both dino and robot form.
Like the way it moves looks like stop motion.
Enjoy new interactions with Grimlock and experience his new and unique features.
Dinobots transform.
It's actually kind of cute.
Robosense Grimlock stands at an impressive 15 inches tall in both
Same.
dino and robot form.
Hell.
You can control both by Bluetooth straight from the app.
Oh, that's awesome as well.
And interact with your Grimlock with an extensive library of voice commands.
Fuck
Voiced
yeah.
by the original voice from the G1 series, Greg Berger.
Greg Berger?
Grimlock stronger. Me, Grimlock must lead.
It's a very old
Create
school
custom
Transformers
actions
voice,
in both
like
Dino
old
and robot
cartoons.
form for endless playability. In block-based, manual, voice, and PC programming modes. And share your own ideas with other users around the world.
Yes, yes, yes. Wreck Decepticons now.
This is more than just a toy,
Equipped and
man.
ready for battle, Grimlock comes
The fact
with an
that you can
Energon
program
sword
it?
and Galaxial rocket launcher. And the crown. All hail Grimlock. Step into Mini Theater, where you can interact with other RoboSend Transformers robots to reenact
Oh, they
scenes
already had
between your favorite
Optimus.
Transformers characters.
Okay.
Grimlock G1 Flagship Edition by RoboSend.
I must have not
Order
realized
now.
that this company was making other Transformers as well. This Grimlock is the first I've ever seen of these. That was very cool, though. No, why are we here? It's because of this fucking playlist. I'm gonna keep that one too. That was cool. Awesome. I'm glad I clicked on that. I didn't even think of it. I was like, I only just noticed the word Transformers. I was about to click off this whole screen. How much did this cost? RoboSyn, Transformers, Grimlock. Let's look that up. See how much it's going to cost us. I mean, I have no money, but still curious. Cost. $1,500. Oh no. Grimlock is not cheap. Marks the most expensive. The most expansion RoboSyn release? I think that's meant to be expensive. They misspelled that. $1,500. Jesus Christ. 2 hours and you still don't have level 60? Wow, that doesn't sound fun. This one says 1,700. So does this one. Bleeding Cool must have got the initial default price of 1.5. It looks like a lot of retailers are doing 1.7. Yikes. I mean, it's cool, but I don't have a spare $1,700, man. You know, if you had a couple more $100 than that, you can just get a Valve Index and have the best VR headset on the market instead of a Grimlock robot. You get more use out of it. Because I feel like I'd play with this just to show people, but you wouldn't sit around just playing with your Grimlock robot. It would be like a centerpiece. 2,000 for VR. Yeah. Oh, I guess it depends on also what country you're in. It'll probably be cheaper for you if you got one because you're in America. Also exchange rate and stuff. I was talking Australian money when I said that. It's in the cupboard. It's very neatly packed in its box because that's a very expensive bit of kit. I'll crack it out on stream one day. I promise. And then we can all get motion sick together. I have a wristband somewhere actually for that just in case. Think what they're called. They have a special name. Well, that's all IGN had. That's interesting. That was a list of 79 videos, and very few of them were actually interesting. A lot of these are just IGN sitting around talking about shit. We ate at the Sonic the Hedgehog restaurant. Okay, I'll bite just for a few seconds. Oh my god.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Akeem here with IGN.
Not gonna lie, I'd go to the Sonic the Hedgehog restaurant in a heartbeat.
We are at the Sonic the Hedgehog Speed Cafe, and we're about to check out what they have
The
on
Speed
this
Cafe.
menu.
What? Sonic Classic Chili Dog, South Island Chili Dog, Hot Dog, Perfect Egg Dog, Green Hill Vegan Chili Dog, Have No Fear Vegan Hot Dog, Knuckles Sandwich is a fried chicken sandwich, The Evil Genius is egg salad. There's onion rings, they're called gold rings. Fast fries, chow down combo. Fries and onion rings, they call them frings. Pico Pico tenders, Sonic's Classic Chili Cup, all beef chili. Green Hill Vegan Chili Cup, Blue Blur Drink, a blueberry slushy. Smashing Echidna is the Knuckles Cherry Slushy. Flying Fox is the Tails Mango Slushy. Team Dark is Shadow's Mocha Milkshake. Sweet Amy is Amy's Strawberry Milkshake. And Soda, various. Australian dollar is 2.5. The Oz dollar? Is it? I don't know what the exchange rates are right now.
It's exclusive
I haven't looked at that for quite a while.
On the Sonic the Hedgehog
I don't have money to spend in my own country, let alone America.
universe. Now we got to go fast and check out what they got, because as you can see, there was a lot. So here we are at all the different murals that they have here. Of course, this right here.
I want to go to the
says
Sonic
Hedgehog.
Cafe.
Sonic
Fuck you.
from, like, I would say Sonic Adventure for sure. That's the Sonic Adventure Sonic right there.
It is.
Hey, what's up, Tails?
I know my Sonic. That is a Sonic Adventure Sonic. Thank you very much.
Extremely crowded. Right here, we got even more Sonic. But we have these cutouts. We got Amy Cool holding her hammer. Right, and so here we are at the
That's a very small cafe. There's not much to actually look at to justify a whole video. When I search the index, it says $9.99 for a kit and $7.50 for the headset alone. I think it's gone down in price. It was more than $1,000 in America when I got the kit. But it wasn't as high as $2,000. It's just there was some very inflated costs that involved getting it to Australia. There was a lot of that. I think it was maybe even... It might have been like around $500 to $600 more expensive than it needed to be just to jump through all the hoops to get it to Australia. Which was a pain. Because the only place they manufacture Valve indexes is in like Texas, I think. That's where their manufacturing plant is. So there's no like proper international like coverage for the product. If you're not in America, then, you know, good luck. You got to jump through some mad hoops. You can't even like buy it directly from the Valve store on Steam if you're not in America. It would have been a huge price conversion. Oh yeah. I mean, it's even like after I explained it, that's still like a pretty huge markup just to be able to get it in Australia. Like, I don't think many things that I've ever bought have ever had that kind of extra money increase just to be able to get it where I live. It was kind of a unique situation. On the plus side, you get Half-Life Alyx for free when you buy a Valve Index. So that's like one of the best games that you can get on VR, just, you know, on the house. So yay. I'm actually going to keep this off to the side because I might look up some better pics of the Sonic Speed Cafe later, and I want that video as a reminder on my other screen. Okay. I'm going to type in SDCC showcases into Google real quick. SDC showcases intense footage from John Wick. What are you talking about? SDCC showcases intense footage from John Wick prequel spin-off series, The Continental. Okay, that's the part that it doesn't show you in the headline on Google. It's the TV show. So Comic-Con fans got to see some action. They showcased intense action footage, giving us an idea about its tone and action. The show will have a lighter tone. Audience should not mistake that this will get MCU-ified, as it will contain plenty of amazing action, full blood and gore. 1970s New York City. The show will delve deeper into the franchise's criminal mythology, exploring the origins of the eponymous hotel for assassins in New York, as well as how actor Ian McShane's character became the proprietor. That's right, we got that from the teaser. That young dude is meant to be him. The panel opened with a behind-the-scenes featurette, with a long intro focusing on the setting and the environment. Footage showcased familiar settings from the movies like the lobby and the rooftop. It also focused on the show's central characters such as young Winston, the fearsome Continental manager Cormac, nameless concierge, wisecracking Lemmy, and a younger version of Sharon. The fan-favorite concierge from the John Wick films was portrayed by the late Lance Reddick. Aww. So young Lance is in there as well. None of the actors or writers were present due to the strikes, of course. According to Collider, while the John Wick films have always had elements of humor, the featurette shows that there will be slightly larger emphasis on the levity. Character of Lemmy in particular looks to be something of a comedic relief. The show's clip reportedly takes place during the show's first episode and depicts a heist gone wrong where the character named Frankie is caught stealing a box that the shadowy high table covets. The sequence going in true John Wick spirit proceeds with an action scene where Frankie takes on a horde of goons in a stairwell in an action sequence filled with long takes, tons of blood, and very creative kills. Not only does the entire sequence contain the brutal, extremely well choreographed action that the franchise is known for, the character of Frankie boasts a look very similar to Keanu Reeves' own killer with a slick suit, handgun, and long hair. Okay. Well, it's a stairwell fight. I wonder if we can find that leaked. SDCC John Wick leak. No. Shit. SDCC John Wick. Let's get rid of John Wick and go Continental, because that's the name of the show, right? It's going to be articles just talking about it. Alright, wait. Google tends to be very a good boy when it comes to leaks. They like to stamp that stuff out. Let's go straight to YouTube. Same search. I want that dirty cam rip shit. I want someone's cell phone aimed at the screen. And I'm not getting it. What is that? It Chapter 3, Welcome to Derry, first look teaser 2 weeks ago. Excuse me? That came out 2 weeks? Okay, I'm going to put that in the next tab. I'm going to hang on to that. I didn't know there was a teaser already for the Chapter 3 of It. I don't think I want a Chapter 3 of It. That's not a lie, is it? That's not someone making fake fan trailers. Upcoming horror television series. Oh, okay, fuck you. I'll watch it anyway, but whatever. No leaks. Nothing that evident anyway. Nandor Fedor and the Talking Mongoose. Is that Simon Pegg? I will keep that in the next tab as well. That was only 3 days ago. That might be SDCC related. Mortal Kombat Legends Cage Match official Red Band trailer. 1 day ago. Yo. Genie, where were you on this? There's another Mortal Kombat animated film about Johnny Cage. Red Band trailer. Out from Warner Brothers Entertainment. 1 day ago. I feel like this is something you would have known about. Holy shit. I'm keen.
His name is Johnny Cage.
Hell yeah.
His job?
Keep up the autographing.
Is acting.
It's such a good look.
Yeah, actually, I'm really more into dramas. You should leave the jokes to me, son.
But his passion is action.
I love how this looks like an 80s cartoon.
That's so cool. The truth is, I was bullied a lot in school.
You gonna cry, little baby?
My mom took me to the local dojo, and my life changed forever.
It's the Karate Kid plot.
Write this down. Kick first, be awesome, make money.
So cool.
From Warner Brothers Animation.
Everyone decent.
Oh my god, they've got the Blood Dragon style going on as well.
Obviously, this is turning us both on. Can you feel that?
Yes.
In a world where an evil cult threatens humanity.
Look what I have.
What is it?
Give me that fucking scroll!
Fist will...
What the fuck is that? Wait, that was Iago.
Obviously, this is turning us both on. Can you feel that?
Gilbert Godfrey.
In a world where an evil cult threatens humanity.
Look what I have.
What is it?
Give me that fucking scroll!
I mean, it doesn't fit in that guy's mouth. That character model does not look like it would sound like that, but... I thought Gilbert Godfrey died. Gilbert? Am I remembering that completely wrong? He did... What? Gottfried, not Godfrey. God damn it. Died in 2022. Oh, that was just last year, April. Oh, God. All right. So, is this like one of the last projects he ever did? Because if he died in 2022, that means they must have had his voice acting already recorded. And they just didn't have the animation finished yet. They're lucky they didn't wait on that. Let me check what his last couple of credits are. Holy shit, that is his last credit. 2023. Wait, anything in TV? Is this TV? Film? Television? 2023. Family Guy, Royal Crackers. Just 2 other random cartoons. Himself. And also Stewie Griffin when he's got Gilbert Gottfried's personality. I guess that's an episode. That's crazy, man. You know what? I'm going to take a screenshot of that. Gilbert. Save.
Will fly.
Back to it.
And heads.
He's even got the green glow when he does special moves. Accurate.
Did you see that? Yes. She just jumped out and I spin kicked her head off. Oh shit!
We need you for the Brotherhood.
This club sounds great. Where do I sign? Fuck you!
Joel McHale.
WWJC.
Oh, he's voiced by Joel McHale.
Jennifer Grey.
You still don't get it, do you?
Jennifer Grey's in it too?
And Gilbert Gottfried.
Fucking superheroes.
All I'm going to be able to think about while watching this is the fact that Gilbert Gottfried died.
Sorry about
And this was his last film.
Either do I.
Mortal Kombat Legends.
That is a killer title screen. That is a fucking killer title screen. That's probably one of the best Mortal Kombat logos I've ever seen.
Each match.
Cool.
Is he dead?
I'm sure he's fine. See? He's fine.
That's a nice looking Blu-ray. I like the box. You did know about it, you just didn't care? Oh, you were on the toilet. You're on the toilet while I was talking shit about you. You probably heard me from the next room and were like, this motherfucker says things about me by name when I'm taking a shit. The timing. You had your earbud in. I didn't know that existed or that it was being made. But I love the vibe and the art style. I think it's kind of cool that they just went their own way with the Johnny Cage movie and made it like that 80s style of art and animation with a little bit of the Blood Dragon vibe as well. Like Johnny Cage looks cool. That model. But yeah, no, I knew that Gilbert Gottfried died, but like I just briefly forgot when I heard his voice and I had to remind myself. There's other Legend movies? Yeah, I know about the Scorpion one. But that's what I mean. Like, I like the fact that they're allowing these Mortal Kombat movies to be their own thing. Like, they've got their own tone, vibe, and art style to match, like, the character's whole, gist. And Johnny Cage just makes for a really interestingly varied one. I feel like some of the characters would be too similar to each other. Like, I feel like any of the ninjas getting their own movies separately, they would kind of feel they'd have all the same vibe. Was Snowblind Scorpion? Oh, Mortal Kombat's... Hang on. Let's just check that. I don't think it was, because that would be Kenshi. Yeah. Because Scorpion has his own one. That has his name in the title. Yeah, there you go. There's the Kenshi poster for the movie Mortal Kombat Legends Snowblind. I did watch a video review for this when it came out, but I completely forget what they said. So I don't know if it's meant to be good or not. Anyone say anything on here? 6.6 out of 10 on IMDb, 80% Rotten Tomatoes, 80% Flicks. So it looks like it's done pretty good. Scorpion's Revenge was the Scorpion one. I remembered his name was in the title. That's about it. How'd that do? Even better, 90% Rotten Tomatoes. So Scorpion's Revenge is still the best one. Snowblind went down a little bit. Battle of the Realms, I don't remember that one. Okay, that one did very poorly, 50%. People didn't seem to like that one. That's the shittiest one, I guess. I want to watch the Kenshi one, actually. I think that's interesting. I like Kenshi, but I've never really paid too much attention to his lore. People are just heavily biased towards Scorpion. Yeah, it seems that way. Battle of the Realms seems to be the more generic Mortal Kombat Legends movie. I think that's more just the main tournament and Liu Kang and Raiden stuff. And then they branched out a bit. Yeah, Scorpion's the one that's doing the best so far. But Kenshi's right behind. 90% to 80%. It's pretty close. I can't wait to see how the Johnny Cage movie does. Because people can be pretty biased towards Johnny as well. Like, people tend to be more about the Scorpion Sub-Zero thing, but if you're not about the Scorpion Sub-Zero thing, a large subset of other people will lean towards Johnny. Just for entertainment factor. Doesn't mean it's bad. People are just biased towards it. I mean, it depends. I don't know what that percentage was from. But if it includes critic reviews, then... Why am I... Wait. Let's actually find out for real. Mortal Kombat Legends... What was it called? Battle of... That'll do. Battle of the Realms... 50% from critics, 58% from users. Would you like to disable your ad blocker? No. Also Joel McHale. I guess Joel McHale has voiced Johnny Cage in all these movies. Jennifer Carpenter did Sonya Blade. Cool. She's Dexter's sister. In the show Dexter. Not Dexter's Lab. You know, the serial killer one. This movie is as violent and bloody as the video game franchise, and therefore best for fans of the video games. And that doesn't really say much. Beside excellent visuals and audio, and a great group of actors, the movie isn't very good. Kind of generic quotes, man. Virtually every story beat falls flat because none of them are given any sort of time or development to make them worth caring about. What's left is a hollow movie. That's a bit better of a critique. That's a bit more detailed. Which makes sense, because if they're trying to do like a whole thing about the tournament in like one 90-minute film, that's a lot of shit to cram in. So I can imagine it would blitz along at a fever pace. It's probably best as a viewer to assume the answer to everything is because it's cool, Beavis, shut up. That's a pretty funny quote. Exciting and fun, tailor-made for Mortal Kombat fans. So I guess if you're just already a sell for Mortal Kombat, the actual reviews aren't really that bad. Like, it really was made for you as a niche audience. Should entertain fans of the series, but likely won't create demand for a third installment. So Battle of the Realms was the second film. I guess Scorpion was the first. So when Scorpion, Battle of the Realms, then Kenshi Snowblind one, and then Johnny Cage would be number 4. I didn't realize they're up to 4 films in Legends already. Cool. They've been working hard. Cage match. I'm going to keep this as well.
Welcome to the Pennywise Circus.
Can you not start trailers without me, please? What the fuck? Oh, yeah, chapter 3. Okay. It's only fucking 2 minutes. Let's do it.
Welcome to
Shrink that shit.
Circus.
And maybe a tummy ache tomorrow. Soda pop and pink lemonade are as important as
Is this TV show going to get into more of the lore of Pennywise over the years?
your attention, please, to the lovely little lady.
They better not demystify the stuff that makes it scary.
So inside, he swallows a lighted neon fuse.
Why does this look like AI? Everything's moving in a way that looks like AI generated CG. Ew. Don't jump scare me.
People always make fun because of the way I look. I thought if you couldn't see my face, maybe you would want to be my friend. Oh, never mind. Oh, silly old Pennywise, you'll never have no friends.
Okay, I was worried then for a second. I thought they were just going to show footage from the movie to try and sell the TV show. Hey, I'll call this trailer a win if we see a child die.
There you are.
Yay, he's dead. Damn. Holy shit, he did kill the... Yeah! I mean, it looks cheap as fuck, to be honest. Like, that did not look like it had a budget. But I'm happy that they're not afraid to murder children, because if there's anything this franchise is good for, it's actually treating kids like they're on the chopping block and not with the plot armor. One of the things I hated the most about horror movies is how they treat children like they've got plot armor a lot of the time. Because I don't want to offend people too much by killing cute little chillins. But to be honest, as much as I dislike human beings in general, I hate children the most. So if you can give me a horror movie where it's mostly just children getting, like, dusted, like, I'll have a good time. That sounds mean, but I mean, honestly, fuck them. Like, everyone's always on the side of the kids. Everyone's always thinking of the children. Let's ban video games and rap music because of the children. Let's ruin everything that's good because in the name of the children. The only thing we won't do is save the children from guns and horny priests. Those get to stay. Everything else that normal adults actually enjoy has to get ruined because children exist. I have a slight chip on my shoulder about the existence of kids. Alright. I think that show's going to be shit. My prediction is it's going to be way cheaper than it should be, especially compared to the movies, and that might shoot it in the foot. It does have Warner Brothers in the title, but it's by Foxstar Media, which I've never heard of. So I don't know. This might be all funded by Foxstar with Warner Brothers' blessing, but maybe Warner Brothers is just letting them do it. Like, they paid Warner Brothers to let them do it, and now they have to use whatever money's left over to actually make the show, and Warner Brothers has complete hands off. So they're totally using the name Warner Brothers in the title to sell it, but I don't think they've got much of a stake. I don't think they give a shit at all. Warner Brothers is doing their own fucking thing right now with Max and DC and all the other drama. Cool. I'm gonna also I'm keeping a lot of tabs tonight. I wasn't expecting to be doing that, but things have been fascinating me a little bit. What else would we have open? Nandor, Fodder, and the Talking Goose. Mongoose. Why did I say save this? Oh, Simon Pegg. Famed paranormal psychologist Dr. Nandor Fodor, Simon Pegg, investigates a family's claim of a talking animal. He uncovers a mysterious web of hidden motives. Everyone becomes a suspect in relentless pursuit of the truth. Simon Pegg, Minnie Driver, Christopher Lloyd, Neil Gaiman. As an actor, or is this based on like a graphic novel that he did? Okay, wait. In case there's spoilers and shit.
I am Dr. Nandor Fodor,
The world's foremost
Interesting voice.
I am not a skeptic.
This is the strangest case I have ever encountered.
Oh my god,
Family
Christopher
living
Lloyd.
in a farmhouse claim a talking
I want to
mongoose
see
lives
just
in their barn.
normal acting from
Creature's
Christopher
name is
Lloyd.
Jeff.
What do you think about it?
Yes.
A talking mongoose.
Oh, Saban Films.
Family are.
Power Rangers company.
Did you observe this creature?
No,
No.
I did hear it.
We are going to the Isle of Man. I have almost 20 years of research in this field.
You know what's interesting? I find that voice. Yes, Christopher Lloyd. That was exactly my reaction! Exclamation mark, question mark. I love seeing Christopher Lloyd, but I'm even more excited when we get to see him as normal Christopher Lloyd, like just playing a character in a movie and actually talking to other characters, like not just playing some kind of crazy villain or some kind of wacky Doc Brown-like character. I just want to see him as an old man, just playing an old man. It's cool. What was I saying? Oh, the voice that Simon Pegg's doing. When he's not on screen and I can just hear the voice, it's actually a really good voice because I can't tell that it's him. He sounds like a character. But when I can see his face and the voice is coming out of him, it trips me out a little bit because I'm too used to Simon Pegg.
The creature here?
Well, because we can't see him, doesn't mean he ain't here.
I see.
The daughter is a ventriloquist.
Dr. Fodor has a tremendous skepticism indeed.
Okay,
This
so
is an inexplicable farce.
see,
Say the wee rascal's probably
it's
watching
weird.
us right now.
Everybody on this island has their Jap story. Tell me yours.
You and I both know there ain't no Jap.
Oh, the voice of Neil Gaiman. So Neil Gaiman did the voice of the mongoose?
Is that him there?
What is the Urbans' motive? It strike me as con artists.
We hear it with our eyes as much as we do our ears.
These people are lying.
I think he exists. I'm certain of it.
Just show yourself.
What a weird movie.
No harm.
I love it.
Please. Jeff! Just show me that you're real.
Dr. Fodor, here's a call for you. It's from him.
You got a phone call from the mongoose?
Hello?
Tomorrow I shall let you see me.
How is a mongoose using the phone? I feel bad for Simon Pegg's character in this movie. There's a whole bunch of nonsense he has to deal with. I love the fact that everything about the case sounds like it's nonsense. Like the fact that the what did they say? The father of the home that he's staying at is like a ventriloquist. The lady he's dealing with is the ventriloquist daughter. So it's like, oh, we're dealing with a talking animal that may or may not be a farce, and there's a ventriloquist involved. Someone who can throw their voice. This already sounds like some bullshit. That's what makes the mystery more interesting. I want to see it just to find out what's actually going on. Like, where they're going with this. And I'd love to see it behind the scenes so they can explain to me why they thought that Neil Gaiman had to be the voice actor for the mongoose. Neil Gaiman's not even really an actor. Everyone just knows him for his books. Did Neil Gaiman make an appearance in Sandman? I haven't watched that Sandman TV show that everyone says is really good, but I'm curious if Neil Gaiman actually like appeared in the show in any kind of acting capacity. Because that would explain why all of a sudden he's appearing as an actor in other things. Like if that springboarded him into actually doing this kind of work because he enjoyed it. Maybe he sought out other opportunities. It would make sense. I'm going to keep that tab as well. Wow. How many is that now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've now kept 8 tabs tonight of things we've looked at. Nutty. SDCC showcases. Anything else that we've missed that looks cool? I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit disappointed by the output tonight. I was hoping that there would be more to find out of Comic-Con. That's interesting. But it's been pretty light. I'm a bit sad at how light it's been. I'm just looking to see if anything else cool pops up. Oh, hang on. There's a trailer for a game that I sent to Texas Duma in the Discord that I haven't actually watched yet myself. I just saw it and immediately knew that it would be something that he would find fascinating. Because he collects guns. It's called Gunsmith Simulator. Which seems very interesting. I like Steam simulator games in general, but I don't know how you make a gunsmith simulator fun, like just building them. Oh, I suppose if you get to test them in the field, that could be cool. Actual shooting mechanics. This could actually teach me more about how guns work for real. You get to clean the parts, manufacture the parts, bore them, 3D print them maybe? Oh, you do get to use them. There are cool shooting mechanics in the game. Cool. I wonder if it's basically just shooting ranges with targets and obstacle courses, like the one they just showed at the end there. I don't think they'd let you actually do Call of Duty shit. Like, you wouldn't go out and actually start shooting terrorists or something. That's probably one step too far. Has potential. However, I'd like to see some hands in first-person view in later versions when test firing. Game is coming out on Xbox? What, really? I didn't see that. Really? Steam? Nah, dude, it says Steam. Where do you see Xbox? Oh, he's saying, I would love to see this game on Xbox. He just wrote it stupid. He said, love to see this game on Xbox. I thought he was saying that he loves that it is on. Okay. But consoles don't normally do the simulators very often. Like, House Flipper and Power Simulator have hit on console. And, like, nothing else. But there's, like, a fucking 2,000 of them on Steam. I'd play it. I have so many of these simulators wishlisted on Steam, too. In fact, I've bought so many of them on sales already. But I've still got tons wishlisted. Unpacking is a simulator? It's not really the kind of simulator I'm talking about, though. I'm talking about the fad of first-person job/hobby simulators that have been basically taking over Steam for a while now. Like House Builder, Electrician Simulator, Gas Station Simulator, Brewery Simulator is a new one. There literally is like 1,500 of them if you look in the simulation tab. Unpacking is more of a, I mean, it's a simulation style game. It does fit into that genre, but that's more of like an indie, like a quirky little indie thing. It's, there's a particular vibe to the ones I'm talking about, and it's very, very Steam. I see them all the time, like it's insane. They get very specific too. Like there's one called, what's it called? I think it's called Arena Simulator. You know, like sports arenas where you play soccer or football. No, not simulator. Sorry, it's called Arena Renovator or something like that, where you literally are renovating sports arenas. Where you go out and you mow the grass, you paint the lines, you like pick up trash, you fix the seats in the stands, you buy and add furniture to like the bathrooms and stuff and the locker rooms, and then you hire it out to like teams and stuff to come in and train. And it's all in first person, just you walking around with a trash bag, picking up trash on like a soccer pitch. Like, that's how specific they get. They go nuts. Like, there's so many like ultra specific ones. That one I think is based from the same company that made Train Station Renovator, where you literally go to train stations and like scrub the graffiti off the walls and rebuild the benches and actually like use a grinder to grind the rust off the tracks, fix the windows, like that kind of stuff. A lot of them, actually, a lot of the simulators I'm talking about have had the word renovator in the name recently. Like, that is pretty big in the subgenre. They get so specific. There's a World War II reconstruction simulator where you're a guy that goes around war-torn areas of Europe and reconstructs areas to the way they were before World War II destroyed it. So, like, you're literally rebuilding walls brick by brick, retiling areas next to the road, clearing up debris with like a bulldozer. Yeah, they're crazy. They usually either do one of two things. They cover some kind of unique niche job or some kind of like niche hobby. A lot of people do include Power Wash Simulator in that category, but that one has kind of made it mainstream compared to the rest that I'm talking about, and partially because it's got Square Enix publishing money behind it, so it actually got the marketing clout and the quality of game development. A lot of the ones I'm talking about are a little bit jank because they're indie amateur Steam projects that do one thing and one thing only, and not very well. But if you're obsessive compulsive, they're quite satisfying. I've played one or two already, and I would love to stream more in the future because they do something for the pedantic side of my brain that likes to neaten things up, clean stuff up, scrub walls, and put bricks into things. It's really nice. What else is coming up in my Google? Is it cathartic if no one cares? Kevin Smith at the Masters of the Universe panel in SDCC 2023. Oh, Kev and Mattel had a Masters of the Universe panel, which is not available to watch, but there's an article talking about it. Hold up. I'd like to know what went down here. Kevin Smith came to the Masters Universe Revolution wanting to process fan rejection. What he found was an audience looking to be entertained. That sounds positive. This might be a positive article. Let me switch screens so it's bigger. 4 years ago, writer-director Kevin Smith announced to his fans at Anaheim's Toy Convention that he'd been hired to create a Netflix animated He-Man series. He promised an epic tale of what may be the final battle between He-Man and Skeletor. 2 years later, fans were horrified to discover that he might have meant final battle too literally. In the pilot for Revelation, He-Man and Skeletor were seemingly killed, leaving He-Man's BFF Teela to take center stage all the way until the mid-season finale. Let me just editorially correct this slightly. I would not say that Teela took center stage all the way to the mid-season finale. Technically speaking, if I were to ask you how many episodes of Master Universe Revelation He-Man was not in, like, what would your answer be? Because there's two answers to it. One's a bit frivolous, but one's more literal. I'm just curious. Because a lot of people kind of misinterpret this. Because most people I talk to, they're like, oh, He-Man was missing for half the show. And I'm like, not accurate. Not accurate at all. And it kind of bugs me that people keep saying that. Because, okay, the frivolous answer is he's not missing from any of it. Because even while he's dead, he's still in the episodes. Because they go to flashbacks dealing with what He-Man and Adam meant to the characters as they're traveling to get him back. And we see like adventures and action scenes still involving He-Man. That's the frivolous answer. Because he's technically still dead there, but he's never not in any of the episodes. So, you know, grain of salt. The more literal answer, how many episodes is He-Man missing from? 2. He-Man is dead or like missing from 2 episodes. He's not missing for half the season, which would be 5 episodes. He's missing from 2 episodes. And here's why. First episode, you know, we all know what that is. Big lead up to the finale, the big fight, him and Skeletor. Ends with a cliffhanger of him and Skeletor dying because he sacrificed himself to save... why did I just forget the name of... Eternia. Goes out like a beast. Sacrificed himself. Heroic sacrifice to save Eternia and everybody else. Episode 2, flash forward to the future. Everyone's in different parts of their lives. Tila's on a little adventure of her own. They band together, decide to go find the 2 halves of the sword. Bring He-Man back. Episode 2. So he's missing from that one. Ignoring the flashback. Episode 3, they find the first half of the sword. They've gotten Man-at-Arms back. Blah, 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 blah. Still missing. Episode 4. They get the second half of the sword, make their way to heaven. They find Adam. Adam comes back in episode 4. That's when he rejoins the cast. That's when they finally reach him. So technically speaking, He-Man / Adam is only missing from Revelations for 2 episodes. Episode 2 and 3. He's in 1, he's in 4, and he's in all the rest after 4 after that point. So I don't know why people keep saying this. He's dead for the first half of the show, and Teal is the main character for the until the mid-season finale. Bullshit. Anyway, back to the article. Critics loved it, fans did not. False. I'm a fan and I loved it, so fuck you. Online hostility ran so hot that Smith actually went after them. That's a bit heavy. In an interview with Variety, he expressed shock that fans were taking the show's twist so seriously. You really fucking think Mattel, who hired me and paid me money, wants to do a fucking Master Universe show without He-Man? Grow the fuck up, man. I do remember that. He was copying it pretty hard up to that point. Which is true. Anyone who thought that He-Man was actually dead forever and was never coming back, I mean, that's just stupid. Come on, man. Within a week of release, the show had already disappeared from Netflix's top 10. Yeah, but it still did massive numbers, so it doesn't really mean anything. Because of the pandemic, Smith has not made much of a chance to interact broadly with fans of the show since the series release, but this weekend he came to Comic-Con to talk about the upcoming new season, Master Universe Revolution, to be released in 2024. Smith is a master of such events, truly the P.T. Barnum of Comic-Con. That was a weird aside. Smith said, "I'm happy to report because of the SAG strike, I'm the most famous person here," he said. At the start, the crowd roared. But while he and his co-producers, Teddy Bissell and Rob David, had many interesting things to tease about the season, including the addition of Keith David in the role of the villain Hordak, sweet. Actually, you told me about that recently, Jeannie. I remember you mentioning the Keith David thing. Smith couldn't quite stop himself from returning again and again to the negative fan responses to Season 1. "I'm super proud of the new season," Smith said, after showing a fun clip of a battle scene between He-Man, his allies, and a now glow-in-the-dark and embiggening Skeletor. Awesome. But I was really proud of the last one too, and the internet told me I shouldn't be. Later, Biaselli, who has been involved with many successful toy and comic adaptations, including Umbrella Academy, Sweet Tooth, and a number of Transformer projects, began his comments on the character of He-Man in Season 2 with the quip, "Contrary to rumors, He-Man is back." Smith immediately responded, "To be fair, He-Man never left. He was like absent for 3 shows, actually just 2. But we don't do a show called Master Universe and kill off the main guy. He was gone for a moment, but never gone." Even at the end, Smith couldn't seem to let it go, asking all those in the audience who had loved the show to clap, a request which got plenty of applause, though by no means the entirety of the people in the room. He then asked all those who didn't like the show to applaud, saying it was fine, the 3 of them could take it, and he was met with silence. "You fucking liars," he said, to laughter from the crowd. "I took a lot of shit online. Somebody better clap right now." It's pretty funny. Despite how that might read, the quality of Smith's comments generally felt more like playful than defensive. Though near the end, after Biselli and David and he had talked in depth about the characters, Smith did point out that when Revelation came out, a lot of people were like, "Kevin Smith's He-Man, Kevin Smith's He-Man." As you can see, this is a triumvirate. Those dudes have deep roots in the material and they care. Hearing himself, he added, "I'm not dodging a bullet. I always want to give credit where credit's due." Likewise, in describing the new season, which they promised would deliver on what fans said they found lacking, Smith ended by saying, "To some extent, you're all like co-authors. Remember that if you don't like Revolution, it's your fucking fault as well." Still, you couldn't help feeling like beneath the jokes, he remained pretty stung by the whole affair. At one point, he sang the praises of his collaborators. Quote, "To sit here and listen to them speak about these characters with childlike wonder," Smith said, inviting the crowd to give them a hand. But when David, who has been involved in many animated iterations of Motu, responded in kind, saying, "You're a joy to work with, everyone on the entire team, the writers, the animators at Powerhouse, everyone at Mattel, they adore Kevin." Kevin jumped in. "It's the audience that doesn't enjoy Kevin." It's true, though. He did take it pretty harshly. Like, I listen to his podcast and watch his YouTube show all the time. And he has been fairly wounded about it for a while. Like, whenever he talks about it, he does make a lot of self-deprecating humor about the situation, which has always read to me as somewhat defensive. Like, he goes to self-deprecating humor as a way of dealing with the fact that he generally is upset that people are angry at him, because he's the kind of person that cares what people think of him. And it did lead to him going to therapy recently. Like, he did see someone in the last couple of months and talk about some of the stuff he's been going through and some of the pain that it's brought him, just emotionally. And he did come back to his podcast and say that he's doing a lot better now, and he's been able to let a lot of it go. But it still hurts my feelings a little bit to hear a person that I think is genuinely a good person, that I appreciate, even if I don't like all of his movies equally, because, you know, he's got hits and misses. But I've always liked Kevin as a person. He's a good speaker. Like, his podcast, his stage shows, like, he's an entertaining dude, and he's a genuinely, like, decent person for a Hollywoodite. So it's harsh to hear about him going through shit like that. I could sit back here in the cheap seats and take pot shots at Smith for complaining when he did decide to spend the first half of the new series of He-Man and Skeletor in 20 years refusing to give fans He-Man and Skeletor. Or I could point out that for as interested as he and his co-ops executive producers said they were with fan reactions, here at the first big panel, they didn't do an audience Q&A, which suggests that they'd heard enough. I take issue with this paragraph slightly. I don't know what side this journalist is on. He kind of flips a bit back and forth, but when he says, "I could sit here and take in the cheap seats and take pot shots at Smith for complaining when he decided to spend the first half of the new series about He-Man, refusing to give He-Man fans He-Man," it's not Smith's, like, concept. And this is something a lot of people don't know as well. Because I read an interview with, I think it was between, like, some big publication like Forbes or Variety or something, and this head of whatever from Mattel, the actual owners of He-Man. And he was talking about the show and their relationship with Kevin Smith. And one massive thing I took from that interview was he talked about how they approached Kevin with the concept to pitch the show that they were thinking about to him in order to lure him on as a showrunner, to take the helm for them and creatively lead the project. And the heads of Mattel are the ones who had the idea to do a new show where He-Man dies temporarily in a show of heroism, only to come back later to give their other characters more onus to, like, kick off their own personal storylines and arcs that have been simmering for some of them, like Teela, since, like, the original 80s show. They wanted to highlight a lot of the other characters more. So they had the idea of killing him off heroically and then bringing him back later in the show to continue his whole thing, but, like, with a new light shined on He-Man's role in the world, because now we've experienced him missing for a bit and what it's like for the other characters to make do without He-Man and have to actually journey and adventure to solve that problem. That was an idea that existed before Kevin Smith. That's what they wanted. So they pitched that to him and he loved it, and he kind of saw what they were explaining as a kind of half Game of Thrones for kids, as if, Westeros was Eternia, and half like kind of like the Marvel thing of character and world building. And one of his additions to the idea was Mattel's version of the idea was to do it in the middle. Their idea was to do what they essentially did, but have him die in the middle of the show as the cliffhanger to the first half of season 1. And then the next 5 episodes would be about getting him back, and he would show up at the very end of the show. And Kevin Smith's twist on what they said was it was his idea to move it to the front. Because if you get people used to having He-Man back, and we spend half the show with him getting cool He-Man action, and then you rip him away, that's worse. Then people are more pissed, and then they have to wait till the end of the show for the reveal that, oh no, he's back, and then we get a little bit more of him before the finale. Kevin's idea was, let's open the pilot, episode 1, with a build-up just like the show is still doing what it always did from the 80s, but then the cliffhanger to episode 1 is the big twist to like hook you into the show. And then you get He-Man back before the middle of the thing so that the fans aren't missing He-Man for too long. So you rip that band-aid off early, you show that there are actual stakes now, and then you get He-Man back, and then we can spend the rest of the show with him, happy again. Which makes a lot more sense than what Mattel wanted to do originally. Like, he actually perfected that idea. The backlash would have been much worse. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm getting at. Like, this was not his idea. In fact, it was Mattel's idea, and he actually made it better with his version of how he wanted to do it. Like, fans would have been even more pissed if Mattel just went ahead and made it and show ran it themselves and did it via their original concept. But yeah, it's like, it still pisses me off because not only do they put too much toxicity on Kevin for how much they hate the show, because he's just running the show that someone else owns and came up with. He's just doing the best version of the idea of the people that actually own the shit. But at the same time, what he did do is still good, so it doesn't matter that you shouldn't be blaming him for it, because I still don't think there's anything to blame anybody for, because I think it was good. So I'm kind of frustrated on 2 levels there. It's like, it wasn't bad, but even if you do think it's bad, it still wasn't, the things you hate about it is not his problem. The problem with being a showrunner is the same as being a director of a film. No matter who's to blame for what's bad about a movie or a show, the director or the showrunner is the one who takes all the blame. And the reason they take all the blame is because they're also the person who gets all the kudos if it's good. That's the trade-off. There's a big positive and there's a big negative. If it goes down well, which is the sum of a village, it's everyone's efforts that make it good, but that one person gets most of the credit. The director gets most of the credit, even if everybody else is the reason why you're being lifted up like a golden god. And that doesn't sound fair, but the thing that makes it fair is if it's bad, if it all goes tits up, then you're the one who gets all the blame as well. So you're the one running with the big gamble. The big dice roll is on you as the director showrunner on any of this stuff. I just wish that Kevin was able to handle it better. It's like he's such a soft-hearted person who's a genuinely like emotional person and cares too much about what people think of him, that it hurts me whenever he acts really defensive about the toxicity against him, because I can feel the vibe emanating from him, like the pain, and like it shits me a little bit. Like when I'm watching his podcast, there's a point where I just want to reach through the screen and kind of give him a bit of a slap and tell him to like, just chill, just let it go. These people aren't worth it. They're all fuckheads anyway. Like, just do you. Like, you're upsetting me because you're so upset. You know what I mean? I'm having too strong an empathy reaction. Oh yeah, he was talking about pot shots at Kevin. What were you saying? You can't take any more grinding today. You went from 20-30K to max level down to 1862. That just sounds like too much pain. Wait, what are we talking about again? Is that Nikkei that you're trying to grind? I now can't remember Oh, it's YS. I'm not sure if you mentioned that earlier, that it was YS or not, but my brain somehow switched it to Nikkei. Nikkei's much more streamlined than that. I hope so. But even if it wasn't, I mean, it's got a lot of tits and ass to keep you interested while you're grinding through bullshit. That's a big boon. Okay. Mostly, I felt like I was watching a guy who had poured his heart and soul into a project only to find himself slapped in the face. Yes, that's how I've always felt. His wry humor had exactly the quality of someone talking about an ex they had really loved years after they'd been publicly jilted. You know you're supposed to have moved on, and you're really trying to act like you have, but also, Jesus Christ, can someone explain to me what the fuck happened? It's actually a pretty good explanation of what happened to him and how he feels about it. Meanwhile, the audience listened, occasionally chuckling, and that's about it. At one point, the team posted a picture of Chris Wood, who plays He-Man, talking about the cast members of the show is normally an occasion for attendees to cheer. Here, at first, no one reacted, literally no one. Even after a few started to clap, the response was light. For people who really want He-Man a lot, I'm surprised they didn't give a shit when they showed He-Man. In Nikkei, XP is from currency you get from items, not from killing enemies. So what do you get from killing enemies? Like, what's the point then in the actual combat? It was so shocking that Biaselli stopped talking about the second season direction of Adam He-Man just to talk about how much they loved Wood and the great qualities he brought to the series. We are temporary custodians of this brand, Biaselli said later, in what seemed another attempt to reassure his audience. We love it. We hope that people saw that there was love in there. If you didn't, someone else will be the custodian and they will do something else. Something as great as Motu is bigger than Rob, is bigger than me or Kevin. It's going to live on and it's going to have many iterations, and those in attendance seem to take this on board, as they had pretty much everything else with a kind, benign indifference. You could read that as a rejection, I guess, but given the fervor of the online response to the show, herd passivity doesn't really seem like the reaction you'd expect. Personally, I wonder whether what we're seeing wasn't hostility but disinterest. Pundits have asked what the effect of Hollywood not showing up to Comic-Con would be. Perhaps it was hundreds of thousands of people showing up for something they actually didn't care about in the hope of being entertained by the most famous person here. Maybe few reacted at Master Universe panel not because they hated the show, but because they didn't even know it. As if to underline the point himself, at the very end of the panel, Smith pointed out that there was a girl in the front row who had been sleeping for the last 20 minutes. Waking her up, Smith had her brought on stage and asked her if she would be willing to hoist He-Man's sword and say his famous line, "I have the power to end the panel." Well, that's cute. But since she was asleep during the panel, I'm not sure she knew or cared about He-Man. As he talked to the 8-year-old, oh, it's an 8-year-old. As he talked to the 8-year-old, she chewed gum and stared at him with the kind of devastating boredom that only a child could serve up. Her entire manner was so flatly disaffected, Smith kidding that she reminded him of working with Ben Affleck. Ironically, this was the one moment the entire audience seemed fully invested in what was going on. This and Smith's double entendres about just how hard the show was going to service its fans in season 2. Service here was in quotes, by the way. Clearly, this is what they came for. Not for the Kevin Smith show, but the Kevin Smith show in italics. So clearly, the audience that he was talking to were not He-Man people that either liked or hated the show. There were people there just to see Kevin Smith talk about anything, I guess, and we're there for the jokes. Listening to them talk about Masters, the passion that Smith, Biaselli, and David have for the material is palpable. So is the ache that they feel at having their efforts not appreciated. Smith clearly came to San Diego hoping for a moment of catharsis and reconciliation with his fan base he loves. But in the end, I think he found himself just an act in somebody else's circus. Wow, isn't that a poignant article? I mean, thankfully, it wasn't a Smith slander or praise article. It was more just a straight journalistic piece about what the person saw. That was fairly neutral, which I appreciate. Yeah, I wish for more for Kevin. I really do. I want to see him get more. It's way too long to be poignant. I mean, it wasn't poignant until about halfway, until he started to actually wax a bit lyrical about what he thought about what was going on between Smith and the audience during that panel. It got kind of interesting there. I just want to see him be given more more stuff. I want him to get more chances to get the people that he appears to have lost for bullshit reasons. But he is actually he's averse to taking on lots of projects that you think he'd be good at, though. Like, Kevin has done long stretches writing for Batman and for Daredevil in DC and Marvel Comics. And for example, he's been given the opportunity in the past to potentially write and direct a Daredevil movie, which he passed on because he was saying that his whole aesthetic, hang on, let me just get rid of that screen. I don't know why I still had that up. Kevin Smith's whole directing and writing aesthetic, like his whole vibe, his whole, I don't know how to put it, like his tastes in terms of storytelling and comedy. He doesn't feel that it's worth a comic book picture. And he loves comic books. He loves comic books. He loves comic book movies. He loves comic book characters. He's an absolute fanboy of all that shit. Like, people make fun of him for crying in every Marvel movie, which is weird because we're always saying that men should be more in touch with their emotions and not afraid to cry. And then one does, and all we see after that is like toxic YouTube thumbnails making fun of him for being a bitch boy and stuff. And it's like, great, fuck you. I guess we'll go back to committing suicide on a record number because straight men are not allowed to emote about things they love. Awesome moral to that story. But yeah, you think last year he said he wants to stay a fan, not be in it? Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm getting at. Like, his whole thing about comic books has always been he's such a fan of them that he's deathly scared of actually taking the helm on any of them. Like, he did not want to be the guy who wrote and directed a Daredevil movie because he's mortified by the idea of doing it badly. Like, he doesn't want to be the guy that made the shit Daredevil movie because he's the fan of Daredevil. Like, he's the guy in the audience who wants to see a good Daredevil movie, and he doesn't want to fuck that up, so he doesn't even want to touch it. Like, he's happy to stay in the audience just loving the stuff. Like, he knows he always has this saying where he's like, he knows how the sausage is made. So he can sit there as a filmmaker and and awe and be in, like, just generally be in awe of, like, the things people achieve as creators when he watches amazing Marvel movies and stuff. But he's just like, I don't know if it's self-esteem or if he's just realistic, but he's just like, I mean, the kind of movies I make and my tastes, he doesn't believe that he can do a Marvel movie well. Like, he's like, I would probably fuck it up and I don't want to do that. And I'd love to just sit there and just enjoy them, which is fair. Like, that's how he feels, 100% behind it. I would still love for him to take a shot at it. Like, maybe do a James Gunn. Take a lesser known, like, D or E or F tier character that most people don't know about unless you're deep cuts into comics, and try to do something with it. James Gunn is a massive fan of doing that. He loves to pull from the weird shit, like Polka Dot Man in Suicide Squad. I feel like Kevin could do something in that space, and he could feel comfortable to experiment or to try stuff or to put his stamp on it, his own, like, taste on a film like that. Because if he were to take, like, a Polka Dot Man kind of character and play with that in a feature film, like, how many people are going to come after him if it doesn't really pan out well? You know what I mean? Like, I know Polka Dot Man is more well known now because of Gunn, but I'm using him as an example. Like, some equal, like, completely bullshit unknown character that no one gives. Like, what's that? The Dog Stapler? Is that his name? There's a villain in DC called the Dog Stapler or something. He's literally a dude who staples dogs to you. And I mean that literally. Like, industrial stapler, actual living dog, stapled to your body. That is a real character in DC Comics. Like, obviously, F-tier comedic throwaway bullshit character that was in some stupid comic once in, like, the 70s, I guess. But like I'm for real though. Like, go to Kevin and say, Kevin, Do you want to make a dog stapler movie? Like, there's no pressure, there's no stakes. No one will give a fuck if you fuck it up. You're completely, you can breathe easy, no pressure. Just do something. Like, have fun with it. Make it your style of movie, all dialogue and dick jokes, and a guy who staples dogs to people while making dick jokes. You still think he wouldn't? Well, no, like especially after He-Man. He's very sensitive to the whole being hated by everybody on the internet now. Like, he's someone who can't help but go on Twitter and look up his own name and get upset at people being mean to him and incessantly reply back and try to defend himself. And not even like being mean or catty, like legitimately trying to be nice about it, but it's just, it's a lost cause. I mean, I've had Twitter arguments. I've had long Twitter arguments with some douchebags on Twitter where someone said something stupid and I've called them out on it. And then an hour later, I'm still sitting behind my computer, angry as fuck, typing the next snarky thing. Reply number 67 to Snyder fan 69 or whatever. And I'm just like, what the fuck am I doing here? This is going nowhere. I'm convincing no one. This guy's an asshole who keeps using the word ratio as some kind of comeback to me. I'm just like, I'm just sitting here like getting like rage baited essentially by someone who thinks they're smugly superior to me because they believe some anti-woke shit. And that makes him like some kind of intellectual. Fucking Ben Shapiro watching little 17-year-old turd. Why am I getting mad now? Nothing's even happening. Like, I'm just getting angry for no reason. What the fuck? I'm sorry. I'm just having flashbacks to times I've had nerd arguments and getting angry about nothing. I am potentially weak to getting baited by stuff, but I am pretty good at noticing when it's bait. It's just there are moments when I'm weak enough to the bait that I'm like, I know this is bait, but I still want to tell him to fuck off. And then 65 messages later, I'm like, why am I here? You know what I mean? Like, you can tell something's bait and still go for it. It's human nature, I guess. Whatever. Is there anything else from SDCC that's worth wrapping around? I don't know, man. I want to go out. If I'm gonna like stop streaming soon, I should go out on something positive. Although that's the thing, I don't know what's positive or not. Oh, Exoprimal has a launch trailer. I didn't see that. I'm kind of neutral on Exoprimal. Let's watch that. See what the launch trailer's got going on. Holy shit. Oh god, I've switched trailers by accident by clicking on something I wasn't supposed to. There we go. Alright, Exoprimal, your time to shine. This is an online-only game. What did that say? Online-only game, continuous internet connection, and Capcom ID required to play. I bet there's someone that whined about that.
My name is Victoria.
I will play it on Game Pass. I don't know when, but I will do it at some point.
It means the mission of my people still has hope of success.
Oh, there's gonna be a full story trailer. Cool.
Hope for God.
I like story trailers.
Not be reliant. Maybe this is all waste of time.
Sexy Russian voice.
What are you even after? You just love killing dinosaurs. Lights your fire, does it?
A good line.
Or are you in it for the more dangerous prey? Your fellow man?
That's essentially most people playing Exoprimal. Some people who just love killing dinosaurs. I love that they kind of like tapped that in the dialogue. I also like this pink character that looks like RC from Transformers.
Are you in it for the more dangerous prey? Your fellow
This suit. That's really cool.
Aruba also wants to take Leviathan out of the picture. So she wanted us to get to that control platform. She was trying to give us something.
Science knew all about Leviathan's malfunctions.
I know what Durban's going to do. He's going to stab
Durban.
back.
That's a city in South Africa, by the way. I've been to Durban. I don't know why I felt like adding that.
I will control the future. This war game ends when I decide.
If ideas exist in your time, they are making my world again. I still have hope. Very unlike me, I know. But it is you I rely on now, comrade.
I just noticed a trope that I don't like.
I tried to stop their world to be, but my hope became your curse. Stop the cycle. Destroy all of my life.
That was a good shot. The T-Rex shot just then. I see that. They use that shot a lot in trailers, though. That's a pretty boss trailer, actually. Not bad.
Good luck, my friend beyond time.
Whoa, it's not finished yet? This is 2 minutes into a 4-minute trailer? That was the end of the trailer, though.
Inspecting the new equipment.
Jedi Alpha eliminates enemies.
Oh, now we're gonna look at actual game. Okay. That's weird that they combined this into one trailer, though. This feels like a second trailer they could have put up separately.
Thanks to the Dragon Chakra. Barrage Alpha's rocket launcher can blow your enemies to bits.
This is like a character class rundown video.
Vigilant Alpha's semi-automatic rifle meets the need for accurate suppressive fire.
It's just sniping that Triceratops in the ear.
Defend and fight. For max stopping power, try Krieger Alpha's chargeable shotgun. Murasame Alpha's ice-cold counters lock down enemies so allies can bring the pain. Witch Doctor Alpha's duality
Witch Doctor
heals allies and harms enemies.
Interesting they have a mech called the Witch Doctor.
Tracks. Rain down lightning with Skywave Alpha.
Ankylosaur?
Nimbus Alpha's
They're not even aggressive. Well, territorially, but it's not even a predator. They're just picking on the herbivores now. There's more classes than I thought there'd be. Like, I thought there'd be like between 3 and 5 classes. A lot of games like this have about 3 or 5. Yeah, that's like 10. I think I counted 10. Holy shit, there's a lot of extras. Head start kit. Survival pass. Oh, battle passes. Nah, go away. Okay, not the second half was just a character class trailer. That's its own thing. The first half of that was a good trailer. I liked the first half where it was like an actual proper movie trailer kind of thing. That was cool. Did they do another Remnant 2 class trailer? Hunter archetype reveal 5 days ago. I thought all the class trailers were already done. I didn't realize there was another one recently. Okay. What was I going to say about Extra Primal? Oh, that's right. The sexy Russian chick voice that was talking throughout most of it. I'm kind of over the cliche, the screenwriting cliche of having characters with Russian accents always using the word comrade. That doesn't feel like, I'm not a expert on, international linguistic shit at all. But there's something that doesn't ring true about that to me. Like, it feels like a Westerner or an Asian cliche. Like if you're a Westerner, like an American, making an action movie or a video game, and you've got a Russian character with that heavy, like, sexy Russian chick voice, the amount that they shove that word comrade into the dialogue, I feel like just borders on unrealistic. Like, I don't think I've ever known a Russian person, accent or no, that I've ever heard use the word comrade. In fact, Tenor, that's been in the chat since like the dawn of my fucking channel, has never once used the word comrade. At least in text, in like, you know, typing in my chat. Like you won't, I've never seen him come into the chat and as part of his hello say, you know, what's going on, comrades, to everyone who's in here already talking or something, you know, like, I just think that, I think that's a non-Russian view of Russians. It's one of those things. Like an American who thinks that fucking, if you're from Japan, all you eat is rice or something, you know what I mean? Like it's a weird, out of nowhere cliche that you do because you're not really trying to, you're not really putting that much actual thought into it or getting any advice from an actual Japanese or Russian person. You're just stitching all the stereotypes together and then calling it a day. Anyway, nitpick. I've just been noticing that too much. I'm just going to leapfrog into this Remnant 2 class trailer real quick. Because this is apparently new by 5 days, which means I wouldn't have seen it.
Archetypes in Remnant 2 come with their own set of unique tools designed for defeating the biggest and baddest enemies that the apocalypse has ever seen.
Oh, by the way, not only is this game out now, but Sham has been playing it. Sham told me recently that he got his tax back from the media taxes thing in Australia. And he used the money from that to buy Remnant 2 Day 1. And that's what he's been on recently.
This is Tragic from Gunfire Games, introducing the final starting archetype, the Hunter. Always a classic.
Good reviews,
the Hunter
too.
Focuses on long-range, precision-based gameplay.
I like it.
They easily identify targets.
I like sniping a lot.
Eliminate them. Often before the battle even begins. Their perks are...
I don't know what to be in this game, to be honest, when I play it. It's the early access period for getting the DDE. Wait, what are we talking about? That acronym is not ringing a bell. What's DDE? Google it? What the fuck? Better not be like some dick acronym. Daily Driven Exotics. Oh, it's sexy Lamborghinis. Owned by an entrepreneur. It also stands for Doctrine of Double Effect, a set of ethical criteria to evaluate the permissibility of acting when one's otherwise legitimate act may also cause an effect. Wait. Cause an effect one would normally be obliged to avoid. Hang on, let me wrap my head around that real quick, because that's fascinating. A set of ethical criteria to evaluate the permissibility of acting when one's otherwise legitimate act may also cause an effect one would normally be obliged to avoid. Wow, that's a sentence. I think I know what that means, though. It's like a set of personal criteria that you yourself follow to decide whether acting or doing a certain thing is worth doing when the thing you're doing is legitimate and is not bad, but it may cause an effect that would be bad, and you're weighing it up. That is kind of complicated. DDE also stands for Dwight D. Eisenhower, the 34th President of the United States. Also, the Escort Destroyer U.S. Navy classification used between 1945 and 1962. Digital Deluxe Edition. Wow, out of all the DDEs on this list, it's the Digital Deluxe Edition is not even there. A lot of other cool shit, though. Like dichlorodiphenoylidichloroethanilin, a chemical that results in the breakdown of DDT, which is impossible to say. Deep dose equivalent, measure of radiation absorbed from the body. Sorry, I got distracted by that. I'm going to actually keep that tab open as well, because a lot of those things I want to read about now. I like learning stuff, sorry, but I won't do it on stream. So you were saying it's the early access period for getting the Digital Deluxe Edition of Remnant 2? Right? As in, it's still early enough that the digital deluxe is still available and not sold out.
Are designed around making every hit count and capitalizing on each opportunity, no matter how small the window. The key to their entire kit is the prime perk, Dead to Rights. Scoring range weak spots while a hunter skill is active extends its duration, even beyond its initial values. In addition to the prime, the hunter also has a unique ability called marking. When marked, enemies can be seen through walls and are more susceptible to critical hits from the entire team. Everyone eats when the hunter's on the prowl.
Cool.
Their first skill,
critical hit
Hunter's
buffs,
Mark, is a tried and true fan favorite. The hunter instantly reveals and marks all enemies in a wide range. While active, every enemy is automatically marked for the entire team. No one hides from the hunter.
Cool.
Their second skill, Hunter's Focus, is a more calculating technique. While aiming down sights, their target will become automatically marked. If they remain focused without shooting, they gain huge bonuses to accuracy, damage, and critical chance. The buff remains active so long as the hunter remains aiming. This one's personal. Their third skill, Hunter's Shroud, makes the hunter a nearly untouchable killing machine.
Invisibility?
They instantly slip into the shadows, making it easier to avoid damage while moving. Their next attack, Drops Shroud, marks enemies within close range and grants a strong range and melee damage buff. If the hunter doesn't attack for a short duration, they instantly re-shroud. Now you see me. Now you're dead.
It's pretty unique.
Rounding out their kit is the archetype trait, Long Shot. It increases the effective range of all firearms, from rifles to shotguns, and everything
Well, that's
in
not
between.
necessary. If I'm playing character class like this, all I want is rifles.
Precision-based gameplay will love the hunter. Their range is unmatched.
I
and
love
their
precision-based
damage,
gameplay.
Legend.
Such a sniper fan. So is that 4? Is that 4 character classes now? Even though it's still a 3-player game? They've done that thing? 5? Wait. Hunter, Dog Lady, Gunslinger. Who am I missing? I am definitely missing someone. I thought there were 4. Remnant 2 classes. All 8 archetypes. 8? What the? Okay. Gunslinger. Well, I've seen the trailer. Handler. That's the dog lady. Seen the trailer. So cowboy and dog person. Challenger. That's the. I've seen that trailer as well. That was the 3rd trailer. The melee focus one. Most of the trailer was them hitting enemies with like a big rusty saw blade sword thing. And tanking. Hunter's the trailer we just saw. Long range sniper. Medic, Summoner, Alchemist, and Explorer are the ones I've never heard of. Heavy guns. Is that also Challenger? Okay, I don't remember the heavy gun thing as much. I remember they had a lot of focus on the melee, mainly because melee in Remnant 1 was mostly an afterthought. You don't really want to be up close and bashing things for the most part, if you can help it. And now they have a class that like actually buffs you if you're doing it to encourage it, which is neat. Yeah, these other ones I've never heard of. Do they even... Are they still releasing trailers for every single class? Or they're just showing off some of the more unique ones? Because after I saw Gunslinger, Handler, and Challenger, I thought that was it at first. I thought it was just 3 classes. Because that's kind of what the first game was like, except it was 3 fake classes, because no matter what you chose, you could basically, like, use any gun and get any power. Like, all that really changed was what gun you start with and what outfit you start with. Bit underwhelming. So, that is so strange. Hang on. Remnant 2 class. There's the Challenger trailer. That was 2 months ago. Handler was 3 months ago. Where's the Gunslinger? 4 months ago. So Gunslinger was first, then Handler, Dog Lady, and then the Challenger guy with the big saw blade sword. I remember those three. And now we've got the 4th trailer, but I guess that's it so far? No, Medic. 1 month ago. Okay, so there was a Medic trailer. I just missed it. Completely. So Medic was 4. The Sniper one we just saw was 5. So we still got 3 trailers left that haven't come out yet for the remaining classes. And the game's already out. I thought they'd do all of these before the game. Where did that trailer go? Let's watch it now. I suppose the Medic class is going to be the one class that is useless if you're not going to be playing in co-op with your friends.
And there's no better choice for keeping the squad in tip-top shape than the Medic. This is Tragic from Gunfire Games, showcasing one of my favorite archetypes.
He looks like he belongs in a desert map.
Is the master of healing,
like in Mad Max or something.
They heal more than any other archetype, and they do it much more efficiently.
He has a basic Beretta.
Their perks are designed around keeping the team in the fight. They're exceptionally adept at recovering from their own injuries while being resilient to interrupts during relic use.
Well,
because of this, the Medic is always...
that is huge. Being resistant to interrupts when resurrecting. So if enemies come and hit you, it won't stop you from resurrecting allies. That seems subtle, but that's actually like massive. After having played through the whole of the first game with some friends, like, I appreciate that.
Ready to help. The cornerstone to their healing abilities is the Prime perk.
It's really hard to get people resurrected.
When the Medic
in
has
the middle of a
restored
fight.
enough health to themselves or allies, including companions, they regain a relic charge. Even better, both relic and skill healing contribute to Regenerator. And skills are where you can really customize your recovery style. Their first skill, Wellspring, sees the Medic punch a hole in the ground to generate a refreshing well of healing energy. It's the most efficient healing skill, but it's limited by its size and static nature. Their second skill, Healing Shield, conjures a protective barrier around all allies. While the shield's active, players constantly gain a small amount of health over time. It's a great option to protect an ally dangerously low on health, but also works well to provide
I like how they
healing to a
designed
mobile
this.
party. Their third skill,
Pretty clever use of skills to make healing.
At its core, it's a
actually
chargeable
useful.
skill that applies an increasingly potent heal over time. Redemption revives all down allies and grants massive regeneration, which quickly gets the team back in shape and allows them to brush off damage. A true Hail Mary.
I feel like high-level play on the hardest difficulties
Rounding
with a
out
full
their kit
team
is the archetype
is probably
trait,
going to require
Triage.
someone on the team to be
It
this guy.
increases healing effectiveness, which further cements the
It's a
Medic
very
as
high-level
the
play
master of
character, I
health
think.
recovery. No one does powerful heals like the Medic. Players who enjoy keeping their entire team in peak fighting form will feel right at home with the Medic. They fit in any size team and provide sustainability that no other archetype possesses, making the apocalypse a little less daunting. The rest comes down to bullets. Lots and lots of bullets. Call an ambulance, but not for me.
He memed at the end. I've never heard such an out of place and out of nowhere, just straight up meme at the end of a trailer. I do like that meme though. It is a funny meme. I just think that came out of nowhere. I don't know if they played that quite well. There's probably a better way to have done that joke. Cool. Everyone in the comments is talking about it too. I can't wait to see how some of these other ones worked. Alchemist is a buff-based sharpshooter, so that's the one that's going to be buffing the rest of the team, damage-wise and stuff, I guess. Explorer is the environment scourer. I don't understand how that's going to work. That might be the throwaway class that's completely useless. Summoner sounds cool. Minion-focused. Depends on what you're summoning, though. Because the handler already has the best summon in the game, the dog. I have a feeling the summoner is going to have like probably root-based creatures, same as the enemies, but like ones that are on your side. A bit Overlord style, like a small throng of them, like pick them in. That could be fun. I'm at the moment torn on Handler and Hunter. Because I love long-range sniper kind of gameplay. So that makes me lean towards Hunter. But I just love the idea of the Handler playing through, focusing on like the dog companion mechanics. I want to have Best Boy on my team. I want to like annoyingly talk to my dog all the time and ignore my own teammates. Anyway. Well, we got 3 more of those trailers to look forward to. I was only behind by 2 in the end. Bring them on. I don't know when I'm going to get to play that though, because I played Remnant 1 because it was on Game Pass, and it wasn't even one of those things where it was going to leave Game Pass, so I had to play it quick. Like, I legitimately just played it with a friend for fun, just because it was available. It was like our team up game. It was the game me and this particular friend just played together all the time. And then he was the one I ended up playing that ninja game that you mentioned the other day, Genie. That cel-shaded ninja game. You made a quote, like you said something like, when you're going to play that, because you saw it installed on my Xbox. Starts with an A. I think it starts with an A. I might not be right about that. Fuck, what's it called? Origami, yeah. That's it. Origami. Yeah, same dude that I played Origami with is the dude that I played Remnant 1 with. All offline. As in not streaming. But yeah, I'd prefer to wait out Remnant 2 and see if it comes to Game Pass as well. Because Remnant 1 was a pretty good Game Pass game, because I had issues with it, even though I liked it a lot. It was a fun play with friends. It's like a take on Tenchu. Oh, I know. I've played through the whole of the first one. I haven't played the sequel yet, though, where they increased the player count from 2 to 3. It's the sequel's 3-player co-op. The graphics are more normal 3D graphics that have sort of cel-shaded cartoony graphics in the sequel as well. And they're more open world hub areas where you can go to a mission board and get side quests and stuff. Whereas the first game is level by level, completely story linear. Origami's fun though. It is not all that it could be. I can only talk about the first one. It feels like almost too linear, the first one, and it almost feels like someone doing a take on Tenchu, but like it's too limited a take on Tenchu. Like I feel like Tenchu was more like had more mechanics, was more open, was more clever with how it structured the game and gave you options. Whereas I think Origami is a way more linear experience than that. So they invoke Tenchu, but they don't quite reach the heights of Tenchu. But I'll see how I feel about the sequel, because I've heard that's got a lot of differences to it that sound a lot more closer to Tenchu, but maybe even builds on it more. So I'm keen to see that in action. Okay. I should go soon. Let me just make sure there is nothing else big that I'm missing out on. Let me just quickly scour the trailer section of YouTube on my other screen. No. Hey, there's a DLC trailer for Shredder's Revenge. The DLC. For Turtles. I didn't know they were getting DLC. Didn't they already have, like, everything in this game? Oh, survival mode? Okay. That's more of a roguelike kind of thing, I guess. It's not really interesting to me. More characters would be nice. I love it when there's like all 6 players are in the game, because then it's just absolute chaos and you can't tell what's going on. It's almost unplayable. Is that rabbit creature from the original cartoon, is that new in the DLC? Was he always in it? Mutate into greatest foes. Oh cool, you can play as Bebop and Rocksteady. And probably all the rest of them. He's new to the game through the DLC? Okay. You can play as Shredder? Yes. Oh, he's like right on the fucking poster, alright. I forget the name of that character. Yojimbo, thank you. So he's the main DLC edition as far as characters are, and then the only other characters are the fact that you can play as all the villains by mutating into the mid level. Probably through some kind of mutagen pickup, I'm guessing. I'm not actually interested in the new mode. The new mode sounds like something that I wouldn't normally care about. He was in the Easter TMT special from the cartoon. I was wondering where I know him from, because I do know this character. I recognize him instantly, but I just don't remember where. So somewhere in my childhood, I think I might have even had the toy. Like the 90s toy. Yojimbo toy. Oh my god. I don't know, this seems more recent. Nah, vintage. This one is old. Usagi Yojimbo. I'm pretty sure I had this. I don't remember him from the cartoon. Maybe I didn't even see his episode in the cartoon when I was a kid. But I do remember the toy. That's pretty cool. Wait, let me enlarge in that. Comic book series created by Stan Sakai. Primarily the beginning of the Edo period of Japan. Features anthropomorphic animals replacing humans. The character is a rabbit Ronin, whom Sakai based partially on the famous swordsman Miyamoto Musashi. Wanders the land, pilgrimage, sells a service as a bodyguard. Cool. I have a feeling I had this. That these knee pads on his legs, oh sorry, thigh pads, that is triggering nostalgia. Like I feel like as a kid I tried to peel those off his legs, like I would fiddle with them. Wow, that's cool. It was a Christmas episode. I'm pretty sure I never saw him in the show, even though I watched it religiously. I don't remember ever seeing him, but I do remember this toy. It's funny how you can see one thing from a part of your life. Like I can see this toy, for example, from when I was a kid. And then like other nostalgia stuff comes back to me. Like for some reason, seeing the toy of this rabbit is reminding me of sitting in the living room cross-legged with my bowl of cereal watching Biker Mice from Mars. I don't know why this led me to a Biker Mice from Mars memory. But there must be some like connective tissue there. Because they're the same fucking show. Like, Biker Mice from Mars was that reaction to Turtles where, like, every company was making their own anthropomorphic combat animal TV shows. It's like, well, the Turtles are ninjas, so our mice are going to be bikers. That not interesting enough? That not wild enough? Alright, they're from Mars as well. They're Biker Mice from Mars. And then Street Sharks. Remember Street Sharks? That was a weird show. That didn't really click with me as hard. I like Biker Mice. Street Sharks, eh. I had Vinny's motorcycle. As a kid, I had I had two of the Biker Mice from Mars. I had the tank character, the gray mouse with the eye patch and the metal arm. The fucking Winter Soldier of the Biker Mice. And he's like Harley, he's purple Harley-like motorcycle. And I had Vinny, the wisecracking Michelangelo-esque white mouse who had like a black patch on the side of his face. And he had like a Akira style motorcycle. It was like a very futuristic red sports bike that looked like the Akira cycle. Those are such fucking cool toys, man. I love those so much. I'm having big nostalgia flashbacks. You broke a boss. What does that mean? Like you broke it? As in, you glitched it out? In your favor, I hope? As opposed to a boss breaks and you can't beat it anymore because it's like glitched out inside a wall or something. Brup. I think I saw something else here a second ago. Hang on. Oh, there are a couple of big things that I missed. I didn't catch up on the Twisted Metal trailer. There's a new full trailer for it with the word explicit in the title, so I'm guessing that's a Red Band trailer. There's a wizard demon. If you deal enough damage quick enough, the statues around stop attacking and he only has one attack. It starts going off when he's near death. Oh, so definitely in your favor. Amazing. Are you still positive on the Twisted Metal show, Jeannie? I remember you being fairly optimistic. While I was cringing slightly at that last clip that they released. I'll give it a shot. I mean, it's a full proper trailer, finally, so we'll actually get some storyline. Oh, look at this synopsis. A half-hour live-action... Half an hour only? TV series based on classic PlayStation game series Harktain action comedy based on the original take by Rhett Reese and Paul Wernick. Okay, that is interesting. But it's not written by them. A motor-mouthed outsider offered a chance at a better life if only you can successfully deliver a package across a post-apocalyptic wasteland with the help of a badass axe-wielding car thief. He'll face deranged marauders, a deranged clown, ice cream truck, blah, blah, blah. I don't really understand the need for this plot either. Like, why is he a courier for a package across the country when the game was meant to be more of a tournament, wasn't it? Isn't the game more like something like Tekken, where it's like an actual like competition pitting these drivers against each other in Mortal Kombat? You're at one of the hardest bosses. Well, with any luck, it glitches out as well in your favor. I'll cross my fingers for you, and I'll have a pizza check. Alright. Please be better than a teaser. I'm giving you a chance, Twisted Metal.
20 years ago, the world fell to shit. Cities put up walls to protect themselves and threw the criminals out so they could fight over what was left. But there are humble motherfuckers like me delivering cargo from one walled city to another.
All right.
That's where the cars and guns come in. Give me the package,
We're actually getting to car combat.
So if I'm here, then the exit is... Oh, they have a Foot Locker. Oh, son of a...
Oh my god, that didn't...
Welcome to New San Francisco. I want to hire you. Pick up a package.
Was... Whoa.
Welcome to New San Francisco. I want to hire you.
Where do I know her from? Where do I know her from? Is that the lady that played... Is that Neve Campbell? Hang on. Come on now. Twisted Metal cast. It's Neve Campbell. Wow. Thomas Hayden Church. Love him. Anthony Mackie would like to love him more, but not all of his things are hits. Will Arnett, love him. Nev Campbell, what's she been doing? Scream. That is all. And also a really great threesome in Wild Things. That was, that's my teenage years right there in a nutshell. Wild Things. Trying to rent that over and over again from the video store. The Craft. She was in Skyscraper, but I don't remember that either. I've seen Skyscraper, but I don't remember her in it. She did a voice in Lion King 2, Simba's Pride. Okay, well, she hasn't done much then. But now she's in Twisted Metal.
Pick up a package, bring it back. I can make your every wish come true. So, John, what do you wish for?
Toilet paper.
Is she Calypso?
I think I can do better.
3-ply?
Oh my god, why is Anthony Mackie not working for me right now?
All right, Evelyn, let's deliver this package.
What's going on? Of course I've seen The Craft. No, I'm talking about recent stuff. I'm very familiar with more things from that era, obviously. Craft is great.
Before pulling a gun on someone.
If you put the gun down,
Is she the axe-wielding psycho that he has to journey with that the description mentioned?
Motherfucker, eat shit.
Much.
You have no idea what's out east. Even the people trying to bring the law
Is Thomas Hayden Church the crazy cop? Yeah.
They're gonna have to go through Vegas. We both know who rules Vegas, John.
Will Arnett's voice rules Vegas.
I've never seen anyone cut off a human head and catch it as good as that.
I mean, at least there's violence.
This is gonna be fun. Peekaboo.
He has a missile launcher on top of his cop car. Pretty awesome.
This never happened to me before. Really? Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh, Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Is that where she's from?
It's DMV. What's down the red line? Cool. Screams.
Jesus Christ. What is going on with that? I don't know how to feel about this. She seems cool. The guy playing Sweet Tooth looks legit, and I guess Will Arnett's voice is going to be fitting. Thomas Hayden Church as the psycho cop with the rocket launcher on the roof looks kind of cool. She's in consideration for She-Hulk, but was busy. What, if she wasn't busy, she would have just got it? I'm kind of glad she didn't, to be honest, because nothing against her, but sorry, I'm mental blanking on her name, but Tatiana Maslany, that actually ended up getting She-Hulk, I think is amazing as Jen. Like, I literally can't imagine anyone else doing it now. Like, Jen is locked in now as Tatiana in the same way that Tony Stark is locked in my brain as Robert Downey. It's just great. I need to know if Nev Campbell is Calypso. Fucking, okay, Jesus. Cast. No, she's Raven. So who's Calypso? Is there no Calypso? That's odd. Just consideration? Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Loud, Sweet Tooth, Agent Stones, Raven, Quiet, John Doe. John Doe turns out to be a cop in the video games, in his ending. He's a cop who had amnesia. And he was undercover with some criminals. John Doe, everyone thought he was a criminal, and then the revelation is that he's a cop who was undercover with criminals when something bad happened that he tried to stop. He discovered through his undercover work the terrorist organization he was undercover in was going to blow up a bomb in the city or something. And then he tried to stop the bomb, and it did something to him, and he lost his memory, and then thought he actually was a criminal, and didn't remember the undercover police part of his, brain. Yeah, there's no Calypso in the cast. Red Reese and Paul Wernick were responsible for Deadpool, the script for the Deadpool movie. And also Zombieland. So they know what they're doing when it comes to R-rated comedy. But they didn't write this show. They came up with the story, and then somebody else actually wrote the screenplays. So their names being attached to it doesn't give me hope, because, the smartest man in the world, the greatest filmmaker in the world, come up with a cool story, and then you get a bunch of Muppets to make it. And a great story can turn out to be shit. This hasn't changed my mind. That proper trailer was a better showing than the teaser and that terrible clip that they released of Anthony Mackie and Sweet Tooth in the casino. That said, it still doesn't make me think the show looks good. In fact, one thing that this actually revealed to me a little bit is that even though Anthony Mackie is a charming guy who I found pretty funny in other movies, and I love him as Falcon in Marvel, he's not coming off as funny in this show, as far as this trailer goes. Like, every time they stop the music and cut to a punchline of his that's meant to be funny, there's something about it falls flat, and I can't put my finger on whether it's the writing, like the joke itself is just not good, or whether Anthony Mackie himself is just not carrying it. Like, I legitimately can't decide if it's him or if it's the material. Some people have won over. This guy's like, at first I was like, meh, and then I was like, okay, I'll take it. Anthony Mackie is going to be phenomenal. It's not that I was, oh god, I have to watch this. It's just, it's going to be real shit. Well, no, it's not like you were singing its praises, but you weren't having a negative reaction to it either. You seem to be choosing to stay optimistic just as a general neutral stance. I don't think it's as bad as you and other people think. I don't know what other people's opinions of it have been mostly. It's just that I'm a little bit disappointed at how much none of these trailers or clips have grabbed me. And there's always something new that's disappointed me. Like, the teaser didn't really tell us anything or show us anything, except for revealing that Anthony Mackie was the main character, and that was sort of an odd choice. So that was a little just confusing. The clip was very bad. I did not enjoy that clip at all. And this trailer is okay. It's just, now I'm thinking, like, a guy that should be funny and charming is just not being funny and charming. Like, none of those punchlines, it's not just that the punchlines didn't land. It's just, like, I was trying not to cringe every time one happened. Like, it was having the opposite effect. Like, it was kind of hurting me. And it's rare for me to have such a strong reaction to something like that, because I'm usually more like you. I'm usually good at staying more neutral until the thing proves itself when it's actually out. It's just like, I feel like no matter how the show turns out, this marketing is letting it down somehow. It's not hitting for me at all. I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. I think part of the problem might be, and this is me accepting some bias in my issues with this, I'm pretty familiar with Twisted Metal. I've owned and played multiple Twisted Metal games on older PlayStation consoles, from PS1 to PS2 mostly. Up to the point where I finished the game with multiple characters to see all the endings in multiple Twisted Metal games. I think my memory of Twisted Metal, while it is kind of goofy to some respect because it's a very weird game, Like the character designs are very strange. So there's a sort of black humor to it, to its whole vibe. It's also much darker. My memory of the game is it's much grittier than what this show seems to be going for. From what you've seen of the games, I think it'll be a pretty good adaptation. I mean, that's kind of, well, that's kind of what I'm getting at. My reaction has kind of been the opposite of what you just said. My memory of the games is a lot darker than what this adaptation is going for. Like, they're leaning into the more brightly lit, R-rated comedy vein. Like, there's blood, but everyone's attitudes to what's going on is very goofy and lighthearted. Like, Anthony Mackie in particular is not acting like there's any stake or danger. Like, he was in the middle of that car combat thing, and he was doing donuts around the map, and he was making jokes about, like, oh, this mall's got a Foot Locker, and I'm just like, I feel like I'm not buying the stakes of how dangerous this world's supposed to be with everyone trying to kill each other in vehicular combat when no one's acting like they can die. They're acting like they know they're video game characters that'll respawn when they die, and so they don't have to give a shit. And I think that's the problem. Like, I feel like I wanted a darker, grittier take on this, where people actually act it. Like, there can be dark humor, and I expect there to be, but I feel like the characters also need to be acting like the world has stakes and is dangerous, and they don't want to die, and they also are willing to kill to stay alive. It doesn't need to be Mad Max, but it shouldn't be Looney Tunes either. I feel like the balance is not being met. It's leaning too far in one direction, and I kind of want to wrestle it back. Maybe you should replay the games. I mean, I could, but I don't know, they're a bit old now. Could really be bothered. I mean, like, I remember some of the Sweet Tooth stuff in Twisted Metal Black being really fucked up. Like, his whole storyline was he serial killed and mutilated his entire family, his wife and his kids and all this stuff. But, like, his one daughter got away. And his whole reason for being in Calypso's tournament and getting the final wish is because he wants to find and finally murder his youngest daughter who escaped him serial killing the whole family. And if you finish the game as Sweet Tooth, his ending is, because they always do the monkey's paw thing. Like, you get what you wish for, but it's always something fucked up. And, like, you know, a twisted plot, like a twist on what you asked for. He wants to be reunited with his daughter so he can finally kill her. And the twist on his wish is that he's teleported to his daughter's location, just like he asked for. But what he doesn't realize is that his daughter's already dead. She died of some other causes that has nothing to do with him. And she's already been buried in a coffin underground. So when he gets teleported to her location, he gets teleported into his daughter's coffin next to her corpse. And the last you see of Sweet Tooth is him basically trapped in the coffin with his daughter's corpse, being left there to basically, like, die underground, to suffocate to death in her grave. So there's some black humor in, like, that kind of twist, but, like, you can see what I mean in that, like, it's got a sadistic grittiness to it. Like, it's a very bleak, fucked up world, but it's so fucked up that it has kind of like a black humor to it as well. So, like, somewhere between that and the Looney Tunes thing we just got with Anthony Mackie, I feel like the Twisted Metal I want is somewhere in the middle there. But I don't know. Well, you know, I can only give opinions based on what the trailer's telling me. So I can still cross my fingers and say, like, let's watch the actual show and see what it's like in the context of the show itself, because trailers can mislead. A bad trailer can actually beget a good show, in the same way that a good trailer can beget a bad show. That happens all the time. But I don't know. I'm not going to hold my breath. How about Nicolas Cage? I feel like some Nicolas Cage. There is a R-rated trailer here for something Nicolas Cage related that I'm not familiar with. It's called The Retirement Plan, which stars Nicolas Cage, Ron Perlman, and Ashley Greene. Oh, and Ernie Hudson. Almost missed his name there. Okay. I want some off-the-wall R-rated Nicolas Cage, please. That'll put me in a good mood.
I haven't seen my daughter, and now her daughter shows up at my front doorstep with not a word.
I think my parents are in some kind of trouble.
Oh, Ashley's in trouble. What is it this time?
Is it an action movie?
Do not come back without my hard drive.
Purpose for your visit?
Pleasure.
There's Ron Perlman.
Lay low for a few minutes. Welcome to the island. I'm losing my patience. Oh, no.
Oh, shit, okay.
Boom! Kills him. I just got out of here with my life.
Did you shoot me?
I guarantee you there's more men that are already coming. They will not stop until we are all dead.
Come on, Ashley.
What is the tone of this movie? Is he meant to be some kind of retired John Wick type dude, or what's the deal?
Who are you?
The old guy.
Okay, I think I was right about that.
Everybody.
I was about to say, like, I guess he's playing his age finally, but I think he's actually playing older than he's meant to be.
Yeah, your dad's totally an assassin.
Here, have some more syrup, sweetheart.
Okay. Nicolas Cage looks good. I don't know about the movie. Is that Amanda Peet? Her name is not in the description on YouTube. But if I look it up on Google at who the rest of the cast are. Ashley Greene is the older lady. Lynn Whitfield. Jackie Earl Haley. Sorry, Jackie Earl Haley. I didn't even recognize him. Talia Campbell. Okay, there's no Amanda Peet. The only females that came up here are Ashley Greene, Talia Campbell, Lynn Whitfield. That kind of gives me the vibe of those straight-to-DVD bargain bin movies back in the video store era. Like, the movie itself feels a bit cheap. They just happen to have spent all their money on, like, cool actors that people like. Like Nick Cage, awesome. Ron Perlman, awesome. Jackie Earl Haley, awesome. Ernie Hudson, awesome. Don't know the rest of them. Ashley Greene, what is she? Ashley Greene. Twilight, oh my god, okay. One of those straight-to-DVD late life Bruce Willis movies. Not great. Whoa, Ashley Greene's filmography is struggling a bit. She went from the Twilight movies to lots of straight-to-DVD vibe movies, including one of those trashy Bruce Willis ones. And a couple of trashy horror movies I've never heard of. And some teen movie called LOL. Well, she's trying. She's getting work at least. More power to her. Oh my god, she's in Tusk? Okay, I've seen Tusk. I don't remember who she is in it, but... Yeah. Butter? I actually own that on DVD from a bargain bin purchase like 10 years ago, and I never watched it. It's just on a shelf in the living room. I should probably watch it. She's in Bombshell. Okay, there's a good movie. Cool. She seems to be a regular in Kevin Smith stuff, because she's in both Tusk and Yoga Hoses. And also Kevin Smith's TV show Hollyweed that didn't take off. She must be friends with Kevin's daughter, Harlequin. Harley Quinn. I shouldn't say Harlequin. Like it's one word. Alright. Yeah, I'd still watch it for Nick Cage. But I wouldn't spend money on it, that's for sure. Almost done. How about Ahsoka? I feel like I've seen too many trailers for Ahsoka already, and I'm not sure I care that much, but this just says official trailer, which means it might be a bigger trailer than all the other ones we've got so far, which all had like the vibe of a teaser. They weren't called teasers, but they felt like teasers.
War is inevitable.
War never
One must
changes.
Destroy in order to create.
Let me just say, you know how Netflix is making a Fallout TV series right now? That show better start with the war never changes line. Like, they have to do it. I don't know what context, like in the intro or in the actual opening scene, but we need to hear that war never changes line. Possibly read by was it Perlman that did that? I don't remember. Fallout war never changes line. I just need to know. Is it Perlman? Narration by Ron Perlman. Yep, okay. Just making sure. I didn't want to misremember that. Yeah, that would be perfect. If that Fallout, if that Netflix show starts with Ron Perlman's voiceover doing the War Never Changes thing, I'm like, okay, good start. I'm up for the rest of it now. In fact, they better put it in the trailer. I want to see the trailer for the Netflix show open like that. It's a small ask, but I just want it.
We are no Jedi.
Cool. Love it. Bored of Jedi.
I started hearing whispers of Thrawn's return as heir to the Empire.
What happens when we find Thrawn?
Stuff.
Power, such as you've never dreamed.
I've spent most of my life fighting a war. That's why I'm trying to convince you to help me prevent another one. You and I both know who could help you with this.
Is that...
She's still...
Hold up. Let's just trip me out for a second. Hang on. This Twi'lek. Is that Ramona Flowers? Sorry, I'm forgetting the name of the actress. But hopefully everyone knows who Ramona Flowers is. Shit, what else has she been in? She's been in other good stuff. But my mind is blanking straight to just Ramona Flowers. Ramona Flowers. Yeah, okay, thank you, Winstead. What's the full... Mary Elizabeth Winstead. Yeah. Mary was... Yeah, she's been in heaps. 10 Cloverfield Lane, The Thing, remake, whatever. Birds of Prey movie. There's Scott Pilgrim. I haven't seen Kate. That looks kind of wild. She was in that Die Hard movie, Live Free or Die Hard. Meh. Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter was kind of fun, but I forgot most of that movie. Gemini Man, bleh. Final Destination 3, never saw it, but cool, I guess, for you. Swiss Army Man, loved it. Don't remember what she was in that movie. Maybe she played Daniel Radcliffe's farts, because that was kind of a character in the movie. Someone had to have voiced the Poots. Doesn't look like her. Oh, it's not coming up here either. I just heard the voice made me think immediately it might be her. Let me just confirm or deny. Ahsoka. Holy shit. I'm good at spotting myself a Ramona. She plays Hera Syndulla. Okay, there's no way she's in the Ahsoka show and she's not the character I just singled out. That would be too big a coincidence. Her next project after this is voicing Ramona again in the Scott Pilgrim anime. Awesome. Almost forgot that was happening. Let's go back. Listen to her voice again.
Prevent another one. A war. That's why I'm trying to convince you to help me prevent another one.
It's more the voice than the face.
You and I both know who could help you with this.
And that little bit of facial
She's
acting
still
then
just as
was very
stubborn as
Winstead.
ever.
I bet your master found you difficult at times.
Anakin never got to finish my training. I walked away from him, just like I walked away from Sabine.
You never made things easy for me,
Sabine's a popular character from the animated show, right?
Master.
I've heard people mention the name Sabine.
As a Jedi, sometimes you have to make the decision no one else can. But I'm counting on you to see this through.
Nice haircut.
Pretty cool. He looks badass.
Sometimes we have to do what's right, regardless of our personal feelings.
Hang on.
Sometimes we have to do what's right, regardless.
It amuses me how much that mural looks like the animated characters from Clone Wars. It's almost too meta a joke. Like that would take me out of it a little bit. But it's funny.
Feelings.
Buckle up.
If we don't stop Thrawn, everything will be in vain.
Thrawn looks like Kevin Spacey.
You have no power.
I know it's not him, but he looks like blue Kevin Spacey to me.
Anakin spoke highly of you.
I'm not here to discuss my past.
We have a lot of work to do.
Once a rebel, always a rebel.
Mandalorian. Winstead's getting a lot of action in this show. She's in a lot of the shots in the trailer. You hate this boss. Oh, you're still stuck on that boss you said you were the hard one you got to earlier. Didn't you say hardest boss in the game? Yeah. Now I'm at one of the hardest bosses. You still on that same dude? Rough. It's still on it. Oh, another arguably one of the hardest bosses. So you did beat that one, but you're on another one that's bullshit. A plant with moving sand and earthquakes. Didn't there's a guy in this trailer that I believe is dead. Sorry, I forget his name as well. Come on. Somewhere at the end here, I think you see him. That dude is coming. No. Punisher. The second one, Punisher Warzone. Same actor that plays this guy. Sorry, let me enlarge. Something Stevenson. There he is again. Hang on. Oh, he's all hooded and shit. He's the guy that says we're not Jedi and then stabs a dude with an orange lightsaber. Ray? Is it Ray Stevenson? Only thing I remember him in right now is Punisher Warzone as the Punisher. Yeah, they died this year, May. Very recent death. That's going to make this a hard watch for fans, I think. Many people are not going to be able to watch Ahsoka without thinking of the fact that Ray Stevenson just died, like, very recently. Oh, and he's Volstagg, the dude with the beard in Thor, in the Thor movies, with the axe. He was in Rome, but I never watched that. He was in that RRR Indian movie. I didn't realize like legit Western actors were actually in that. I thought it was all Bollywood. He's in Vikings, he's in Dexter, Transporter, other guys. Wow, he's in heaps. G.I. Joe Retaliation. You want to hear something ironic? I've seen this Liam Neeson movie called Memory. I know I've seen that movie. I don't remember anything about it. And that's hilarious. I almost don't want to look it up. It's too funny. I'm sure it's the same bullshit as all the other straight-to-DVD Liam Neeson action movies where he has to save his fucking daughter from Russian terrorists, sex traffickers or something. Or, I don't know, he's on a plane and some terrorists try to take it over and he has to do Liam Neeson shit. I like Liam Neeson, though. Don't let me talk shit about Liam Neeson. I just think it's funny how trashy his movies started to get because they wouldn't stop making them. Liam Neeson's still top in my book. Yeah, I'm going to be sad if I watch Ahsoka. I'm going to miss Ray Stevenson. He was a cool guy. God damn it. Why do we have to lose the good ones? That's fucking depressing. I haven't seen the final trailer for Blue Beetle yet. That's another big one that I missed out. That was 11 days ago. So that came out, I think, just before the last Sunday stream, so I don't know why I didn't watch it then. Oh, actually, wait, the last Sunday stream was my final night of Summer Game Fest. That's why. That's why I wouldn't have even looked into it. Whatever. At least this movie looks good.
Okay.
For what it is.
I want to fly. Let's do this. Yeah!
You gotta force it to come out.
What do you... You're a genius.
Well, I know. But what I say...
They always play this horn music in these Blue Beetle trailers, and I'm wondering if that's like the Blue Beetle's theme now.
Did you know what was gonna happen to my brother when you stuck him with this world-destroying thing?
It's called the Scarab.
It's a cool prop.
I had no idea it would activate.
I want a Scarab
It has to choose you.
that you control with your phone.
So how do we
app.
get it to unchoose me?
Like a little droid.
Host acquired.
Who said that?
Systems tracking 3, 2.
Did they add pupils to his little golden eyes in the suit since the last trailer? Because there's a moment there when he looks at his family where you can actually see like yellow pupil shapes within the gold eyes kind of shift to show who he's looking at. I don't recall that detail being in the eyes in the last trailer. Alien Scarab turns him into a Power Ranger. Oh, is this your first time seeing Blue Beetle? Yeah, pretty much. He's like a Mexican kid that gets the alien scarab on him, and it wraps around him like a suit. But the scarab has its own AI and its own objectives, so it often doesn't align with the main character at all. And it's also kind of brutal. So the scarab AI generally wants to use him to run this Iron Man-like suit to complete objectives that are not in his best interests, or are maybe a little bit too violent, or, you know, stuff he wouldn't want it to do.
Host overreacting.
Overreacting? You kidnapped me! When I hit you with that, you know.
Threat approaching. Engaging host protection.
And when we get in mode, I'ma dog it like I'm Cujo.
Threat eliminated.
The soundtrack in this trailer is a bit weird.
What do you think the
No,
government
it's
is
alright.
gonna do when they figure out that some kid has this military tech?
We are going
to change the world.
Look at Susan Sarandon as the villain.
It belongs to me.
Cool, cool. Yeah, man.
He's pissed.
Oh, is that the... Is this going to be the main villain he has to fight? Some dude in his own Iron Man suit.
The world is a place to protect.
That bad guy seems a little generic, but at least he's going to give him a fight.
Anything, please. Watch and learn, Jaime. Whatever you can imagine, I can create.
Yeah, that's more like it.
That love you feel for your family makes you weak.
You're wrong. My family, that's what makes me strong.
Oh, I forgot how bad it
It's
was.
that superhero comic book dialogue. A little bit on the nose.
Sorry, my mom.
Jaime, you are a superhero, cabron.
They're going in with this trailer. Kind of epic.
I could use that arsenal right about now.
God, you never ask.
Hell yeah.
Cool. I wonder how creative the arsenal can get. So far, they've mostly shown different kinds of guns. Yo, Granny.
I advise we back away.
Oh god, Mexican grandma with a Gatling gun. Worst case scenario for the villains. God damn. Also buy the comics. Cross promotion. They've mostly shown him using different kind of blasters. A little bit like Mega Man. And like a sword. But for a suit that can apparently generate any kind of weapon he can think of, almost like Green Lantern. Not quite that creative, but to a certain degree. We haven't seen really that much from it yet. But they could be hanging on to that for the film, you know what I mean? Like, don't give away all the fun stuff in the trailers. You never saw his origin in the comic book. Never watched the first trailer. The first trailer was pretty good. I mean, this one was about the same level of pretty good. They're about equal. You know what the best part of the first trailer is? It still has the best part of either of these two trailers. The Buster Sword scene. There's a scene in the first trailer where he gets the suit to create essentially the Buster Sword from Final Fantasy and does this little move with it and pose. It's actually pretty sweet. Hang on, I'll show you. I just need to show you this one bit because it's actually pretty dope. I'm gonna full screen it too. Not the comic, the show with Diedrich Bader as Batman. I never watched it. Let me just skip all the way to the Buster Sword bit. Because that's the real shit. Here we go. Check this out.
What you gonna do with it?
That's my heart. 1, 2, 3, 4, throw up to 5. Whatever you can imagine, I can create.
Let's party.
Yeah, baby.
Nice choice.
Fucking pose. Holy shit. That little move he does where he spins it like that and lands it on his shoulders. That pose is so sick. Oh, we're gonna do that again. Square Enix needs to sue. Oh, it's 100% Buster Sword. But also, like, this Mexican teenager is the kind of nerd that probably plays Final Fantasy. So maybe it's not meant to be a reference. Maybe it literally is inspired by the fact that, like, this guy might have played Final Fantasy. So when the suit says, I will generate any weapon you can think of, that's where a dude like him would go with that.
Whatever you can imagine, I can create.
Yeah.
Let's party.
Nice
Such a fucking cool move, though. Generating the Buster Sword was one thing, but, like, the little choreography they did to pose with it was, like, just took it over the top. I was wrong when I said in the previous trailer that I think they've added the pupils, because I can definitely see the little yellow circle pupils inside his eyes in this shot. So I just didn't notice it before. I thought maybe they just finished more of the visual effects or something, and his suit had gotten more detail. I think it's going to be good. I don't think it'll be groundbreaking. It's not going to be like any kind of next level comic book movie that's going to like change the world or anything, but I think it's going to be a solid 7, 8 out of 10 type thing on the internet. I think most people will think it's just fine, like a good time at the cinema, and then a small subset of people are going to really like it because it's inclusive of that particular culture. I think this is the first superhero they're getting on the big screen. In a similar way that Kamala was that for her culture in Miss Marvel on Disney Plus. So it'll succeed based on that alone, I think. I don't think anyone needs to be worried. But it'll be nice if it's good, you know what I mean? Like, DC does need hits. It would be nice if they could knock out a few hits leading into the James Gunn universe, as opposed to us having to wait for the first of those proper movies, waiting with bated breath to see if they can actually make a good movie again. Like, Aquaman's probably going to be trash, but because Aquaman 2 still has to land. But if Blue Beetle can be good, then even if Flash and Aquaman are write-offs, at least we're going out with one high, and then cross our fingers that Superman Legacy and what's that other one that they're doing? It's going to be one of the first ones out. Animal, that monster. What the fuck is it called? It won't because of a certain woman's involvement. Who? Oh, Amber. You're talking about Amber Heard. I heard that her role in the movie isn't really that great anyway, which is the reason why they didn't give a shit about taking her out or making a big, stink about it. I heard that it just had poor test screenings. Hey, Limited. Sorry, almost didn't see you there. Yeah, I heard that there were some really bad test screenings for Aquaman 2, and then they were doing like some huge reshoots because of that. When people first heard of the reshoots, they thought it was because of Amber Heard. They thought they were doing reshoots to replace her character with someone else, but it turns out it had nothing to do with her. It was actually just like very poor showings with test audiences. I'm not sure what they're changing, but I don't know. If they want to try to fix the problem, more power to them. I don't know, but it just doesn't sound like it's gone well. I think at one point they even had Ben Affleck's Batman in the movie as a cameo, showing up to talk to Arthur Curry at one point. And I think that's now also been removed for whatever reason. Probably similar to some of the reasons cameos got removed from The Flash. They don't want to give the impression that that universe is going to continue on in any form, so they're taking out some of the more connective stuff that would suggest any future content. So don't have Ben Affleck show up and talk to Aquaman about some shit that's never going to happen, basically. Because we want people to be keen for the universe reboot under Gunn and stuff. I'm generally optimistic about the whole thing, though. But then again, like, I'm biased in that way because I was never a Snyderverse person. I was never a fan of that whole thing. So anything different to me sounds like a good time. Like, remember that Resident Evil movie that came out recently? Is it, what was that called? Something Raccoon City? Where Leon was a Mexican guy for some reason. I haven't seen that, but I was generally optimistic about that, even if the trailer was a bit meh. Simply because it wasn't a Paul W.S. Anderson affair. I was so sick of those Mila Jovovich Resident Evil movies, like I could not handle it anymore, that anyone doing anything, like, had my positivity, had my fingers crossed. I was, like, willing to, eat whatever you were willing to feed me. It was a show? No, I'm not talking about the show. You're talking about the Netflix show with Lance Reddick as not Wesker. I'm talking about the movie. The one that was actually like a full movie reboot of the first two games, Resident Evil 1 and 2. Had the police station and everything. Um, and Leon was cast as like some Mexican dude that confused a lot of people. And his personality in the movie was like, I thought it was a live action show. Now you're thinking about a different property entirely. There's a live action show on Netflix, and there's a movie that's unrelated to Netflix. Oh, you're definitely thinking about two different things. I know, because I pay a lot of attention to Resident Evil stuff, because moving away from Paul W.S. Anderson verse means a lot to me. So the Netflix show is just called Resident Evil. Main characters are Jade Wesker and Billy Wesker. Wesker's two daughters, and it takes place in two different timelines, before and after the thing. That's not the one you were talking about? No, I'm just saying, like, that is the only Netflix, that is the only Resident Evil TV show. What was it? Oh, Welcome to Raccoon City. That was it. I knew it was something Raccoon City. And it had that actress you always see in everything as Claire Redfield. No, not Claire. Other chick. Lily Gao, Ada Wong. Images. Where is she? Oh no, it is her. This is not CGI. This is live action. This is what we're talking about. This movie. I can't remember what this chick is from. I know her from things, but I can't figure it out right now. I'll go big again. When you're talking CGI, you're talking about Dead Island. Resident Evil Dead Island is the CGI movie coming out. Resident Evil Netflix was the TV show. And Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City is the movie. And that's the one with Mexican Leon, Chris Redfield, Claire. Who's she? Witnessed the beginning of evil. Blah. I didn't have high hopes from the trailer. Like, the trailer wasn't great, but I was just happy that we were away from Paul's bullshit. I was ready to see other people's takes on it. And I was sad to hear that it wasn't great, but I feel like I'd still probably enjoy watching it just because it's not the Milaverse. Who's he meant to be? Where's that cast list? Robbie Amell. Isn't he Green Arrow in the DC CW show? Robbie Amell is Chris Redfield. He's not a bad Chris Redfield, actually. He's got the archetype look to him. Is he? Let me just double check. I'm pretty sure that's where I know him from. The Duff, Upload, Co-Aid, Babysitter, Tomorrow People, Simulant, Scooby-Doo Mysteries. Oh, okay, wait, no. Stephen Amell. They're related. Stephen Amell is Green Lantern. Not Green Lantern, Green Arrow. Robbie is Chris Redfield. I combined cousins together. He was in the Flash TV show. See what else he was in. Because I recognize his face, but I don't think I would have seen him in much. He's in The Witcher. As Gallatin. Don't remember who that is. Oh, you're right, he's in The Flash. He's Firestorm. Okay. So they got two Amells in the CW verse. They've got one of them playing Firestorm and another one playing Green Arrow. Okay. He was in the new X-Files. You know, I actually have seen the movie The Duff. I saw it at the cinema for some reason. I must have been really bored. I don't remember who he was in that. Anyway, that's all that he was in that was interesting. But yeah, I remember people were confused by the casting for Leon, with the race switch and all. It's not really, that's not always the biggest deal breaker for depending on the character. But from what I heard of the movie, I haven't seen it, but from what I heard, it's not really the race switch that's the biggest problem that this movie has. Apparently, the biggest problem with this movie is Leon's character is written to be a bumbling buffoon. Like, he's the comedy relief of the film. Like, throughout the whole film, like, he's the guy that is always, like, dropping stuff, bumbling, fucking things up, saying stupid shit as a punchline to other characters trying to say serious stuff about what the plan is. You know, that kind of archetype. And I think that really ruffled a lot of fans' feathers because Leon is definitely not that in the games. And, you know, race switching is one thing. I'm sure people would get over that if he was still a well-written, well-acted character. But, like, turning him into an idiot for the sake of, like, having a character everyone can laugh at, I think that pissed people off. Yeah. I guess it's kind of like, imagine if you went to a Lara Croft movie, a Tomb Raider movie, and Lara was written and acted like a bumbling idiot, tripping over her own feet, as some kind of like slapstick comedy. Like, fans would fucking walk out of that shit. It's not quite that serious. I mean, but Leon is, we know who Leon is. We've played 1,000 games with Leon in it, so completely changing his character's personality is a step too far when it comes to fans. Oh, Hannah John Kamen is Jill. What nationality is she? Okay, she didn't look like a Jill when I first saw her, but English actress from the show The Killjoys. She was in Ready Player One by Steven Spielberg as well. Okay, she's English. Daughter of a Norwegian fashion model mother and a Nigerian forensic psychologist father. Cool. That's awesome. Fashion model mum and a forensic psychologist dad. Norwegian and Nigerian at that. So she's half Norwegian, half Nigerian, and grew up in the UK. So she's Nigerian, Norwegian, British. That's pretty cool. What a combo of things. You know what's interesting about this? You know what's interesting about this Resident Evil movie? Like, half the characters look exactly how you expect them to look from the game. And the other half do not at all. Like, not even the slightest. Like, she definitely does not look like Jill. And obviously Leon is way off. Almost on purpose. But fucking Robbie Amell looks so much like a Chris. And Tom Hopper is an interesting choice for a Wesker. I don't know about that one. The Killjoy lady. Yeah, yeah. Like, she doesn't look like Jill Valentine, but I could see that she could play the character, like, personality-wise. I don't see why she couldn't at least act it well. I just think the Leon situation sounds like a nightmare, and not for the race switching reason. Oh, look, here's a pretty good pic of Leon and Claire. Close up. See, Claire I can kind of buy. I mean, Claire in the games has never had hair that long, but like I'm not gonna nitpick about someone's hairstyle. Like that's the least of somebody's problems, surely. I mean, that's what weirdos did for Master Universe Revelations. They complained about fucking Tila's hair having that side buzz cut thing. You know, it's like, oh, they gave her a dyke haircut because of feminism and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, man, she's a mercenary. The haircut makes more sense. Get over it. Whatever. I wonder if you got to keep the Raccoon City Police Department uniform. I want to keep it. Take it home with me. I need to see this movie. I'm so curious how I would feel about it. Because I've seen people say, yeah, it's okay. If you hated the Paul W. Sanderson ones, at least it's something different. And then I've seen other people say it's really bad. I've heard like every version of opinions of this. I'm fascinated to see how I would feel about it. Because I can be pretty nitpicky about Resident Evil, because I've been with that franchise my whole life. Like, since Resident Evil 1 on the PS1. So, and across, like, the obscure consoles as well. But I can also forgive a lot, when it, as long as filmmaking and screenwriting is solid. Because of my background in filmmaking. So, I can fall either way, really, on this one. I do like the fact that they've got her in it. What's that thing's name? Is it Lisa? I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. I think your experience has been predominantly Resident Evil 4 and 5, from what you've told me before. You would have to know more about Resident Evil 1 to know this thing. But it's a little girl that grew up as a Umbrella T-virus infused mutant that's chained up in this cabin in the woods and like crawls around making this sad noise and cannot be killed. She's a successful experiment in terms of making a biological creature immortal. Like you can shoot it as much as you want, it just doesn't die. But it's actually just a sad little girl grown into a mutant freak that just kind of like sadly shuffles around a cabin and is not actually that much of a threat. You could do something interesting with that in the movie. I'm wondering what they do with it in this. I'm not sure that prosthetic looks like great. Oh, is that also meant to be it? Wait. Enhance. Okay, that didn't work. That's too small. They don't have this on streaming anywhere, do they? How do I watch this? Actually, how do I watch this? Amazon? DVD? No. Okay, wait. Welcome to Raccoon City. How to watch. $6 on YouTube, $6 on Apple TV. Amazon Prime looks like they've got it. Google Play. Hulu? Netflix? Hold up. Okay, Hulu seems to have it. I don't have a Hulu account, but I've never had a Hulu account, which means I can probably do the free trial. Simply to, like, watch this. That's an interesting plan. Also, I've never seen Ghostbusters Afterlife. Maybe I should do a free trial of Hulu and just, like, make a list of stuff to knock off. I'd like to watch Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, because apparently Nicolas Cage is good in that. I never saw the sequel to Venom, Let There Be Carnage. I could see this all for free, on a free trial. That's awesome. How long is the trial? What does it say? Start your free trial. New subscribers only. Cancel anytime. Terms apply. Don't auto start it because I'm not ready. Oh, you do have to... Okay. You do have to start with a... selecting the paid subscription, but it doesn't pay until the trial's over. Wait, Hulu makes you pay $8 a month, but with ads? $15 a month with no ads. Except a few excluded shows will still play with ads. What the fuck? What the fuck, Hulu? Why would you pay double the price for a subscription, but still get ads on certain select movies and shows? I don't think you're selling that very well. They have student discount as well. How much is that? Students can get Hulu with ads for just $1.99 a month. Well, that's nice of them. 75% off the main price. How do you prove that you're a student? So long as student enrollment status remains verified. So there must be some way to verify it after you enroll. That's really nice of them to do that, though. I used to have a student discount on my my transport cards here in Sydney. I could catch buses and trains for like mad cheap. I also got movies for like half price at Event Cinema at the mall near my house on a student discount. It's good to be a student. I'm going to keep this in mind. I know my ex hasn't seen the new Resident Evil yet, and she would definitely want to see it because she's a fan of Resident Evil too. Next time she's in Sydney, I might see if she wants to start a free Hulu account and catch up on some Resi. How the hell did we get on Resident Evil? Wow, that is a really good question. Jeannie, can you remember how we ended up talking about Resident Evil? Because nothing that I watched on this stream tonight had anything to do with Resident Evil. I don't know how we got there. What the fuck? I remember there was some confusion over what TV show or movie was what. But I'm not sure how we even got to that. I might have been just talking shit about Wes Anderson. I went from Amber Heard to RE somehow? Yeah, but that's still a weirdly tenuous connection because Amber Heard has nothing to do with RE. It's a really good question. How did I pull that off? That is an interesting tangent that I have no memory of how we did it. No, I got nothing. I'll look at the VOD later, because this might actually annoy me if I can't remember how the hell that happened. I should go Betty Buys, huh? I've been here long enough. Okay, wait. He made the RE movies, so what brought him up? Paul W.S. Anderson. That's what I thought. It might have been something to do with him, because I do like to talk shit about him a lot. I've never been a fan, really. Event Horizon was okay back in the day, but it's even that hasn't really stood up that well. Oh, you know what it might have been? Actually, wait. We were talking about DC and about Blue Beetle and about the James Gunn universe of DC movies that were coming up with Superman Legacy and everything else. And Aquaman. I think we might have been talking about the fact that I can't wait for DC to reboot because I never liked the Snyderverse. And I'm kind of biased in I'm ready for new shit in the same way that I was ready for new Resident Evil movies and TV shows because I wasn't liking the Paul W.S. Anderson universe. I think that's the connection. I feel the same way about Resident Evil moving on as I do DC moving on from the Snyderverse stuff. Because I was never a fan of that stuff in the first place. I think that's all it was. Okay, cool. We figured it out. I'm going to do one more thing before I leave. That new Wonka movie. I saw that 12 days ago. The first trailer ever for that came out. And I do like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, so I am kind of fascinated to see what they're doing here. I'm a little bit skeptical because you don't improve on Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. That movie is a classic, and Gene Wilder will never be surpassed as Willy Wonka. Who's playing Wonka now? The writer-director of the Paddington films did this. Okay, that's clout. This Paddington films went off. Chalamet. Timothy Chalamet is playing Wonka. Because he's been on a bit of a roll in Hollywood with being put in like all kinds of stuff. Okay. Very skeptical, but
I've spent the past 7 years
please
traveling the
show us
world
something
perfecting
cool.
my craft. You see, I'm something of a magician, inventor, and chocolate maker. So quiet up and listen down. Nope, scratch that. Reverse it.
He's being a bit
Mr. Walker, I
quirky.
can see you're a man of great ingenuity.
What are you doing?
But is it quirky enough?
I'm making chocolate, of course. How do you like it? Dark, white, nutty, absolutely insane.
Many people have come here to sell chocolate. They've all been crushed by the chocolate cartel. You can't put
Chocolate
a
cartel.
shop without selling chocolate. And
Okay.
you can't sell chocolate without a shop.
No daydreaming.
What are we gonna do, Willie?
Hee hee. Hang on. This is not what I expected at all. I thought this was a Charlie and the Chocolate Factory remake. I thought they were just rebooting the fucking thing again after the Tim Burton one. This is an origin story. This is something totally new. They're doing like a prequel that focuses entirely on Willy Wonka and how he built the chocolate factory. I did not know that that's what this was. That's actually a little more interesting now.
Huh?
Cool.
Huh.
A double huh?
Okay,
Pencil and
I'm
paper.
now paying attention.
I got an idea. I know things haven't been easy for you. They're gonna get better.
You promise?
I pinky promise.
Producers of Harry Potter.
Now there is.
Where do we start?
Well, they've got money.
A good chocolate chip is simple. Where's this? It's just weird.
What's happening? Oh, what's a chocolate that makes it fly?
Let's find out, shall
He's
we?
already
Who's
doing the
ready?
whimsical shit.
Nothing to see here.
Honestly, the government should get involved at this point. Once a man starts making chocolate that makes people be able to
Ladies and
levitate,
gentlemen of the Gallery Gourmet, my name is Willy Wonka.
He's good. Too good.
Pretty sure I've gained about 150 pounds in the last 2 weeks.
I do like that the
Life, Mr. Wonka.
vibe and the production design is still keeping it like sort of silly and whimsical. And Mr. Bean's here as a priest.
Everything in this world started with a dream. So you hold on to yours.
Mama.
Here we go, Mama.
Oh, he actually said mama as well.
Mark my words. This is gonna be the greatest chocolate shop the world has ever seen.
Cool.
So you're the funny little man who's been following me.
I will have you know that I am a perfectly respectable size for an Oompa Loompa.
Is that Hugh Grant as a
Allow
Oompa
me
Loompa?
to refresh your memory.
Oh, I don't think I want to hear that.
Too late. I've started dancing now. Once we've started, we can't stop.
Holy shit. I feel like if I wasn't already kind of pseudo interested in that trailer, that last bit would have saved it for me. Fuck, that was funny. This is just the trailer before Barbie. Oh, was this trailer playing before Barbie when you went to see it? Just people defying gravity. I'll probably see it again before Barbie. Is it the same production? Oh, Warner Brothers. Yeah, you're right. It is Warner Brothers. So yeah, I definitely will if that's the case. Fuck you, Grant. That was the best part of the trailer. I'm not gonna lie. That was very unexpected and very funny. Okay, it's not just the fact that it's Hugh Grant as an Oompa Loompa. That's amusing in itself. That joke was funny. When he plays that little Oompa Loompa flute from the original Willy Wonka movie. And then what was his line? So sorry, I've started dancing now. Once you've started dancing, we can't stop. He was good as the asshole in D&D. Yeah, I saw he was the villain. I think when the first trailer came out, he looked like he was just like a cameo Lord of the City. But I think by the second trailer, they gave away that he's like the bad guy. Which is neat because he plays a good cad. He plays a good villain that you don't hate because they're kind of charmingly and caddishly funny in the way that they're a dick, if that makes sense. Like he has that line in the... I haven't seen the Dungeons & Dragons movie, but he has the line in the trailer where he's like, I don't want to see you like suffer. I wouldn't want to see you die. And then he like gets up and he's like, that's why I'm going to leave the room. And then he leaves. That's a funny bit. And that's really well played by Hugh Grant. I think he's good at that kind of villainy. Where you don't hate him because he's just too amusing. He's done a lot of rom-coms though. I feel like he could have played more villains in his heyday. But they kept sticking him in movies with like Renee Zellweger and Julie Roberts type actresses as like the befuddled male lead. I think Family Guy had a really good Hugh Grant roast. There was a cutaway in Family Guy that made fun of Hugh Grant being like the charmingly befuddled lead in every single rom-com. And then like they have him come in doing that, like making that kind of noise, like he's trying to say something but can't, in his usual befuddled English way. It's a good bit. I wonder what would happen if I typed in Hugh Grant Family Guy. Is this it? Wait, this might be it. Why the fuck is there heavy metal over it? What? I'm missing something? That was weird. And annoying. I think this is it as well. Okay, off your phone with no audio, you jackass. Why even bother? Is it? Why is this one first?
There's not exactly
here we go.
the most understanding guy when it comes to you and other men. Like that time at the movies.
This is terribly awkward, but I wanted to tell you something, but I seem to be so charmingly befuddled.
Ah, that Hugh Grant is so handsome.
Oh, is that how it is? Come here, you home-wrecking bastard!
Don't do it, Dad. He's bigger than you.
And when you went to that concert?
Okay, that's the Hugh Grant part. That's all. That's what I think about whenever I think about Hugh Grant now. Whenever he does the befuddled thing, I can't not think of that Family Guy bit. This is very old. I didn't realize this was such an old clip too. This would have been like season 1 or 2 of Family Guy. Sure. Like old school Family Guy. No one's talking about how old it is. I was just going to see if someone said the year or the season. Anyway. Yeah, I'm a little surprised. When I first heard that there was a Wonka trailer out for a new Wonka remake, reboot, or whatever the hell it was going to be, I saw mostly negativity. Like, it was basically people roasting it on Twitter, saying it was like typical Hollywood cash-in trash, and it might be. But, I don't know, like, there's nothing that special about the trailer. It's just a bunch of origin story stuff seems to be happening. But it looks well made. Timothée Chalamet has been a pretty good actor in other stuff. Like, he hasn't been shit in anything yet. The director is the writer-director of the Paddington movies, which are really good. And the Hugh Grant joke at the end is really funny. So, I don't know. You're intrigued. It's not like the stuff I've seen before. I think that's a good word for it. I think I'm intrigued as well, because I was coming in expecting more negativity. But I also didn't know that it was its own, like, original piece. I actually thought this was going to be another fucking Charlie and the Chocolate Factory remake. Because everyone hated the Tim Burton one so much, they were like, let's quickly reboot that and not let that simmer for too long. But I'm more interested in what they're doing there, because, like, you're not going to ever beat the Gene Wilder Willy Wonka, so... I mean, if you can think of something else to do with the property, I mean, go nuts. Like, if you want to go on adventures in Oompa Loompa Land, that's another kind of movie or TV show you can make. What was Willy Wonka doing in his time in the Oompa Loompa dimension? Was he going on, like, Indiana Jones style adventures with a bunch of Oompa Loompas helping their tribe? And the whole season of the TV show leads up to him saving their species or something, and them owing him a debt, and half of their people coming back with him to the Earth realm to run the chocolate factory, or some bullshit. You know, you can do stuff like that. I don't know if that'd be good or not, but I mean, it's an idea at least. Yeah, that looks okay. That's the kind of trailer where you can't actually get the quality from it at all. Like, there's no way to glean whether that looks good or bad. It's just like, here's thing. Are you interested? And I guess I'm more interested than I thought I would be. And I'm shocked not more people are talking about the Hugh Grant joke at the end of the trailer on Twitter. I didn't see any word about that. Everyone just says it's shit. And I'm like, that was legitimately funny. Like, that actually got me. Too late, we started dancing. Once we started dancing, we can't stop. It's true. Once the Oompa Loompas start dancing, you're fucked. We know from the original film, those entire musical sequences have to play out. You don't have a chance. I wonder if it's a musical. They didn't actually show anything that would reveal if it's a musical or not a musical. Doesn't mean it's not. Sometimes they like to conceal that stuff because people can have poor reactions to knowing something's a musical. Like, they tried not to play up anything musically in Barbie. I know Barbie's not a musical. I'm just saying, like, there's that one sequence that makes it kind of look like it might be one. And they don't really play into it too much. Because I don't think they want people to get the wrong idea. Because that scares away some audiences. I don't know why. Musicals are dope. I love musicals. I'd be fine either way, really, if Wonka wanted to go all musical. That's cool. And not half-ass it either. The Oompa Loompa thing is a way of half-assing a musical. It's like, no, we're not a real musical. It's just the Oompa Loompas. The Oompa Loompas sing a little moral song every time something goes wrong. It's like not a real musical. It's like, fuck you. Just be a musical, man. Let everyone else get into it. Let the kids and Willy Wonka sing and dance and act like idiots. It's cool. Now that I think about it, I can't think of a single musical that's coming soon. I don't think there's anyone making a musical right now. That's sad. I thought musicals were making a comeback with Lin-Manuel Miranda being hired onto every other movie as composer. Didn't he make In the Heights? In the Heights has an epic trailer. I fucking love that. I haven't seen the movie. I don't know what people thought of it, but when I first saw the trailer for In the Heights, like, I was jamming. In the Heights is a bop. And it really made me want to see it, and I just didn't get around to it. And now we've got no other fucking musicals being made. Where are the... Maybe I should make one. Should I kickstart a musical? I think I can do it. I'm a big fan of musicals, and I've watched 1,000 of them throughout my life. Rocky Horror Picture Show is my most watched movie of all time. I think I might have it in me to direct a musical. I think I understand the vibe. I think I know how to make a musical good. It's just difficult when you don't have a budget. Musicals, like action movies, really rely on the budget to be able to give you the juice that you're after. The spectacle. Nobody likes amateur YouTube action films because they don't have the money to make the spectacle, and it always looks like shit. Looks like your younger brother and his mates running around in a parking lot pretending to shoot guns wearing daddy's suit. You need to be able to afford to crash a car or blow something up, or actually have real squibs and a real armor on set so the guns are actually real. Otherwise you're kind of wasting your time. And hire real martial artists and real stuntmen. You and your mates doing little commando roles is not entertaining. Okay. Well, at least I'm happy that I got to end that on a genuinely positive note. I was worried then that going for Wonka as the final trailer of the night was going to be a downer if it turned out to be as shit as everyone said. And I actually came out on the other end of that one, so imagine my surprise. The fucked up thing is I did this boss pretty easy on Vita. Oh, you played the game already on Vita, like back in the day. Well, what do you think the problem is now? Do you think, is it that thing where like you're an older gamer now and you've lost a step? Because I don't know, that's apparently a thing that everyone always talks about. Out of practice. Because sometimes people talk about different versions of games actually having different difficulties. Like there's something different about the way the game was programmed that's changed it slightly. I experienced that on Avengers in the last 2 streams. I was able to do a certain maneuver and I can't now. Interesting. Different attacks depending on what element you're using. Maybe you got lucky the first time. That happens sometimes, especially when a boss has that many variations or ways to tackle it. Somebody in my chat, I can't remember who it was. It might have been Bummadek. Who might still be here actually in the chat. He at least was recently when we were talking about Green Arrow. I think it was him. I think he was the one telling me while playing Avengers that people have said that the PC and the console versions might have like different difficulty aspects to it. Wind, when you finish the combo, if you time it right, you can extend lightning rapid attacks until you burst. So it's just a case of you're not sure which element to stay in to make it easier, or which one's the best tactically. Used to be able to do the full wind combo. So wind is the one you do when you were younger on the Vita, and now it's not working. Anyway, if it was Bummadek that I was talking to this about, we didn't really confirm or deny if that was actually a true thing or not, but he was convinced that something about the way the console version played, the difficulty seemed to be easier as like a default thing than the PC version. I think he said he watched other streamers and YouTubers, and it seemed that way pretty much every time. Which game? The Avengers game I was playing. Marvel's Avengers over the last couple of nights. We had a bit of a conversation in... it was either the last stream or the stream before that, where he was adamant that there was some kind of difficulty difference between the PC and console versions, which I was... Like, I remember I was saying that it sounded unlikely to me, because that's not something that's common that happens. And why? You didn't hear the game? Oh, I said Marvel's Avengers. The one I've been playing over the last few nights. Yeah. So I thought that sounded unlikely, and I wasn't sure if that would be true. And he was adamant that it was, because he'd watched many people play it in many different formats. And a lot of other people had said the same thing, I guess. I still think it seems like a dubious thing to happen. Like, why would the PC version of a game be harder than the console version for no reason whatsoever, when it's pretty much the same game? But I mean, I can't say. Is he KBM? I'm talking about Bummadek. I think it's him I was talking to it about. He was just in the chat recently. If you scroll up just a tiny bit, his last comment was he was in the Flash TV show when we're talking about the Green Arrow show. Oh, keyboard mouse. That's okay. Does he use keyboard mouse? I don't know. But I know what you mean. Some games can be harder or easier depending on whether you go controller or keyboard mouse. But that also depends on the gamer. Like, I know a lot of gamers that find first-person shooters much easier on a keyboard mouse than a controller. Me personally, I'm like in the middle. I can use them both just fine, so I don't really care. It does feel more accurate when you're on a mouse, but I just don't care enough to give a shit. Using a controller can be harder if you're not used to it. Yeah, true. I mean, that goes for both sides, I suppose. Like, if you're going for keyboard and mouse to controller, you have to contend with the fact that you don't have the one-for-one feeling of the mouse cursor anymore, because controller mouse viewpoint moving is push-based, which is based on an accelerometer. Like you're literally pushing a joystick in a direction which is gliding the camera, as opposed to just moving the thing one for one with like the mouse. So there's a very different vibe between the two styles, and that tends to fuck people up no matter which way you go, PC to console or console to PC. It's part of the reason why I wouldn't find something like Power Wash Simulator satisfying on a console. Like, I generally don't care too much about control method because I play on both. But for me, the whole point of Power Wash Simulator is the feeling of gently cleaning all that stuff. And I just feel like there's an extra vibe to the satisfaction when you're using a mouse to just glide that water stream around like one for one. I don't think I would find that quite as satisfying if I was using the joystick controller push look method. It's a marginal difference, but that's definitely a game that I would try to play on PC, like specifically. In the same way that the only other thing I can think of as an example is RTSs. If it's a isometric top-down real-time strategy like Age of Empires or Command & Conquer or old school Warcraft, you know, where you're building buildings and commanding troops, I definitely want mouse and keyboard for that, because that's always been very cumbersome on a controller. They've made it work in various different ways with different games that I've tried in the past, but I mean, you're not going to get the control over a war game or a strategy game like that you would just being able to mouse cursor all over the place. But, you know, there's very few examples of things that I would very specifically prefer when it comes to mouse, keyboard, and controller. Those are the only two I can think of right now. I'm pretty easy on first-person shooters usually, whereas most people I know either swear by controller or swear by mouse, keyboard. Funny enough, every single person I know who is a first-person gamer who swears by controller is a Halo player. I think that's where they all come from. It seems like only the people that have had childhoods or that phase in their life where they had a early Xbox and they grew up playing Halo games are like about that controller first-person shooter life. Like that game franchise seems to have almost single-handedly created like an entire generation of console FPS players. Because my childhood was playing GoldenEye on the N64, which is not a good controller in retrospect. No one cared at the time. Like, we put up with it, and the games did what they needed to do to work with what the controller was about. You know, the Trident controller? Looking back now, like through rose-colored glasses, it's easy to look at the games with fondness, but that controller was fucking weird. I don't really know what Nintendo was thinking with that. That was an odd one. And the GameCube was almost an odd one in its own right. The layout of the buttons was a little bizarre, but at least it was like a normal controller otherwise. I don't really have complaints about that. Anyway, with that, why am I still got a head earphones in? I don't even have earbuds right now. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna head off. I didn't think I would get 5 or 6 hours out of tonight, but it just kind of happened. I mean, I was taking it easy because, you know, I felt like sitting here and talking shit for a long time because, you know, physical exhaustion and house cleaning. I was in the mood to sit around in front of a computer and do nothing. And that was kind of like doing nothing, but in the guise of doing something. I was supposed to come up with a schedule for next week after this stream. And now it's very late. I guess I should probably still do it before I go to bed. I might not even take a day off. I might go straight into Marvel again. Marvel's Avengers. So I can check out Black Panther and Kate Bishop and all their stuff. If I start taking breaks now, it's a bit questionable if I'm going to get through what I need to get through. by mid next week. When does this month end? Tuesday. Next week, Tuesday, is the 1st of August. Okay. I've got till the 1st of August to finish what I'm trying to do in Marvel Avengers and to also play Dreamscaper and The Ascent. Shit. Dreamscaper and The Ascent are minimum 2 streams each. And by minimum, I mean I have a feeling there might end up being 3 streams each because that's just what happens. Let me think. How many days have I got till Tuesday? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The 8th day from now is the 1st of August. And if I don't count the 1st, because that's the day the games leave, that leaves only 7 days. 1 extra day for Avengers. 2 days for Dreamscaper and The Ascent. And if I add an extra day for the 2 of them, so they're 3 days each, that's exactly 7 days. I'm going to have to stream every night. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to do nightly streams for the next week and a half. Oh boy. That's rough. I wasn't expecting to get 4 streams out of Avengers, that's the thing. That game's main story has a 12-hour estimate. And I cleared that after the first 2 streams, and I'm already about to go into a stream 4. To be fair, I am looking at some side content, even though I'm not worrying about achievements. Okay. Hopefully Dreamscaper and The Ascent don't turn out to balloon their length over the averages that I looked at. Otherwise, I'm going to start struggling with this week. But I'm definitely going to be here every night. Otherwise, this might not be possible. Cool, man. I'll go make a schedule on that then. Awesome. Sorry, let me move the mic. Okay. Good night. Obviously, I'll be back tomorrow night, which is technically tonight because it's 6 in the morning, for more avenging. Good to see you again, Jeannie. And whoever's still hanging out in the background. Maybe Bumdeck. He might have moved on. Who knows? Oh. And it's getting hot. I might have to stop wearing this. We're getting into our summer. Closer it gets to Christmas, the more we get to Australian summer. I don't know how much this is going to be wearable. But anyway. I'll see you later.